Yo, what's going on, everybody? It is your boy Fitz TV here, aka GLauren33. I am back here today with another video on the channel for y'all, and today we're going to be doing something special. We are going to be going through the entire Moro saga. This is not a review, this is not a reaction. Consider this more of a narration or, a flat-out summary. I know some of you guys don't have time to read the manga, right? And some of you guys have been asking me to do this since the beginning of this arc. I've never done something like this before. But today we're going to be going through the entire Moro saga. So you're going to get, it narrated by me, right? I'm not going to be doing the lines of the voice actors. I'm not a voice actor. Consider me more of the narrator, right? I'm going to tell you guys the story of the Moro saga through all the panels, through every single chapter, right? This was about a 25 chapter arc, and in my opinion, it was the best arc of Dragon Ball Super. So, just sit back, relax, grab some popcorn, grab a drink, and just, chill out and listen to the story of the Moro saga, right? I know a lot of you guys are going to be looking at this after maybe months or years down the line, so I'm kind of excited to do this. I know there's gonna be a lot of people watching this video, and you guys know how much I love Dragon Ball, so to be able to do this, man, this is pretty cool. One of the cooler things I've done. So you guys know, for those of you guys who have been subscribed, I've been following the Moro saga since its inception, right? Covering it, reviewing it every single week. And man, to see from the start to finish, I reread the arc before recording this, man. And it was absolutely the best arc of Dragon Ball Super. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but still, man, I love it. I love it a lot, and I hope you guys will love it as well, no matter if you guys are reading it for the first time or the 10th time, right? So either way, man, we're gonna get into this video. So this is the Moro saga, aka the Galactic Prisoner saga, narrated by me. So let's get into it. Let's go. So our story begins in Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 42, right? It follows the end of the Tournament of Power, where we see Goku and company be able to not only save Universe 7, but also save all the other universes from destruction thanks to Android 17's unselfish wish. So in the manga, right, the manga skips the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. It just says, if you want to see the events of what happened with that story, go watch Dragon Ball Super Broly. So the events of the Dragon Ball Super Broly film are the same in the manga. There's really no big difference here. So we know that Broly is still out there. We know that Frieza is still out there. So some time passes after the Broly movie. We don't know how much time, but we do know some time flies. Hopefully we'll get, some concrete, a concrete picture, sometime, soon, of how much time passes between the Broly movie and the beginning of the Moro saga. But after the Broly movie, after some time, we see Goku appears at Capsule Corp to train with Vegeta, right? Vegeta asks Goku where has he been, but Goku's just like, oh, So we see Goku and Vegeta, they're training in Vegeta's training chamber, and Vegeta asks Goku, what happened to Ultra Instinct? And Goku's like, nothing, he hasn't been able to do it since the Tournament of Power. And Vegeta's like, a technique that you can't tap into at will, it must be useless, right? And Goku's like, yeah, guess there's no shortcuts in training, we just gotta keep going our normal routes. So as Goku and Vegeta are training, right, they get an alert from Bulma, and something's happening over at Capsule Corp, right? So Goku believes, are we looking at new villains? Let's see. So Goku, takes Vegeta's hand to use instant transmission, but Vegeta, of course, doesn't want to do it. He believes he can get to Hercules' place quicker than Goku can use instant transmission. So we pan on over to Hercules' place, and we see that Hercule is very angry because he sees that Majin Buu is being taken away by an individual wearing a Galactic Patrol outfit, right? So Hercule tries to stop this guy with his gun, but of course, it has no effect. So this individual takes out a special, laser weapon, and he's able to back Hercule up. He's not trying to hurt Hercule, he's just trying to get him to stop, his nonsense and his fussing. So Goku gets over there with instant transmission, and Vegeta arrives at basically the same amount of time, right? So Hercule is very happy to see Goku and Vegeta there. So we see Hercule explains that, these guys are trying to take Hercule away, right? And then this mysterious individual is like, Goku and Vegeta? The Goku and Vegeta? So we see Goku takes out a bunch of the Galactic Patrol, a bunch of the Galactic Patrolmen, right? And then this individual appears right behind Goku and easily takes Goku out. Goku falls unconscious. So somebody as strong as Goku, maybe even stronger, right? Goku's not even transformed, but we know Goku in his base form is very powerful. And for Goku to get taken out so easily, right, shocks Hercule and Vegeta. So before, Vegeta is in shock. Before Vegeta can even make a move, this individual appears, behind Vegeta, and Vegeta falls unconscious as well, right? So this individual says he'll explain everything to Goku and Vegeta back at HQ. So we see some time passes, and Goku wakes up right from his short nap. So does Vegeta, and we see our old buddy Jaco appear in front of them, right? So Jaco explains to Goku and Vegeta that they are at the Galactic headquarters, right? And we find out that this individual that attacked them on Earth and put them to sleep was his name is Merus, right? Merus, depending on if you guys are watching this for the first time or if you guys have been following the Moro arc, pay attention to Merus, because Merus would become one of the key players. Some people would even call he may be the MVP of this arc. So we see, Merus explains that the reason why they were taking Majin Buu from Earth is because they needed his help in a cause, because Majin Buu is connected to the Dai Kaioshin, right? The first full chapter of the Moro Saga, called Joining the Galactic Patrol. So we get a flashback, right? We go back tens of millions of years ago. A lot of time passed, way before Goku and Vegeta and all these individuals. I don't even know if Beerus was alive during this time. But we see the Dai Kaioshin, right? We see the Dai Kaioshin. He is fighting with other Supreme Kais, and they're in a ferocious battle. They are very heavily damaged, and we see that there's debris everywhere. And we see that there is an individual who is wearing a hood, but he has a sinister smile on his face, and he is laughing at, all the pain he is causing. We can see that he's using these special abilities that take power and energy from planets, and being able to, make his own energy balls in them. He's destroying planets as described by the Dai Kaioshin. He then takes the energy, right, makes it into a smaller form, and then he devours it. He eats it, right? He eats it. So basically we see after he eats it, this individual becomes much stronger, sending out, sinister energy all over the place. So then, as we see there are other, Galactic Police members standing by to try to help themselves. So one of the Galactic policemen say this is Planet Eater Moro, and they state that he's been charged with the destruction of a certain star system, bringing about the mass extinguishing of over 320 planets. So they talk about how nasty a villain he is and how he has to be stopped, right? So then basically we see the Dai Kaioshin. He prepares a special sealing technique. This technique is very dangerous, right? And he does it so he could stop Moro's magic ability, because Moro's magic ability is how he's mainly able to, drain planets and take their energy. So we see he performs the technique because he knows he cannot defeat Moro in a battle of strength. And the technique lands on Moro, and we see he is defeated. They are able to lock Moro up in a cage, right? And Moro gets sent over to the Galactic prison. So Merus explains to Goku and Vegeta that Moro is a very capable fighter even without his magic, and that he was sentenced to death. But the thing about it is, this was tens of millions of years ago. There was no Goku and Vegeta at the time, right? So there was nobody that was strong enough to actually kill him. So he was given life imprisonment. So basically, Vegeta asks if Moro is still alive after all these years, and Merus says yes, right? So then Merus explains that Merus was able to regain a little bit of his magic power. Not nowhere near his full power, but he was able to gain a little bit of his power, so now he was able to escape the Galactic Prison. So basically then Vegeta asks, what does this all have to do with Merus and the Galactic Patrol taking Majin Buu? Well, Merus explains that 5 million years after Moro's capture, so you can 5 million years, absolutely crazy, right? But 5 million years after Moro's capture, right, the Daikao Shen got absorbed by Majin Buu, right? That's Evil Buu. We already know this from all the way back in Dragon Ball Z. So, the thing about it is, Goku already knew that, but Vegeta didn't. So we get that little explanation there. So they're trying to use Majin Buu to get in contact with the Daikao Shen so they could use his powers to, seal Moro away once again. And, Goku explains to Jaco that, there's nothing you could do to wake up Majin Buu. He'll just wake up on his own time, right? So then Jaco and Merus ask Goku and Vegeta, if they can help out with the problem. And Goku gets excited because, Goku's getting the opportunity to be able to fight another strong opponent. Even though this guy is bad news, he's still, excited to do it, right? So Vegeta, he accepts also joining the Galactic Patrol, but Vegeta also is wondering about this Merus guy, right? Vegeta's thinking about how he couldn't read his energy and he couldn't read his movements when he was able to get behind him and Goku back on Earth and send them unconscious. So Vegeta's like, who is this guy? He's not a weakling, but why can I read his energy? So then Goku and Vegeta get taken to the Galactic King. And remember, the Galactic King knows who Goku and Vegeta are because he came to watch Goku and Vegeta in battle when they had the Universe 6 tournament earlier in Dragon Ball Super. So we see, Goku and Vegeta get these special outfits, right? There's a special ceremony putting them into the Galactic Patrol as very special soldiers. And, they get offered to wear, Galactic Patrol outfits like Jaco and the rest of the Galactic Patrolmen, but instead Goku and Vegeta refuse. So instead they just get the logo of the Galactic Patrol onto their normal gis, which still looks pretty cool if you ask me. So then we see we find out news that there's this Mediarchy gang, right? This Mediarchy gang, they're causing trouble in another part of the universe, and Merus has been sent over to take care of the problem. Goku and Vegeta want to come, and the main reason why Vegeta wants to go is he wants to see what Merus is, in action. How does he look, right? Because Vegeta is still thinking about, how Merus was able to get him and Vegeta, or get both Vegeta and Goku unconscious back on Earth without using or setting off any energy. So we move to this planet, right? It's called Planet Jung, and we see the Mediarchy gang. It's these 3 individuals right over here. And, they're trying to steal these special resources, right? And then one of the gang members noticed the Galactic Patrol ship. And then we see Merus, prepare to go into battle. Goku and Vegeta are watching from, the ship themselves. They're mainly focused on what Merus is and trying to see his power. So, the leader of the gang themselves, right, named Pasta. We know that Toriyama loves naming characters after food. It's simple for him, and I don't have a problem with it. So, Pasta says, hey Merus, it's been too long, friend. And Merus, says, I'm not punching out today until you 3 are locked up in Galactic Prison. So we see the Galactic Patrolman, right, Merus, he's about to attack, but then the gang member throws a pistol right after Merus, right? So then the thing falls. It doesn't have any impact really, but instead we see the bridge between two of the crates on the train. They get split apart. So Pasta uses this as an opportunity to try to get away from Merus, so Merus cannot catch him, right? So then we see another one of the gang members. She has a stretchy ability. Her name is Penne, so I really like that, right? The head gang member is called Pasta. His sister is called Penne, so named after different pastas and spaghettis. So he sends the track that Merus was standing on onto a different track to try to separate, and gain distance away from Merus so Merus can't catch them, right? So then after this, Pasta, fires an explosive at the track that Merus is on. So basically setting it up for the train to, fall, so Merus would basically fall to his death. And Pasta is very, confident that Merus won't be able to do anything now. But Merus, of course, has no worries. We see he's able to fly with these like little jetpacks on the soles of his feet. So Merus tells Jaco that he's going after the blue realm and trying to, get that away from the Mariachi gang. Goku and Vegeta stay on the ship, and they notice that Merus is gone. So he's moving very quickly. We then see Merus, right? He is running along the tracks, and he heads to the front of the train itself, and he asks them, where did they go? And then Jaco yells at Merus that not only are the Mariachi gang gone, but the blue realm is gone as well. We see, they are on their own spaceship, right? And they are carrying the blue realm, trying to get away. So then we see Goku, right? Goku flies into action, and Goku jumps on top of the ship, and he tells them that they are not, getting away. Goku tells Merus that, I caught the bad guys, and Merus thanks Goku for the assist. Vegeta continues to watch from the spaceship, not getting involved because he's more focused on Merus and how fast, he's moving. And Vegeta gets frustrated with himself, for not being able to see Merus sabotage the ship and move so quickly, right? So thanks to the help of Goku, Jaco, and Merus, right, Vegeta didn't really do anything but observe. But thanks to their help, right, they are able to lock up the Mariachi gang on the ship. So Vegeta then confronts Merus, and basically, he's like, you're hiding your true powers, right? My eyes don't lie. So Vegeta wants to know what's the big secret behind Merus' abilities. And Merus says that he is #1 in the Galactic Patrol, but Moro is in an other league altogether, so he can't beat him by himself, right? And Jaco gets a little bit frustrated about Merus just casually stating how he's #1 in the Galactic Patrol, right? So then one of the other Galactic patrolmen on the ship report that they got a lock on Moro's location, right? So Goku gets excited that they've been able to find Moro so quickly, and Goku just says, I'll do the search on my own, just give me that direction. So Goku, of course, using his instant transmission ability, starts searching for some sinister energy, and he is able to get a lock on Moro's location, right? And Goku is very shocked to see that it seems that Moro is also able to notice that someone is looking for him, right? Moro and Goku have not met yet, but Goku gets very freaked out. So moving to chapter 44, this is titled Escape Prisoner Moro. So Goku, right, is still in shock that Moro was able to notice that someone was searching for his key so easily. And then Goku tells Vegeta not to search for his key as well, because Goku tells Vegeta that he could sense that Moro knew that he was searching for him, right? Goku says this is an energy that he's never felt before because it feels so evil, right? Even though the energy is not huge like some of the other opponents they fought, like Jiren or Broly, excuse me, but Goku does says this is an energy that he's never felt before, because the energy that he sensed was like a lot of people screaming in pain. So this is kind of similar to Cell, right? If you guys remember when Cell absorbed a lot of people at the beginning of the Cell Saga in DBZ, and when he confronted Piccolo and the androids who were fighting, when Cell started to power up, Piccolo could sense so many different energies screaming, the energies of all the innocent humans that have lost their lives to Cell to make him stronger. So this is a nice little Easter egg here, right? So Goku asks how many people has he killed, and Merus and Jaco state that it's not about how many people, it's more about how many planets, and they state that it's far too many to count. So then we transition to a ship, right? And we see an old member of the Frieza Force, I believe his name is Cranberry, and we see Moro, who is a very big man. He's still wearing the same outfit he was wearing tens of millions of years ago. You can see it's ripped up, it's damaged, right? It looks like he hasn't showered in ages. He has a humongous beard from all the years he's been in the Galactic prison. And Moro speaks to Cranberry, and he states that someone is searching for him, And Moro's talking to Cranberry, and he says that in his time away, so talk about his time that he was locked up, he talks about how life has managed to grow and sprout throughout this universe, right? So basically Cranberry states that they have almost arrived to their destination, so Moro just has to hang tight and he'll get the wishes that he wants. And Moro says, "Indeed, I can hardly wait." So Jaco and Merus start speculating on where Moro could be heading, and Merus states that there are no planets with life in that direction. What do you think he wants? But Goku says that he's been out that way before, which shocks Vegeta. And Vegeta asks when, what's over there? And Goku says that he's pretty confident that, that's where he went to see Dende. And Vegeta says that's where the Namekians moved to. Because remember, after the Frieza saga, after Namek was destroyed, the Namekians did get a new home world. It was called New Namek. Very similar to the old Namek, but it was put in a different location that would be more difficult, right, for, other people to find. Because they knew that if other individuals knew about Namek, they would also know that Namek had Dragon Balls. And that would bring a lot of, evil beings over to Namek. And the Namekians and the Earthlings don't want that, right? And then the Meta-Archie gang, which were captured, right, by Merus just a couple of minutes before, Pasta states that he hears that those Namekians got some wish-granting bros, right? And Jaco says, wish-granting balls? You must be talking about the Dragon Balls, yes? And Pasta says, yes. Back when he was doing time in the Galactic prison, one of his prisoners was a deserter from Frieza's army. That was Cranberry, right? You guys saw him. He was flying the ship. He told me a tale or two, and Cranberry had told Pasta that a guy that Frieza once went to Namek looking for these balls. So Vegeta gets angry because more of, Frieza's old soldiers are causing trouble. So Pasta, Pasta says that at first he didn't believe in the Dragon Balls and he thought it was just a tale. But because of Goku and Vegeta's reactions now, there's more truth to the matter than they thought, right? So that former goon of Frieza's was looking for someone strong enough to help him find the Dragon Balls, and that's how he found Moro. Moro was easily the strongest in the Galactic prison. So Moro is going Vegeta states that Moro is most likely going to Namek to try to find the Dragon Balls. Alright. So now this easily, gets Merus and Jaco very concerned, because now they want to know, what the hell is Moro gonna wish for, right? And they find out that he's most likely gonna wish for his magic to return. So then we transition back to Moro and Cranberry, and they just start discussing the Dragon Balls. Cranberry explains the power of the Dragon Balls on Namek and how, they grant 3 wishes to whoever uses them. So there's enough for Moro to get his wish and for Cranberry to get a wish of his own. So it makes sense for them to team up together so they can both get what they want. So we arrive at a new planet Namek, and we see the Grand Elder, right? He is the new Grand Elder, because we know the original Grand Elder, he died way back in Dragon Ball Z. But the new Grand Elder, he's, with some of the other Namekian children, and we see that they are praying to, one of the Dragon Balls, hoping, for peace, right? Peace for everybody across the galaxy, including everyone on their planet. So all of a sudden, some of the other Namekians notice that there is a ship, something arriving on planet Namekian. So Goku says, what do we do, right? Moro's gonna touch down on New Namek any minute now. So Vegeta's like, we can't wait around for Buu to wake up to get access to the Dai Kaioken. So Goku's like, whatever we do, we already know whatever we do, he already knows to expect us, so might as well go right now, right? So Vegeta's like, yes, I want to get a look at this villain with my own eyes. So then Goku takes Vegeta's hand, and Goku prepares to do instant transmission, right? Merus warns Goku and Vegeta, to be very careful because confronting Moro right now is very dangerous. So we see Goku and Vegeta, they arrive on New Namek, and then the Namekians there ask, who is this? Goku says hi, and then the Grand Elder right away recognizes Goku, and he's like, oh son Goku, it's wonderful to see you in good health, right? So as Goku is, being friendly with the Grand Elder, Vegeta notices right away about about Moro's ship that is touching down. So Moro notices right away that the one that was looking for him earlier, which was Goku, has come to this planet. So Moro, assumes that the reason why he is here, Goku is here, is to apprehend him and take him back to prison because he had just escaped earlier. Moro also notices that Goku and Vegeta both have spectacular energy. So Goku tells the Grand Elder to tell all of the Namekians, to get away from here because, some dangerous stuff is about to take place. Goku tells Vegeta that he has a very bad feeling about this. So as, Moro's ship lands on the planet, we see Moro come out, right? Goku and Vegeta are very shocked, at his appearance. Vegeta comments that, Moro looks nothing more than a feeble old man. And Goku says it makes sense because, he's been alive for a very young time. We also see Cranberry, who is, still in the ship, right? He recognizes Vegeta, probably because, he knows Vegeta was one of the top soldiers in Frieza's army way back in the day. So Goku, tells Moro it's better that he should just go right back to prison. But Moro ignores him. But Moro, using his magic ability, is able to sense that there is a Namekian hiding in the house next to him. And he uses his energy to force the, most likely telekinesis, right? He forces the young Namekian boy to come right at him. And he starts, choking him, right? Goku gets very concerned. And, Vegeta believes that, Moro is going to hold him as a hostage if they don't let him go. But Moro says, no, this is not, hostage. I just want, his energy to eat for myself because we know that Moro is a planet eater. So he continues to choke him, right? And Goku, he gets a vein that pops up in his forehead. And it looks like Goku is moving to attack Moro to try to get him to stop. But Vegeta kicks Moro's hand and frees the child. So Vegeta saves, Eska, right? We would come to find out his name a little bit later, but his name is Eska, and he saves this young Namekian child, and he runs off to the Namekian elder. So Vegeta states, that he has a troubled history with these Namekians, and he did them untold harm in the past. So this is there's a lot of good moments here for Vegeta in this arc. This is one of my favorites, right? This is Vegeta reflecting on some of the stuff he did to Namekians in the past. Because in Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta, killed many Namekians in his search to grab the Dragon Ball for himself because he wanted immortality at the time. And, Vegeta, the evil stuff that he did at the past, he still regrets a lot of that because now he's a changed man, he has his own family, and he regrets some of the decisions he made, especially when he was fighting under Lord Frieza's rule in the past. So Vegeta tells Goku, that he wants to take more for himself, right? And Goku's like, that, okay, sure, but be careful since we don't know much about his power. So Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan, right, the golden Super Saiyan form. He flies at Moro, but Moro is easily able to, dodge, most of Vegeta's attacks, right? And the thing about it is, what's interesting here, remember, Moro is old. He has the appearance of a very feeble old man, but he's actually, pretty athletic for an old guy. Remember earlier in, the arc, right? It was stated that Moro does have martial art ability. He's still very strong, even without his magic powers. So as Vegeta continues to attack Moro, right? Cranberry notices that Vegeta has the Galactic Patrol sign on his outfit, and Cranberry wonders, when did Vegeta go and join the Galactic Patrol? So then we see Moro, right? He uses a little bit of magic, and he's able to use telekinesis to stop Vegeta in his tracks and kind of, force him to be stuck to the ground where he cannot move. So then he also uses that telekinesis power to fling Vegeta into a rock. And, Goku's not too concerned here because he knows Vegeta's just getting warmed up and he has a lot more power to show. So, Goku states that, this guy has special powers. But then as we look behind the rock where where Vegeta was, flung into, we see a nice red glare. And coming out of it, we see Vegeta, who is now in Super Saiyan God. And Vegeta, with a confident look on his face and no damage, right, he says, "We shall continue this battle." So Moro tries to use more energy, on Vegeta to stop his movements, but now that Vegeta's in Super Saiyan God, he's much faster now, so it's not going to be as easy for Moro to stop him like he did when he was in his Super Saiyan, his normal Super Saiyan form. Sorry, got messed up my words there a little bit. So the reason why Moro's magic isn't working on Vegeta at the moment is because Vegeta in Super Saiyan God is much quicker and much faster than he was in his Super Saiyan Golden form. So the energy that Moro is using at the moment is not enough to stop Vegeta's movements because he's much stronger and quicker. So we see Vegeta does land some attacks here, right? He's having more success now that he's using his Super Saiyan God form, right? And, Goku's pretty interested in how the fight is going. Moro is still able to, get away from Vegeta for a brief moment. And Vegeta comments that he was curious to see for myself what sort of beast could terrify the Galactic Patrol. But Vegeta states that Moro isn't any sort of beast. He's just a disappointment. So then we see Moro, he tries to use his telekinesis to grab a nearby tree and try to catch Vegeta off guard, but Vegeta easily notices and shuts it down with some ki blast, right? Moro continues using different objects, and Moro continues to send different, environmental objects at Vegeta, but Vegeta is easily able to, shut all of them down. Vegeta comments that we've come up against plenty of bizarre powers in our fights, so this is nothing new. So then we transition back to the ship, and Merus is still concerned over Goku and Vegeta's safety, but Jaco states that there's not too much to worry about because Goku and Vegeta are very strong, and Jaco, with some funny lines here, Jaco has a lot of funny lines throughout this. And Jaco states that those two are very strong, even a little bit stronger than me. But even so, Merus says it's very unlikely that they will win. So then we see we see Moro. He takes off the cloth that he had been wearing, right? And now we get to see Moro without the cape. And he's very skinny, but he's still very strong. And Moro tells Vegeta, right, "You hope to witness my magic, and you will just as you wish." This chapter is called Moro's Magic. And Vegeta comments like, "What's that? You've been holding back?" And Moro has another confident look on his face, right? So Moro states, to Vegeta, or Goku, or before that, Goku comments that, that they heard about how he can absorb life energy, just like how you tried with that Namekian kid a little bit ago. So Moro comments that you're not as arrogant as you look then, huh? So Moro tells Vegeta straight up to his face that this will be the same technique I performed a moment ago, but in a different way. So Cranberry, who's still watching on the ship, he comments that, is Moro going to use that same move he used when we broke out of prison. Alright, and one thing I kind of wish that they would show us how Moro broke out of the prison. But either way, still, it doesn't really matter too much. It just would have been a cool, little ad, right? So Merus states that the existing records indicate that he can wield that master energy that he steals from planets for direct attacks. So that the energy that Moro steals from planets he consumes, right? He not only uses them to become stronger, but he can directly use that energy, to attack his opponents in battle. So we see Moro, right? It appears that he starts to power up, but we see legit. Energy from planet Namek itself and not Moro starts coming up from the planet. So Vegeta's like, what is this technique? And we see the ground from right under Vegeta comes up, and it catches Vegeta off guard, and he actually gets burnt from some of the lava from planet Namek. And Moro states that with this move, I attack with the life energy of the very planet we stand on, right? So then Vegeta's now having to play defense. Vegeta had the advantage a moment ago, but now he has to dodge because everywhere he goes, energy from planet Namek is being used against him, right? And Vegeta continues to get burned, his gi and parts of his face get these little burn marks onto them. So Vegeta then decides, to take this into the air because on the ground it's not safe. So Vegeta thinks he's out of harm's way, but then he looks behind him and there's still more lava coming up behind him. So you can see a very destructive battle is taking place. So the Grand Elder, who is away from the battle, but he can feel the rumbling, he says that the land itself quakes, and he wonders what sort of battle is taking place at the moment. So we see Vegeta is continuing to dodge Moro's attacks. He fires off a ki blast, but he's not able to get close to Moro because Moro uses the energy of planet Namek as a shield, right? Because he knows that if Vegeta, attempts to go through it, he'll just burn himself even more. So Moro gets confident and he says it's no use. No matter what you try, you cannot lay a finger on him. So Goku tells Vegeta, maybe it's time for me to step in. And Vegeta tells Kakarot just to shut up and just continue to watch, right? And Moro states again, right, that this technique has no limits and I may use it until the planet itself is extinguished. So Moro can use the energy of planets as much as he wants, all the way up to where there's no more energy on the planet itself, right? So Vegeta says, damn it, if I can't approach you, I have no hopes of recapturing you and sending you back to prison. And without any more power, I'm at a loss. So Goku notices that Vegeta, who's only in Super Saiyan God at this moment, it's like he's almost giving up in a way. So Vegeta's like, alright, so in a way it's like Vegeta is admitting defeat, but he is playing a trick on Moro to try to figure out what his true motives are, right? So Moro does tell Vegeta what his plan is because he's confident that he already has the win here. So Moro says that he's come to Namek in search of something called Dragon Balls, and Vegeta's like, thought so, right? So Moro says, maybe you could help me here, right? Since you're so gracefully admitting defeat, maybe you can just help me and tell me where I can find these Dragon Balls. And Vegeta's like, sorry to say, I'm unclear on the details. So, Vegeta is purposely, lying here because he's trying to use Moro to figure out what his plans and goals are so that he can find a way to use that against him. So now we see Moro's like, so we see that Moro sends, some more magical attacks using Planet Namek at Vegeta. And as he does this, Moro said, as I thought, you two are insequential. So basically, Moro was saying that, they're not going to be any help to his goals. So he's just going to take them out now and get this battle over with. Vegeta, right, he fires a ki blast at Moro's magic and is able to keep it in place. But then, after the attack is over, Moro appears right behind Vegeta with another magic attack, and Vegeta is barely able to dodge it. So then, as Moro fires another magic attack, Vegeta is forced to hold it back, and he's actually struggling. But Vegeta Vegeta asks Moro, just tell me, what would you wish for, right? Because he believes that Moro is already strong enough as is. Why would he need more power? So Moro states, yes, even though I'm very strong right now, this is nowhere near where I was in my prime. At the height of my power, you would have been an insect before me, and this entire planet would have been a quick meal. So, because he's been in the Galactic prison so long, he has aged, and the only reason why he's still alive is because of all the energy he absorbed tens of millions of years ago has kept him alive all this time. So his goal is to use the Dragon Balls to regain his full magic ability, put his body back in its prime, so he could be as strong as he was 10 million years ago. So Vegeta then gets confident, right? He stops acting dumb, and he's like, if that's your goal, you're just rotten scum like they told us. Scum that is worth killing for sure. So now Moro is like perplexed at this, like, what? I thought I had you on the ropes a minute ago. As Vegeta states this, we see Vegeta's body starts to change. His aura turns from red to blue slowly, going from his feet all the way up to his back, through his shoulders, to his head, to his hair. And we see Vegeta transform from Super Saiyan God into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, like he used against Jiren in the Tournament of Power. So now with this transformation, he is easily able to get rid of Moro's Magic Blast. And Moro is shocked. He's like, you were concealing the strength the entire time? Yes. And Vegeta says, yes, just like you were holding your true motives. So Goku gives Vegeta a pat on the back. He's like, good move, Vegeta, letting him get cocky so that he could reveal his true intentions. So now we see Moro, right? He's frustrated that he allowed this to happen, and he starts to fire off more magic attacks at Vegeta. But Vegeta, now much more confident, right, flies through these attacks and is able to dodge all of them pretty easily, right? And the visuals here are pretty amazing. So we see Vegeta glides through, most of Moro's magics using his, his feet, his hands. They get closer and closer to Moro, and then he's able to hit Moro with a huge kick to the gut, sending him into the ocean. So then we see Vegeta, right, he lands back, and he goes right back into his base form. But Goku notices that something is off. He looks at, a tree near him, and he notices that the tree is starting to slowly lose life. And Goku looks at himself, and he's noticing that something's not right here, right? So as Moro comes out of the ocean, right, Vegeta says he doesn't care what kind of villain he is, and it doesn't matter what kind of villain he is. He's not going to sit back and let Planet Namek suffer any more than it has in the past. So we see Cranberry, right? Cranberry tries to leave because he believes Moro is in trouble, and he's going to try to leave the planet before he gets caught and sent back to prison. But then Moro, right? Moro sends Ki Blast to Cranberry's ship and stops it in the way. So we see, right, Moro then sends more Ki Blasts to Goku and Vegeta to create a sort of a smoke screen. And once all the debris has faded, we see that Moro is no longer there, and Goku is able to find Moro pretty easily. Moro is now on a mountain, and he is gathering energy. But this is not, a normal Ki Blast, right? He's forming a Ki Blast full of energy from Planet Namek itself. And then you can see that energy is being used, and is being drained from the planet. So we see the Namekians, they are getting weaker and weaker. The planet is losing its natural resources. We see some of the younger Namekians, they're starting to fall unconscious because they are weaker than the adults, and their energy is much more quicker and easier to drain than them themselves, right? So Goku tells Vegeta, soon we just attack him while he's charging up his energy, right? But then, instead of, using the energy ball and sending it at Goku Vegeta, he consumes it just like he did when he was facing the Daikaoshen when we had the flashback earlier in the arc. So Goku and Vegeta are very shocked to see Moro just eat a ball of energy. But we see that energy powers him up a little bit, and it looks like he has gotten stronger. Moro says this is the first meal he's had in a long time, and he says that it does the body good. So Vegeta understands that this is the way that Moro is able to, absorb energy. So Moro stops Cranberry's ships and says, where are you going? You continue to observe from there, right? Don't move another muscle. So Vegeta's like, okay, whatever, I've had enough of this. And Vegeta says it's better that, that we get this done and over with now before you try to consume any more energy. Vegeta confidently says that Super Saiyan Blue, is too much for Moro to handle, so he's just gonna go right back into Super Saiyan Blue, right? So he tries power up, but nothing happens. And Goku is like, come on, Vegeta, what are you doing, right? Stop wasting time. The only way you're gonna beat him is if you use Blue. So Vegeta says, yes, this is no time for games, and he tries to power up, but he can't, right? And then we go back to Jaco and Merus, and Jaco at that moment says that the planet that Moro absorbs includes the life force and the plants and the animals of the planet itself. So Moro can choose to absorb anything from a planet he chooses. He can absorb from plants, animals, people. He can choose to drain energy from one person, or he could choose to drain energy from the entire planet itself, right? And Merus reveals that the reason why Goku and Vegeta won't be able to defeat Moro is because they don't know that Moro is able to steal energy from his opponents while they are fighting. So no matter how strong Goku and Vegeta are, the fact that they don't know Moro can just steal their energy and drain them pretty quickly so that they aren't able to transform is the reason why Moro will have the advantage. So right at that moment, Vegeta states that he cannot go Super Saiyan, so Goku finally figures out that Moro has been absorbing their energy throughout this battle. And right at that moment, Moro flies down from the planet that he was sitting on top of, and he sends he sends Vegeta into a big mountain, or a big rock, right, sending him flying. Vegeta takes a lot of damage, especially now that he's in his base form. So Moro, now with the advantage again, he says that you are already aware that my magic robs a planet of its life energy, weren't you? Naturally, that included a healthy portion of your energy as well. So Moro gets confident and he says, to use a phrase that you used earlier in this battle, I was hiding my true intent. And as we head into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 46, we see that Namek is now in decline. So basically, we pick up from where we left off, and we see that Vegeta is now being flung through all these mountains, right? Especially now that he no longer has the energy to transform. So he is helpless at the hands of Moro. Goku steps in and tries to, land a kick on Moro, but it has no effect because Goku had his energy drained by Moro the same time that Vegeta was having his energy drained. So then we see Moro grab Goku from the leg, and he just starts flinging him back and forth, kind of similar to how Broly was flinging Goku back and forth during the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. He sends Goku into different rocks, and Goku can't do anything, just like Vegeta could do anything because he cannot transform as well. Goku also gets sent into part of Moro's, Moro uses a magical attack, and Goku gets burnt from some of the lava from Planet Namek, the same way Vegeta did last chapter. Goku says that he's totally drained as he is heavily injured. So we see Vegeta, right? He flies off from the crater that Moro sent him in just a couple seconds prior, and he fires off a Gallic gun. But Moro, not concerned whatsoever, opens his mouth and he consumes the attack. So the attack has absolutely no impact as Moro grows stronger and stronger. So now Goku and Vegeta are on, death's rope, really, because they have no way to fight Moro now that their energy has been drained and they can't transform. So now we are on Beerus' planet, and Beerus is, fishing, and Whis, who's looking into his staff, he's noticing that, Planet Namek is entering a sharp decline in energy levels, right? And Beerus gets excited because, a planet is about to die. And, it makes sense for Beerus to get excited because he is a god of destruction. Destruction is in his title, right? So Beerus states in a little bit of comedic relief that he has, no time to lift a finger here in Universe 7. So anytime, a planet buster or a villain comes around to, to do evil deeds, it kind of makes his job easier, because this evil guy will just take care of some of the evilness in the universe, and will make will keep Beerus from having to do anything. So basically, Beerus is happy that there's evil guys like Frieza and Majin Buu and Moro here that do these evil deeds, right? Because he doesn't have to destroy, because he knows these evil guys will do the destruction for him. So he can just relax. And Whis is like, yeah, you're saying that because you're so busy. And we know Beerus isn't busy. Beerus is a very lazy god of destruction. He just sits around fishing and, not doing much with his time. So, basically, we see Beerus and the Oracle Fish, right? They're talking about fishing and dares and all this other stuff. But Whis decides to keep paying attention to the battle on New Namek, and he sees that Goku and Vegeta are going up against Moro. He doesn't comment on the battle, but he does, looks at what's happening. So Goku says he feels bad about the Namekians, and he knows that they're going to get hurt by Moro and most likely lose their lives, but they have to get back to the Galactic Patrol if they're going to be able to live to fight another day. Goku tries to use instant transmission to get back to Jaco and Merus, but he doesn't have enough energy to use instant transmission because Moro has drained all his energy. So we see Moro sends another energy attack flying their way. Goku and Vegeta aren't able to dodge it. They get hit by it as it stretches through a lot of Planet Namek, and as we see, basically tons of houses get destroyed, and the Namekian village is totally devastated as there is nothing left. And the Ground Elder and a bunch of his people get sad because now they see that their village has been destroyed. So now Goku and Vegeta, both their armor has been destroyed, and they have almost no energy left to fight. So Moro, even though now he knows that he has the victory done, he's very, curious that these two individuals were able to give him such a trouble and that they were so strong, because he remembers that tens of millions of years ago, there were not people this strong in Universe 7. The only person that was able to challenge him this hard was the Daikaido ship, the one that was able to seal Moro's abilities before. So then we see Moro comes down and he hits Goku in the chest with a huge kick, right? And Moro mentions to Goku as he tortures him, he says that him and Vegeta were never a threat to him to begin with. So he grabs Goku by the neck and he uses his other arm to grab Vegeta by the neck with telekinesis, and then he takes the energy from their neck. So basically, he consumed Goku. He consumes what's left of Goku and Vegeta's energy, and we see that it has a very large impact on Moro. He becomes much younger, right? He's no longer skinny. He becomes pretty jacked. He has a huge six pack, right? And his beard is much shorter. So basically, just from consuming the life energy of both Goku and Vegeta, Moro is able to get that much closer to his youth. And Moro sits there gloating about how much energy, right, he was able to get from both Goku and Vegeta. We see Goku and Vegeta on the battlefield. They basically look dead here. They are barely alive at this point. They have absolutely no energy left, and Moro leaves them there to die. So Moro and Cranberry, they exit to go start looking for the Dragon Balls and the Namekians, right? Cranberry asks if Goku and Vegeta are, dead, and Moro says that, those two will die in just a matter of moments, right? And, he could easily just kill them now, but, since they have no energy left, they'll just die in their own time. So we see the Grand Elder and Eska. He finds Goku and Vegeta sitting there, unconscious, pretty much lifeless, but he notices that they are still breathing, and he says, he tells Eska to give them medical treatment immediately. So we go back to Earth, and we see Bulma and Hercule, right? And Bulma is frustrated because it's already been a whole week since Goku and Vegeta left planet Earth with this Merus guy, and they haven't been updated at all about what's going on in space. So Bulma shows Hercule, an image of the Galactic Patrol logo, and basically asks Hercule, did the guys that took Majin Buu, did they have this logo? And Hercule says yes. So Bulma says this settles it. The Galactic Patrol are the ones behind this. So Bulma heads off to her sister's place so she can get in contact with Jaco and try to figure out what the hell is going on. So back at Galactic Patrol headquarters, we see that Merus and Jaco, right, they have arrived back, and they have been informed that Majin Buu is awake, but he's causing a lot of trouble in the town hall, talking about how hungry he is, and all the trouble he's causing. But Merus, as he prepares to go check on Majin Buu, he tells Agent Iriko to keep the ship going because they're going to be heading back to Planet Namek any second to figure out what's going on with Goku, Vegeta, and Moro. So we head back to Earth, and we see Bulma. She's on the phone with Jaco, trying to figure out what the hell is going on, right? And Bulma's very frustrated to find out that Goku and Vegeta just used instant transmission, and poof, they're away to go deal with this bad guy. So, So Bulma states to Jaco that if anything happens to Vegeta, she will make him pay dearly. And Jaco is like, why are you treating me like the bad person here, right? And then Hercule asks a little bit about Majin Buu, and Jaco, talks about how much trouble Majin Buu is causing on Planet Namek. So then we see Iriko, right? He gives Jaco an update on what's going on in Namek, and he informs Jaco that Goku and Vegeta are still alive. And he hangs up on Bulma on purpose, and Bulma gets really, really pissed off. And then Jaco immediately questions if he should call Bulma back and let her know what's going on. So as Jaco and the rest prepare to go back to Planet Namek to check on Goku and Vegeta, we go back on Planet Namek and we see a secret hut, right? It's a hut that Moro had not been able to find, but it's a secret hut that's basically hiding in the mountains. So we see Goku and Vegeta, they are in bed, right? And they're barely able to wake up. They're still heavily injured, but they are able to wake up. Eska has healing powers, very similar to Dende. So he uses them to try to get Goku and Vegeta conscious. He's not able to use them to the point where they get back to full power like Dende did on Krillin and Vegeta and Gohan back in the Frieza saga. But he is able to bring Goku and Vegeta back to consciousness. So Goku and Vegeta ask how long they've been out for, and the Grand Elder states that Goku and Vegeta have been unconscious now for 3 whole days. So Vegeta is shocked by this information, and Vegeta asks what has Moro been up to during the whole time Goku and Vegeta have basically been napping. So the Namekians basically inform Vegeta and Goku that Moro's been attacking village after village, and basically Moro's already destroyed 3 Namekian villages, and he's on his 4th as they're speaking. So Vegeta finds out that now Moro already has 3 Dragon Balls. So then we see the Grand Elders, he gets even more concerned, and he notices that, there's more, energy and more people dying in the distance. So another Namekian village is being attacked by Moro. And now this is when we get some of the most violent scenes we've ever seen in Dragon Ball. So we see, right, Moro is at another village, and basically what he's done is he's surrounded the entire village with his magic. And he basically is sending the Namekians, right? He's burning them alive, throwing them into this fire. It's so violent, man, and it's just crazy. So Basically, Moro states that, there is no escape, for any of the Namekians here, right? Since the village is wrapped in flames. So the only thing that they can do to save their meaningless lives is to bring him the Dragon Ball. So Moro continues to kill Namekian after Namekian. The longer they continue to not bring him the Dragon Ball. And Moro states that it is futile to resist. So Goku and Vegeta, they're trying to figure out a way that they can help, but they know that they have no energy, and Goku and Vegeta still don't have the energy enough to use instant transmission to, transport over to Moro. So the Grand Elder states that, it's not like they haven't been doing anything during these last 3 days. They've been gathering all the Namekians together, all the strongest fighters on the planet, right? And it's basically like they're using it as a last resort. If you guys remember back in DBZ, Piccolo and Kami, right? Piccolo and Kami and Nail, they all fused together with Piccolo. So basically Nail and Kami, their spirits became one with Piccolo's, as Piccolo not only became much stronger, but he also became much wiser because of fusing with those Namekians. So that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing all the strongest warriors from every villains on Namek. They're fusing together to make, the strongest Namekian warrior to have some sort of chance, right, to take down Moro for good. So we see here, right, we see a bunch of Namekians. They are flying over the where Moro is, and we see all these Namekian soldiers are fusing together to create a super strong Namekian warrior. The Grand Elder states when several dozen Namekians, fuse together, they result in a warrior that can defeat any evil that tries to threaten us. That's how, Namek has been able to survive for all these years. So we see, right, we see that this ultimate Namekian warrior, he has arrived to the battlefield, and he is coming up behind Moro to try to attack him. And we see the Namekians of the village, they get excited, hoping that this is their hope for victory. As the Namekian flies in to attack, he's never able to get a hand on Moro, because Moro, using his hand in what is a really badass scene, Moro, is able to impale this Namekian without even looking at him, right? So, absolutely wild. So you have this super strong Namekian warrior who was created by fusing dozens of Namekian warriors together, but he's not even able to touch Moro. Moro doesn't even look at him. He just impales him like it's nothing. Very, very violent scene, and we watch as this Namekian soldier unfortunately dies right on impact. And Moro, as the chapter ends, Moro says, "Apologies, he was dead before I could even see his face." Absolutely crazy stuff here with Moro. We see here, right, the Grand Elder is now, falling on the floor in anguish as he can sense that, the Namekian soldier is dead. He wasn't even able to get a hand on Moro. So Vegeta's like the fiend, right? He's grown even more powerful than the last time that they fought. But Eska says Eska is over here, regretting that he wasn't stronger, because he wishes that he was able to kill Goku and Vegeta back to their full power. But Goku tries to, inspire the young guy and says, if it wasn't for you, they would be dead, so it doesn't matter. But, at this rate, Namek is doomed because Moro already has 4 Dragon Balls. So, basically, Vegeta states that Moro's looking for East Namekian village one by one, just like Frieza did back in the Namek saga. So basically, it's revealed to us that the 1-star Namekian Dragon Ball is where Goku and Vegeta are. And the thing about it is, it's not like Moro has a dragon radar. He's basically just sensing all the Namekians and, attacking them where, many Namekians are gathered. Because where many Namekians are gathered, that's where most likely you're going to find a Dragon Ball. So we see that Goku and Vegeta, right, they have the 1-star Dragon Ball staring right at them, and they believe that they should be fine for now at least, because, since most of the Namekians in this village have already, passed away, thanks to what Moro did earlier, it's going to be a while till Moro is able to, sense their presence. So even though Goku and Vegeta don't have much energy, they come up with the idea that it would be smart for them to suppress their powers for now. Just so there's there's no chance that Moro will be able to hurt them. So we go back to the village where Moro was in the chapter before, and we see that all of these Namekian soldiers are dead. Right? Moro has killed every single last one of them. We see Cranberry, and Cranberry comes up with what I believe is the 5-star Namekian Dragon Ball. So Cranberry asks Moro if he can detect where the Dragon Balls are, but he doesn't answer because he's already searching for the next one. So Moro states that the next Dragon Ball is that away, and for him and Cranberry to take their leave. So basically we go back to Earth and we head over to Kami's lookout. I'm just gonna call it Dende's lookout because Dende is the god of Earth, right? So Dende is able to sense that something is happening on planet Namek, but he has no idea what it is. Piccolo is able to sense it as well, right? And Piccolo notices that a couple of days ago he stopped sensing Goku and Vegeta's energies on Earth. So he knows that Goku and Vegeta are not on the planet. So Piccolo, and Dende speculate that maybe they left the planet to go help with a situation on planet Namek. Piccolo says that something is definitely happening and it's not good. So we see a Namekian. He's trying to run across planet Namek as fast as he can to get away from Moro, and unfortunately we don't see what happens. But it's pretty much assumed that Moro killed this poor Namekian. So now Moro has 6 Dragon Balls. So he has 6 Dragon Balls. The only one that he doesn't have is the one that Goku and Vegeta have, where they're hiding with the other Namekians. So Moro is able to sense that the final Dragon Ball is near where they first landed on the planet, right where they left Goku and Vegeta. So basically, Moro, assuming, right, it's been about 3-4 days since he fought Goku and Vegeta. By now, Goku and Vegeta should be dead and their bodies should be decomposing. So Moro, he's not able to sense that Goku and Vegeta are alive. So he's assuming that when he goes over to, see to retrieve that final Dragon Ball, he should see nothing but Goku and Vegeta's decomposing bodies on the battlefield. We see Goku and Vegeta, they're wearing these long robes, and the Namekians bring over Goku and Vegeta's old battle gear. So it seems like while Goku and Vegeta were knocked out, right, they were able to make a battle gear that was very similar to their normal gear, right? This is not their old gear remade. This was new gear that was made for them, but it's pretty much the same that they had before. So Goku is sensing that slowly his energy is coming back, and he believes with just a little more energy he'll be able to use instant transmission to go get some senzu beans to heal Goku and Vegeta back to full power. But as Goku's saying that, Vegeta senses that Moro is on the move and that he's coming straight towards him because he wants, that final Dragon Ball. And Vegeta is able to figure out that, Moro is able to sense Dragon Balls on his own. So Goku and Vegeta, they quickly get dressed because they know that even though they're nowhere close to full power, they cannot just let Moro gain the last Dragon Ball. And they're willing to sacrifice themselves, if the time comes for that decision to be made. So we see Goku and Vegeta, right? Vegeta, right before he joins Goku on top of the mountain, Vegeta asks the Grand Elder, like, what I did to your people many years ago, right? And, do you have any ill will towards me for that decision? And then the Grand Elder reveals to Vegeta that, grudges and hatreds are only things that bring about, more conflict. And the Namekians don't believe in that. He just wants peace for their nation, that's all. So, it's not that he's forgiven Vegeta for what he did in the past. But him and his people have chosen not to hold a grudge against Vegeta for his actions in the past, because they don't want to have any more issues, and they're just hoping that the Namekians and Vegeta from now on will be able to get along in peace. So Vegeta, as he joins Goku on top of the mountain, he tells Goku, if he survives, make sure to restore this planet to how it was before. But Goku says, of course I'll do that, but, it would be a miracle for both of them to walk away from this battle alive. So as Moro's getting closer to where the Namekians were, he's able to sense that Goku and Vegeta are alive, right? And he gets a little bit frustrated that, that they were hiding from him this entire time. So Moro makes a promise that he will, this time, make sure to kill Goku and Vegeta with his own hands, and that they won't be able to survive this battle. So we see Moro gets closer to Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta power up, right? They're still not able to go Super Saiyan, right? But, they're able to, power up to a certain extent. So, they power up and then they dash towards Moro's ship. So you get this really cool scene of Moro's ship flying right towards Goku and Vegeta, and Goku and Vegeta flying right towards Moro, right? But at their moment, as they're about to, head-on collide, we see a ship basically stops Goku and Vegeta in their tracks. So we see it is the Galactic Patrol. It is Merus, it is Jaco. They have arrived on planet Namek in perfect time. So we see Merus using his gun, right? He's able to, destroy the engine of Cranberry's ship, keeping them from being able to fly anymore. So we see Moro escapes the ship, right? Because he doesn't need to fly. He has his own abilities. So we see Jaco, right? Jaco is flying on top of the ship as the, Moro fires Klee Blast at Merus, but Merus is able to use, the little jets on his shoes to fly and dodge Moro's attacks. So Goku and Vegeta are shocked that, Merus is, being able to dodge Moro's attacks. So we see here that, Merus is able to get close enough to Moro where he's able to do kind of like grab like a little, what is it called? Like a net. He's able to get a net that comes out of, his wrist. So I'll just call it like a wrist net, right? And he's able to, catch Moro with this net. Kind of like how, someone that goes butterfly hunting uses a net to catch butterflies. So he's able to use a net to catch Moro, and Moro is unable to get out of this net. Then we see, Merus uses those jets once again to bring him and Moro back to the ground floor, and Moro is still unable to move. So Merus states that they developed this capture device just for capturing Moro himself, and Moro is mad, like, curse you, Galactic Patrol. So Goku and Vegeta arrive, and Merus is happy that Goku and Vegeta are still alive, unharmed, even though he has no idea how much pain Goku and Vegeta had to go through over the last couple of days. So basically Merus tells Agent Jaco that even though he has Moro pinned down for now, it's not strong enough to keep him hold down for long. So basically Merus states that they have to get Moro off planet Namek now, because he's not going to be able to hold him for long. This is only a temporary solution until they're able to find a way to keep him down permanently. So we see that somebody comes out of the ship, right? And we see coming out of the ship, we see Majin Buu. Majin Buu comes out of the ship, and he lands on planet Namek, but he doesn't land on the ground. He lands on he lands on Jaco himself. So pretty funny scene here. Jaco getting used kind of as like a whoopee cushion in a way. So Goku is shocked to see that Majin Buu is here, and that he's finally awakened. So Vegeta questions, is Majin Buu truly awakened this time? And Jaco's like, yes, he just woke up a little bit ago. He just has motion sickness from the trip over. So we see Majin Buu does wake up, right? And Jaco points Buu into, in the way of Moro. So Majin Buu looks over and he looks at Moro, and then it comes back to him right away. He says, "I remember," and Majin Buu says, "You're the bad guy that I caught millions of years ago." So Moro looks and he recognizes Majin Buu as the Daikaio Shed. He's like, "The great Lord of Lords, it can't be, right? How could you still be alive after all these years?" So Majin Buu starts getting frustrated, and you can see the steam coming out of his head, and he's angry because Moro killed so many of his friends back then. So basically, Moro gets very angry at the sight of Buu, and he's actually able, by force, to break out of the net that Merus had him contained in. So as Moro breaks out of the cage that they had him contained in, Moro gets angry, right? He gets angry because he has not forgotten what the Daikaiosen did to him all those years ago. Even though tens of millions of years have passed, all Moro has done is sit in the Galactic prison, thinking about getting back his energy, getting back his magic, and being able to get payback on the Daikaiosen for sealing him away all those years ago. So Moro says, "I have not forgotten the debt that I owe you." And Buu says, "I did forget what you did. You don't get to pick on anyone anymore." And Buu gets very angry and he screams, "No more," and he dashes towards Moro, right? He dashes towards Moro. Moro uses the same energy shield he was using against Goku and Vegeta, but it has no effect. Majin Buu is able to fly right through Moro's magic shield. So then he sends Moro flying. He tries to impale Moro the same way he did to the Namekians, but one thing he doesn't know is Majin Buu is able to regenerate himself. It really has no impact. The only way to defeat Majin Buu is to destroy him entirely, right? Just destroy him to where he cannot regenerate. So we see, right, Moro, even though he believes he has Majin Buu defeated, Majin Buu smiles and he sends Moro flying and he easily regenerates himself. Then he sends some ki blasts over to Moro using his mouth, right? And Moro tries to guard against him. And Merus is shocked that Moro has, or not Moro. Merus is shocked that Buu has all this energy and he is actually able to do some type of damage against Moro. But then we see Moro, right, he starts draining energy again. He tries to send him flying at Majin Buu. Majin Buu is easily able to kick it away. Then we see Majin Buu, right, he is able to get on top of Moro and is able to send him flying with a huge downward punch. And Vegeta notices that Majin Buu's energy levels are not dropping at all. And it seems like, Moro's energy absorption doesn't have any impact on him. We get into now chapter 48, and we see it's titled Moro's Wish, right? So the battle between Majin Buu and Moro continues. Majin Buu tries to hit Moro with the beam, kind of the candy bean, right? That's the bean he uses to turn people into candy. But Moro is able to dodge it. So we see Moro is struggling heavy here with Majin Buu. Majin Buu lands on Moro's gut, and we see Moro yelling in pain. Moro just starts Buu starts pounding on Moro with punches, constant punches, pow, 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 pow. Classic Majin Buu, right? Majin Buu gets angry, or not angry. Moro gets angry, and he sends a mouth blast that takes Majin Buu's head off, right? But of course, we know that Majin Buu is able to regenerate. And we see Majin Buu is actually able to regenerate using his head. So it was like he was able to use his head. He was able to move his head away from his neck, and was able to generate it through his arms, and these are really cool but some wacky visuals, and he's able to send Moro flying once again. So we see Moro is heavily damaged now, as he's having a lot of trouble dealing with, Majin Buu's power. And I love, seeing Majin Buu here, because we don't get to see him in action a lot, especially in Dragon Ball Super. So this is some cool stuff. So Goku and Vegeta comment that they haven't seen Buu fight in a long time. And Goku comments that even though Moro's magic isn't working on him, it also seems that Buu's gotten a lot stronger since the end of the Buu saga. So Merus speculates that maybe unlocking the memories of the Daikao Shen of his battle with Moro from millions of years ago, maybe it unleashed some latent potential inside Buu and made him much stronger. So we see Buu continues to dominate Moro, sending him through mountains and rocks. And now Moro is like, he's having regrets now at this point. He says if only he had his full magic powers, he would be able to devour this entire world, and Buu would have no way of beating him. So we see, Moro yells here, right, as he's frustrated of how much he's struggling with this battle. And Buu says, like, making excuses now, you suck, right? And he doesn't like people like that. So then we see Buu, he does a technique where he expands to having about 6 different arms, and he comes flying at Moro, pounding him away with punch after punch after punch. So as he's hitting, so basically he's not hitting Moro once, he's hitting him 6 times at once constantly, because he's, instead of having 2 arms, he has 6 arms. So imagine all those punches coming at you at one time. I can't wait to see this stuff animated, bro. So Goku and Vegeta, right, they are very, very surprised that Buu is actually winning. I love the look on Vegeta's face here, as he's shocked to see how much success Buu is actually having, right? So Merus states, Whis tells Buu that he should use that technique now while Moro can't fight back. So we see, right, Buu is happy, he puts his hand up, just, letting everyone know that, he's enjoyed the fight, and he's enjoyed this pounding away at Moro. And this is a really cool visual. So basically the 6 hands that Majin Buu was using earlier to pound away at Moro, those hands are pounding at Moro without Buu actually hitting him. So Buu is standing there, while these 6 hands are just fighting him alone. So that's really cool. So it's like Buu can kick your ass while not kicking your ass. So I absolutely love it, right? So Jaco, comments about how Buu's fighting with his hands that are not even attached to his body. And Jaco's like, what can Buu not do? So we see Buu, right? He grabs some of those hands, and then he uses them to pin Moro to the ground so that he can't move. And it looks like Buu is preparing the same sealing technique that the Daikao Shen used on Moro many years ago to seal Moro in place, and it'll also take away his energy once again. So all of a sudden, as Buu is about to use the technique, Moro remembers it right away, and he says, no, not that move. But as that's happening, we see that Namek gets dark, and Goku and Vegeta know right away why it's getting dark. That means Porunga has been summoned. Porunga has been summoned, and most likely this is Cranberry. So we see, right, Cranberry has, it looks like Cranberry has, has found Eska, and by himself, right? Without Moro, we see that Cranberry has killed the rest of the Namekians and has gained and gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. He also has like a special translating device that he uses on Eska. So it's a special translating / possessing device where whoever he puts that device on, that person is now possessed, and he can also use it to translate different languages that he doesn't speak, like Namekian. So Cranberry knows that for the Dragon Balls to work here, you have to be able to speak Namekian. something Frieza didn't know how to do, of course. So Frieza could never get the wish that he wanted. So we see the Grand Elder, right? He's still barely alive, and he's trying to move to save Eska and stop Cranberry, but Cranberry, you know, basically kills him using a laser blast. So Cranberry says that I might not look much, but I used to be an elite in Frieza's army. These old Namekian farts and some kid are no match for him. So basically, Goku and Vegeta have figured out that Cranberry has summoned the dragon, and you know they have to be able to, you know, stop them somehow. So Moro also notices. He hears Goku and Vegeta, so now he's also figured out that you know, Cranberry is now using the Dragon Balls for his own motives. So for the first wish, Cranberry uses the wish to have Purunga heal him, because you know it took everything for him to be able to defeat the rest of the Namekians and, you know, to possess Eska. So he says, he tells Purunga to heal him, and you know Eska being possessed translates to this in Namekian. So we see Cranberry is healed. So then Goku and Vegeta's like, they can't let, you know, Cranberry make any wishes. So Goku and Vegeta, they leave the battlefield to go try and stop Cranberry. So Moro, right, knowing that he's busy dealing with Majin Buu and he can't get there in time, he uses telekinesis to get into contact with Cranberry, and he tells Cranberry to make the wish for him to regain his full magic power, right? And you know, Cranberry now is sitting there, you know, he's contemplating, you know, not making the wish. And Moro's like, what's the delay? What are you waiting to, right? And Moro informs Cranberry that those two from the Galactic Patrol are, you know, coming to him, you know, as they speak. So Cranberry knows that Goku and Vegeta are, you know, on their way. So Cranberry asks, you know, what about my wish to escape to some outlying planet where he can, you know, live the rest of his life in peace, right? So Moro hears this and he gets frustrated. So Moro says, know this, double cross me now and you will never know true peace. I will chase you down to the ends of the universe. So Cranberry knows that if he doesn't, you know, make the wish for Moro to gain his magic power back now, it's not going to be better for him later, and that eventually Moro will be able to find him and get payback for, you know, double crossing him. So Cranberry makes the wish for Moro to regain his full magic power. So as the wish is granted, right, Jaco Merus, Buu, they have no idea what's going on, but all of a sudden Moro's body, you know, changes immediately, and you know, Goku and Vegeta can sense that Moro has gotten way stronger all of a sudden, and they know that Moro's wish of gaining his magic power is back. So all of a sudden, right, a huge explosion takes place. Moro is able to escape Buu, and he is able to fly straight past Goku and Vegeta, right, using his new speed, which is absolutely crazy. He's so fast that when he catches up to Goku and Vegeta gets sent straight down to the ground, because that's how quick he is. So now we know that there's one wish left, and you know, Cranberry is about to make the wish, you know, so that he's about to make the wish so that he can be, you know, he can be put on a planet where nobody will be able to find him, and that he can live, you know, the rest of his days in peace. But right as he says that, we see that Moro has been impaling my bad. As Cranberry is about to make the wish, we see that Moro is able to come up behind Cranberry and absolutely impale him in another brutal scene. And we see right away Cranberry is dead. And Moro thanks, you know, Cranberry for his services, but you know, he's not going to be able to get his wish today because he has a second wish of his own. So we see Cranberry sits there and he dies. and he speaks into the helmet Cranberry had that he was using to translate, right, to Eska, so Eska could, speak in the Meccan for Purunga, and he makes this wish. But the thing about it is, we don't know what that wish is. We don't know what that wish is. It's not revealed to us yet. So basically, Jaco Merus and Boo, they know that something's going on. Iriko comes with the Galactic Patrol ship, and they all hop aboard so that they can go after Moro and try to stop him. So the final wish is made, but like I said, we don't know what that wish is. So Purunga says, your 3 wishes have now been granted. Farewell. We see the Dragon Balls, they scatter back all across Namek, and we see the sky go back to normal. So Goku and Vegeta finally arrive, and Goku is very, very angry here, and he wants to know what the hell is Moro's wish. He also sees that all other Namekians now are dead. The same Namekians that saved Goku and Vegeta's lives just a couple days before have all been killed, right? And Goku is pissed off, right? And now Vegeta wants to know what the hell was Moro's wish. They know his first wish was to gain his magic power back. But they know there was another wish. What was it? So Moro states, right, that they'll know what his last wish was soon enough. And right at that moment, we see the Galactic Patrol arrive. And Moro, now that he is confident that he is so strong now, back with his full magic abilities, he states that there is no need for him to continue battling, Goku, Vegeta, Merus, and the others. So he uses his magic abilities to disappear and escape from Goku and Vegeta. And we see that Moro is now on a mountain where, they cannot see him. And, he suppresses his energy and is able to, dash away. So, as they're all trying to speculate where Moro has gone, Majin Buu comes out and he says that Moro is still here. His magic power is back, but that's different from pure strength. That's why, Moro's new goal now is going to be to drain the entire planet and consume one more meal before he leaves planet Namek for good. So we see, right, Boo is able to heal Eska. He takes off the possessive device that was on his head and is able to heal him. And Eska is still alive. Unfortunately, Boo can't heal the others because they are all dead. But then, as Eska is happy to see Goku and Vegeta and see that they are still alive, they start noticing that the planet is starting to shake. And that is Moro. Moro is starting to suck the energy of planet Namek dry. So, Vegeta notices that, now he's draining planet Namek faster than how he was before. So, right at that moment, right, we see Majin Buu, he puts his hands on both Goku and Vegeta's soldiers, and all of a sudden, Goku and Vegeta are back at full strength. So, Majin Buu had a, like a healing technique in a way, able to restore, Goku and Vegeta back to full power. So, you have Senzu Beans, right? You have Dende, able to heal. Now you have Majin Buu with the same ability to heal as well. But right at that moment, we see that Majin Buu is no longer there. It's the Dai Kaio-Shen. The Dai Kaio-Shen has switched places with Majin Buu, right? Because they believe the Dai Kaio-Shen will be able to help them more in this situation. So the Dai Kaio-Shen tells Goku and Vegeta he'll be switching places with Majin Buu until Moro has been defeated. So, basically, the Dai Kaio-Shen tells Goku and Vegeta they have to stop Moro now before planet Namek is completely devoured. Anyway, we see Goku and Vegeta right now that Goku is back at full health. He can use instant transmission once again, and he finds Moro's energy and he uses instant transmission to depart with Vegeta and the Dai Kaio-Shen as they head off to go defeat Moro before he drains planet Namek. So Merus, as they depart, Merus says that he has faith in Goku, Vegeta, and the Dai Kaio-Shen that they'll be able to stop Moro before it's too late. So we see now, right, with the start of manga chapter 49, we see it is titled Outer Space Battle. So this is a battle that is taking place in space. So Merus and Jaco and Eska, they noticing that planet Namek is being completely dried, right? As Moro is, very quickly draining energy from the planet. So basically, right, we see Goku and Vegeta and the Daikaiosen, they have found Moro and they transform. So Goku and Vegeta, they transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Daikaiosen powers up, and they fly at Moro, but they aren't able to hit him. So basically, it's an illusion. So Moro, now with his full magic abilities, right, he's able to make illusions of himself, so people aren't able to tell where he is. So we see, right, Goku and Vegeta, they're trying to hit him, but they continue to fail because we find out that Moro is continuing to making more and more illusions of himself. So Goku comes flying, or Goku attempts to go flying after Moro, but it's revealed to us that Goku can't do anything. Goku can't head off to Moro because Saiyans can't fight in outer space. This is something that we've known throughout the entire Dragon Ball series. Goku can't go after Moro because if he does, he'll just, he can't breathe in outer space and he'll just fall and die and perish. So the Daikaiosen doesn't have that worry, so he flies after Moro. So we see, right, once again, we see the Daikaiosen, he tries to hit Moro, and this is the real Moro this time, this is not an illusion. And Moro states, like, you dare to wear that face in my presence, Daikaiosen. So Moro, right, we know that he hates, the Daikaiosen because he was the one that sealed him away all these years ago. And he's ravishing in the fact that he has his full magic powers, and now this time he's going to be able to defeat the Daikaiosen himself. So he takes control of the fight. He's battering, the Daikaiosen all over the place, and Goku and Vegeta can only watch helplessly because they can't, fight in space. So Goku and Vegeta are standing there, and they lose sight of the battle because they're fighting so deep in space now. But then we see that Merus, Jaco, and Iriko, they're back in their spaceship, and they pick up Goku and Vegeta so that they can all go track what's taking place with the battle together. So we see that the Daikaiosen, he is firing ki blasts all over the place to try to get Moro to come out of hiding, right? But right when the Daikaiosen fires off a huge ki blast, Moro comes out of hiding just to open up his mouth and consume that energy. And we know every time he consumes energy, he becomes far stronger. So then we see Moro comes flying at the Daikaiosen with a headbutt, hits him with a huge left hand. And Moro states that, the Daikaiosen's abilities confuse him. And now that, my power is much stronger than yours, it doesn't matter what he does, they're not any threat to him. So Moro is now curious. He's like, did something happen to him in the last 10 million years? Did you become weaker, or did I just become too strong now that I have my magic powers again, right? But the Daikaiosen states that Moro will come quietly back to the Galactic Prison, and that if he resists, he'll seal off his magic right again. But Moro is confident that it's not going to have any impact, and no matter what the Daikaiosen, tries, he will fail. And, Moro now is confident that Daikaiosen is so weakened, right, because of Moro's attacks, that he doesn't have enough power to use the sealing spell again. So, Goku and Vegeta, right, they're back in their base form, and they enter back into the Galactic Patrol ship, and Goku states that Moro is getting stronger and stronger as this battle goes, right? And if he keeps draining energy and keeps getting stronger, he's going to be way too strong to the point where they won't be able to handle him at all. Because remember, earlier Vegeta was able to handle Moro using Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. But Moro has continued to get stronger and stronger throughout these chapters as he's consumed energy and regained his magical abilities. Back in the ship, right, they're speculating on what they can do to take down Moro. And basically, Merus says, that he believes that the Daikaiosen is unable to execute the sealing technique he used before because because Majin Buu attempted the same technique on Moro in the previous chapter. So basically, what Merus speculates is that something happened when the evil part of Majin Buu split away from the good part of Buu, right? So basically, they're talking about, when, and you guys notice back in the Buu saga, we saw the evil Buu, he split away from the fat Buu, and they became two separate entities. So Merus explains that the good Buu inherited, the Daikao-sen's physical appearance, and he received the god power as well, but maybe that power went to evil Buu instead. So remember that's going to be a big key. I want you guys to pay attention to that, right? For those who have not, read the Moro arc before. Pay attention, because it's telling you here that even though the fat Buu, and we know the fat Buu is very, very strong, even though the fat Buu is strong and he inherited the physical appearance and conscious and memories of the Daikao-sen, the true power of the Daikao-sen, right? The God Key, because the Daikao-sen, he is a god at the end of the day, that power got sent to Kid Buu. So that's the reason why Kid Buu was he was so evil in Dragon Ball Z. Or not evil, that's why Kid Buu was so strong, right? Because remember, if you go back and watch Dragon Ball Z, after Kid Buu appears, right? After after Goku and Vegeta free Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten, right after they free those guys from Buu, who had absorbed them earlier, and we see Buu, he transforms into Kid Buu. Goku and Vegeta are confident that Kid Buu is nowhere near where he was before when he had Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten absorbed, but he was actually even stronger. The reason for that is because Kid Buu had God Ki. So Fat Buu inherited the Daikao-sen's appearance and his conscious, but Kid Buu inherited the God Ki that the Daikao-sen had. That's why Kid Buu was so strong. The thing about it is that Kid Buu didn't know how to use that God Ki, right? Kid Buu was kind of an idiot. He was strong, but he was an idiot at the end of the day. So he was not able to make full use of that power. So that's why the Daikao-sen was not able to do the sealing technique on Moro. So then we go back to the battlefield, and we see that Moro has full control of the Daikao-sen, right? The Daikao-sen tries, getting behind Moro to get a sneak attack, but Moro is easily able to block all these attacks. He hits him with a huge kick that sends him flying all the way back down to Planet Namek. And we get a flashback, right? We get a flashback to the end of the Buu saga back in Dragon Ball Z, and we get to see Goku preparing the Spirit Bomb on Kid Buu and killing Kid Buu, right? So the Daikao-sen is able to realize, right? The Daikao-sen realizes that back then, when he was killed, so was his power. But you guys gotta remember something. Oob was reincarnated as the good version of Kid Buu. That's gonna be a huge key later in this arc. And I'll let you guys know about that when we get there. We still got a long way to go here. We're not even halfway through the arc yet. But, the Daikao-sen realizes that when Kid Buu was killed, so was his god power. So, yeah, if Fat Buu had inherited the god power from the Daikao-sen, it would have been a whole different story. Majin Buu would have been easily able to defeat Moro. But the god Ki got sent to Kid Buu. So, hopefully that makes sense. I know that was kind of tough for me to explain, right? Because it's easy to get confused there. So Vegeta states that, using sealing spells and techniques like that, they never actually get the job done. It's always going to take brute force to take someone like Moro down. So Goku agrees with Vegeta, and they have to figure out something right there. So Goku and Vegeta's like, there's nothing they can do here. So Merus asks Goku and Vegeta, so Merus asks Goku and Vegeta, if they can defeat Moro at full power, right? And Vegeta states that yes, easily, him or Kakarot can defeat Moro in Super Saiyan Blue if they have the chance, right? So Moro, it's like, all right, fine, I'm gonna find a way to bring Moro back down to the surface. So basically, Moro puts on Merus puts on a spaceship, and he tells Goku and Vegeta that they should return to planet Namek because Merus plans to bring Moro back down to the surface very shortly, right? And Goku asks Jaco why he's not backing Merus up, right? And Jaco says he won't because he's scared of outer space. So we see, right, the Daikaoshin, he is heavily injured. And it looks like Moro is about to finish the Daikaoshin off, but at that moment we see Merus in his cool spaceship. He uses that same net that he was able to capture Moro in earlier to stop him, and he's able to use the net to kind of maneuver Moro in a way back down to planet Namek. But it takes him a while, right? It takes him a while because the Daikaoshin is pretty weak. He's no longer at full power. So basically, Merus comes up with a plan with the Daikaoshin that together they're gonna bring Moro back down to planet Namek, but using instant transmission. But Merus needs to wait for, that the Daikaoshin needs to wait for Merus' signal. So we see Merus, he fires off like a dart attack at Moro, and Moro's just like, are you really using toys on me? But Moro has no idea what Merus is planning here. So Moro is easily able to dodge these little dart attacks, right? And he's just like, I can't, Moro's like, really, this is what we're doing? Stop with this nonsense, man, stop with it. So Moro gets frustrated as Merus continues to attack him, and he sends a ki blast his way. Merus is easily able to dodge it, and what he does is Merus is able to use his netting attack to grab a big rock, and he sends it at Moro to try to distract him. And right at that moment, as Moro is destroying the rock that Merus sent flying at him, we see that Merus, using his the jets in his souls, he's able to get close enough to Moro where he sets off the jets, and they actually explode in Moro's eyes. So it's kind of similar to like Goku's solar flare attack, but it's used completely different here, right? Merus uses the souls on his feet and fires them off in Moro's face to blind his vision, and at that point that allows the Daikaoshin to get behind Moro, and they're able to use instant transmission to get them back to planet Namek. So Goku and Vegeta, right, they use instant transmission as well, and they both get back to planet Namek, and once again now they are ready to fight They're ready to fight Moro 101. So Goku steps up, and it looks like Goku's now going to get, his turn to fight against Moro. Because remember, Vegeta got to fight Moro first, back in Chapter 43. So now it's Goku's turn. So basically, right, Goku and Vegeta are now confident that, just using Super Saiyan Blue, they'll be able to take Moro down. But the thing about it is, Moro is not concerned because Moro believes Goku and Vegeta have forgotten some very very important, information, and that is Moro's third wish. Remember, Moro did make a third wish, and that wish was not revealed to us on screen. What was the wish? So this chapter starts off back at the Galactic Prison, right? This is under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol. This is where the Galactic Patrol hold, all the prisoners that they, that they apprehend. So we see, right, We see a bunch of the Galactic policemen. They're looking back in Moro's cage, and it's seen here that Moro's cage was basically separated far off from everywhere else, right? Because they knew that Moro was easily the most dangerous guy in the prison because of his magic abilities, even though he didn't have them available to him at the time. So they're checking out his cage, and they're looking, talking a little bit about how he was able to escape, right? And we get to see, the Mariachi gang from earlier in the arc, as they are, being they're being brought into, their new home, right? And basically, they're talking about how some of one of the Galactic policemen mentioned, right? Pasta says a life of crime is the only life for us. So even if they were one day to be set free, they would go right back to doing bad things because that's the kind of life they enjoy. So the Galactic policeman is like, wow, they actually love this type of life, right? No matter what. So back on New Namek, we see all of a sudden we see something going on. Something big is going on. So from New Namek, right, on planet Namek, we see some big, kind of like a meteor in a way. We see a huge blast comes flying from New Namek all the way to the Galactic prison. And all of a sudden, things start blowing up, right? It's like a huge earthquake is taking place inside the prison. Then we see that the cell barriers are taken down. All the chains that were on all the prisoners are unleashed, and all of the prisoners are now, they're kind of shocked, like, what's going on? We see that the power goes out inside the prison, and the Galactic policemen are like, this is bad news. Something bad is going on. And then we see an individual, right? He's sitting in his cell, and he looks like a musclehead, and he's like, you really pulled it off, Lord Moro. So it's like he knew that Moro had something up his sleeve that had something to do with the Galactic, with all the Galactic prisoners being set free. So we see, right, Pasta, he's wondering, like, what's going on, and he also speculates that this was Moro's doing. So we see some of the Galactic policemen. They're trying to get in contact with Galactic Patrol HQ, but the power is out, so they're not able to make any contact with anybody. So we see all these Galactic prisoners, right? They're all free now, and we see a lot of havoc is starting to get unfold. We see that as the policemen are trying to use their guns to try to create some order here, we see that big muscle man guy, right? He takes the gun and he starts bashing some of the policemen. He goes up to the Galactic Patrolman and he says, I know our spaceship's here and you're going to hand it over to us so we can get out of here. And, of course, the Galactic Patrolmen have no choice but to do what they say. So basically, this big man, his name is Sir Gambo, he tells everybody else in the prison, you're coming along for the ride as well, right? So we see Pasta, right? Him and his gang, they decide also to follow Sir Gambo as they're all escaping the Galactic Patrol. So we see Ichigo, Merus, and Jaco. They're back on the ship as they're traveling back to New Namek, and now they're finding out that all the inmates at the Galactic prison have staged a massive prison break, right? So a lot of stuff are going crazy. So then Eska remembers, right? He remembers that Moro's third wish is was that he demanded for every prisoner in the Galactic prison to go free. That was his third wish. So the three wishes were Cranberry used the first wish to heal himself. The second wish was for Moro to regain his magic abilities. And the third wish was for all of the prisoners of the Galactic prison to be set free. So right as Moro reveals what his third wish was to Goku and Vegeta, Goku is in shock, right? And Goku's like, you let them loose, but why? And Moro states, here they come. And then we look up in the sky and we see that there's a huge ship a huge ship arrives on planet Namek, and we can see that it causes a lot of trouble. So Goku and Vegeta sense that, there's a lot of energy signals inside the ship, which we all know are the Galactic Prisoners. So we see the ship kind of causes a huge explosion as it lands on the planet, and Goku and Vegeta, they have to take cover. And then we see all of a sudden that Moro is no longer on the battlefield, but he is on top of the ship talking to Sir Gambo. Sir Gambo, gives his loyalty to Moro, and Moro is happy that Sir Gambo brought a small army with him. So Moro made a promise to Sir Gambo that if he, helped him, he would make it worth his while. Moro says, as promised, I will share my power with all of you. So Goku and Vegeta are wondering what the hell Moro is doing up there, right? But all of a sudden, Goku and Vegeta notice that everybody on the ship, all the energy signatures that he was sensing, they had all gotten stronger. And Goku speculates that this is Moro using his magic again. So all of a sudden, right, we see all of these galactic prisoners come flying out of the ship onto the battlefield. So now Goku and Vegeta not only have one energy to fight, but they have tons of prisoners now that they have to fight, and a lot of them have had their power boosted by Moro to a certain extent. So Moro, basically orders them, right? Moro's like the commander of this army now, and he basically tells these convicts, have at them, right? Go after Goku, Vegeta, and the Daikao Shen. So you see Goku, Vegeta, they are at full power now, so we don't have to worry about that. Goku and Vegeta, they transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Daikao Shen, we know he is heavily injured, so it's not going to be as easy for him. But we see he does his best, and we see Goku and Vegeta fighting the convicts. So far, right, Goku and Vegeta, they're able to hold their own, really, because even though they're going up against many enemies at once, they are using Super Saiyan Blue, so they're not having too much trouble here. We see Goku firing off some ki blasts, Vegeta firing off some kicks, and so far they're doing, decently well. So the prisoners, they state that these aren't their everyday Galactic Patrol guys, and they're very, curious on how they got this strong, right? And Sir Gambo states, not for them not to give up, because if they give up here, they'll be sent right back down to prison. So we see as Goku, Vegeta, and the Daikao Sen continue to be fighting, Goku and Vegeta go right back into God form. And basically what's happening here is they look in the sky and they see that Moro is draining energy. But the thing about it is, Moro is draining energy from planet Namek and Goku, Vegeta, and the Daikao Sen. He's not draining energy from from any of the convicts here, right? Because he wants them to have, as much of, a chance as they can. So still, even though Goku and Vegeta, they're slowly losing their power, they're still able to fight. We see Sir Gambo, he jumps down from the ship, and it looks like we're about to get Goku versus Sir Gambo, and right at that moment, as Goku was about to fire off a right hand, we see Goku go back from God form into Super Saiyan 3, and because of that, right, he wasn't prepared to lose that much power in that moment. Sir Gambo was able to hit him with a clean left hand. So Vegeta sees Goku down, and he tells Goku to get the hell up. What are you doing? But right at that moment, Vegeta gets put right back into his base form, and he gets hit with a punch as well. So Goku and Vegeta, they get back up, and now they see that all they can use is their normal Super Saiyan forms, because Moro is draining their energy at a very, very fast rate. So, basically now they're back in their Super Saiyan forms, right? And we see that the Daikao said he is struggling a lot as well, because he wasn't able to heal himself earlier because he has been fighting Moro the last couple chapters. So he is in, a very, very bad state, and things are not looking good for Goku and Vegeta. So Basically, Goku asks Moro, what's your goal here? Like, what's the point of all this stuff? Gaining your magic powers, making this army? Like, what's the end game here? And it's revealed to us that Moro's goal is to create a galaxy where he is free to consume planets as he wishes. So gathering all these allies is one step towards that goal. So Moro basically just wants to be able to consume planets as much as he wants with nobody able to oppose him. No Dai Kaioken, no super strong warriors, no Galactic Patrol, nobody. So this is all for Moro's own selfish, goals. And basically Moro states that all those who wish to strive for a galaxy with peace, should be eradicated. So Moro doesn't want peace in the galaxy. He just wants destruction, and he basically wants to turn the universe into his own personal buffet, right? So then, right at that moment, we see Goku and Vegeta. They go back from Super Saiyan back into their base forms, and now, they have no more energy left to transform. So it's basically right back to where we started here, right? Moro draining their energy, and now Goku and Vegeta not being able to fight. So Jaco and Merus are watching from above, and now they have to get involved as well as they see Goku and Vegeta are in trouble. So as they come to try to make the save, Merus states that, defeating Moro is impossible at this point given the circumstances, and that they must retreat no matter what, right? So we see Asuka, he tries healing Dai Kaioken to the point where at least he's conscious. He's not able to get his full energy back, but the Dai Kaioken is able to wake up. And, Sirgamo's wondering, like, who are these people? So Sirgamo grabs a gun to try to, take down Merus' ship, but Merus notices this, and he's able to fire off his gun in time, stopping Sirgamo from his attack. And the thing about it is, Sirgamo's like, how the hell was, Merus able to hit him from that distance? So, how is Merus able to have such accuracy with his attacks, right? So, basically, Goku still has enough energy to use instant transmission, but he doesn't have a lot of time. He doesn't have a lot of time because he knows that Moro is draining their energy, and if he doesn't use instant transmission soon, he's probably not going to get another chance to do it. So, Merus tells the Dai Kaioken to use his own instant transmission to warp back to the Galactic Patrol, and Goku tells Vegeta to grab on as well. But the thing about it is, Vegeta's reflecting right now. And Goku's like, this is not the time to reflect, If we wait any more time, we're not going to be able to get out of here, and we're most likely going to be killed. So, Vegeta's like, stupid magic spells, stupid god power, right? We're Saiyans. We pride ourselves on our physical might and nothing more. A warrior race has no need for parley tricks. So all of a sudden, Vegeta tells Goku that this is where I part ways with you. Go on ahead, use instant transmission, get out of here, right? So all of a sudden, Vegeta departs, and he heads off towards Iriko's ship. So Goku, like, he has no, time to wait anymore as he sees the Galactic prisoners about to land on top of them, and then Goku is barely able to get instant transmission off in time. So they depart. So basically back right, we see Vegeta, he flies open to Iriko's ship, and he tells Iriko to open up. Back at the Galactic Patrol HQ, we see the Galactic King in a funny comedic moment. We see that the Galactic King, he is taking a shower, and Goku, Vegeta, and not Vegeta, but Goku, Merus, and Jaco appear right in front of him, interrupting his shower. So Merus asks, what did Vegeta mean by all that? And Goku's like, I don't know what he could be thinking, right? But it probably has something to do with defeating Moro. So, basically, we see as the other galactic prisoners are now trying to attack Vegeta and Iriko uses a nitro speed boost to get him and Vegeta away from the galactic prisoners. So then, Iriko plans to head back to the Galactic Patrol, but Vegeta pushes out his hand like he's about to take out Iriko. But no, Vegeta is just, being Vegeta here. He's telling Iriko, we're not going back to the Galactic Patrol. We're going to where I want to go. And Iruko says, okay, where do you want to go? We're going to planet Yardrat, right? So this is where I would say this is where the first third of this arc ends. There's 3 different parts of this arc, and this is where I would say, part 1 of the arc, reaches its finale with Goku and company, leaving New Namek, right? And, Vegeta going off to planet Yardrat, and Goku going off with Merus and back to the Galactic Patrol. Goku and Vegeta would take 2 different paths from this part going forward, and that's where part 2 of our story will start to take place. Alright, so entering Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 51, we have basically what I look at as the second part of the arc. Like I said, I see this arc in 3 parts. I see this with, from chapter 41 to chapter 50, I see that as, the first part, the New Namek part. So now we're entering the part 2, which I call, the middle part, or aka the training arc, right? So, as we saw at the end of chapter 50, we saw, Goku go with Merus back to the Galactic Patrol, and we saw Vegeta head off to planet Yardrat. So, getting back into it, we see, New Namek, right? It's basically destroyed, right? There's basically almost nothing left. It's like an empty waste field because Moro has sucked all the energy out of the planet. And as we've seen throughout the arc, Moro's appearance has changed. He has a much younger looking face now, and it looks like now he has finally achieved, his peak state, right? So basically, after, Namek has basically been sucked dry, Moro asks Sir Gambo, are there, do you know any other planets with, remarkable life forces, right? So Moro wants to find more planets so that he can stock up on energy reserves. So he wants to, consume planets. So we see Moro and, Sir Gambo and the rest of the Galactic prisoners, right? They're basically inside the ship, and Sir Gambo tells Moro that he's going to send, soldiers and some of his guys to do some scouting with other planets. So you guys see a bunch of, ships leaving the planet, or leaving the ship as, they're going scouting for planets for Moro. So back at the Galactic Patrol, right, the Galactic King reacts to finding out the news that all the prisoners from the Galactic prison have escaped, right, and he puts on his crown. And basically, Jaco reveals him because Goku is talking about, is the Galactic King naked? But I guess because he has his king, his kingly crown on, I guess it means, that I guess you're just supposed to ignore the fact that he's naked. And then Jaco reveals to us that, he's not actually wearing pants, but he's actually naked. Exactly. So it is what it is. But anyway, back to what we were doing. So we see Jaco tries to apologize for allowing all the galactic convicts escape, right? And now they're on Moro and they have no idea where they are. So Jaco tries to apologize, but the king and Merus and them just keep on walking. So then we also see that Eska, right? Eska, reunites with Goku once again, and basically, it's a nice little emotional moment. And we also see that, of course, Majin Buu has fallen back asleep. He switched places with the Daikaoshin, and he's fallen back asleep once again. So, once again, Merus is asking, where's Vegeta, right? And basically, Goku assumes that most likely Vegeta's going off somewhere to train. He has, some kind of new idea on what they have to do to defeat Moro, since their usual tactics and their usual battle strategies didn't work. But basically, then what we see is Vegeta is talking to Iruko, and they're talking about how they can't track Moro's ship because of how fast Sir Gambo's ship is. So Vegeta. But Vegeta also says that Sir Gambo is not strong at all, and Vegeta says that if he didn't have Moro giving him energy, his own son Trunks would be able to defeat him easily. So that's just a little bit of a gauge of how strong Sir Gambo is. So Iriko asks Vegeta, "What's your plan on what you're gonna do once they get the planet Yardrat?" So Vegeta reveals that he wants to learn some technique. Right, there has to be like a special technique that he can use to defeat Moro. He believe he and this is Vegeta going against his pride, right? Because Vegeta most of the time he would just if this was Dragon Ball Z, he would just keep train himself up and just try to rely on power. But instead, this Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super has matured a lot, and he knows that just getting super strong is not going to be able to defeat Moro, because at the end of the day, Moro still has his magic, and he's able to drain his and Goku's energy whenever he pleases. So he needs a technique, right? So you can see more character development here for Vegeta. And if this was Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z, he would have done something completely different, which would probably just get him defeated once again. But here we have Vegeta acting differently, right? So we see Sir Gambo's gang. They arrive on planet Zune. If you guys remember, we saw some people from planet Zune back in the Buu saga. We actually saw Vegeta face off against an individual from planet Zune back on Bobby D's ship, right? So we see members of Sir Gambo's gang. They easily are able to take out the inhabitants of planet Zune. They're stealing the treasures of the planet, and you can see they're doing a pretty decent job here of building up Sir Gambo's gang, letting you know that they are a force to be reckoned with. So like I told you guys, they steal the treasures of the planet, and then we also meet Yumba, Shirakumo. We also meet 7-3, who is a very big key in where the arc would be going. So we see 7-3, he does some laser blast, and he's easily able to get rid of the last remaining members of Planet Zune, right? But Sir Gambo tells him to stop going overboard, because the more people he kills, the less energy there is for Moro to devour. So basically, after they go back to the ship and they have all the treasures, it's mealtime for Moro, of course. So Moro eats he absorbs the energy of Planet Zune, and then he devours it, right? And Moro says it's not a bad planet. So I guess the more life force that's on a planet, right, the more enjoyable it becomes for Moro's meal. Because that's what Moro wants to do at the end of the day. He just wants to keep consuming planets. That's what he does. So then Sir Gambo gets a call from these 3 females. I forget their names, but he gets a call from these 3 females, part of his his gang, and they're on a planet with, it looks like a bunch of dinosaurs. And basically he radios to Sir Gambo. The girls radio to Sir Gambo saying, come over. I think Moro will enjoy this planet a lot. And the plan is for them to strip the planet of all its treasures before Moro gets there, so they can Moro can just have his meal, and then they can go on to the next planet. So back at the Galactic Patrol, right, they're starting to notice that planets are getting annihilated, right? And most likely, these planets that are getting annihilated are because of Moro, So Goku starts getting very curious about mirrors, right? Because Merus says, even if we could confront Moro now, our odds of victory are virtually 0. So Goku, and remember, at the beginning of the arc, Vegeta was asking a lot of questions about Merus, right? He knew that Merus was hiding, a lot behind his power. So Goku here asks Merus, were you even fighting seriously the entire time, right? And, Merus is like, what are you talking about? So Goku's like, mind if I, run a little test. So now Goku's on the mirrors. He wants to figure out what's the secret behind Merus' strength. So Goku fires off a punch, a very serious punch in his base form. And you guys gotta remember, Goku is very, very strong in his base form. We know he has all his other Super Saiyan forms, but base Goku alone is very strong. So he fires off a serious punch. Jaco and Asuka are like, they're caught off guard. They didn't expect Goku to throw such a serious, punch. Like, what's he doing? So Merus easily avoids it. And Jaco's like, what? Did Merus say something that got you mad, Goku? Because they notice Goku's, much more serious now. So Goku asks Merus to spar with him, and Merus agrees, and they go into this little training area. So this is an area that specifically is for Galactic Patrol soldiers. The interesting part is we know that Goku is a million times stronger than all the Galactic Patrolmen. So it's going to be interesting to see how much the training room can take of Goku's power. So Goku starts sparring with Merus, right? Starts off in his base form, classic Goku, right? He always likes to, slowly power up the longer the fight goes. So, Goku and Merus, they're actually taking this serious. Goku tries firing punches at Merus in his base form, but Merus is easily able to dodge them, having no effect. So then we see Goku transform into Super Saiyan. Alright, Merus, it seems like he does like a little technique to stop Goku in place, and then he's able to grab a hold of Goku's arm and basically twist him around kind of like a tornado. We saw Toppo do a similar move when he faced Goku in the anime before the Tournament of Power. So then Goku goes straight into Super Saiyan 3, right? And he continues to try to attack Merus, and and Jaco asks, where's the bloodlust, right? And Asuka, who, even though Asuka is a young boy, Asuka is still able to tell that, Goku's just testing Merus' power, because Jaco expected an all-out war, but, Asuka could tell that, Goku's just testing Merus out here, right? There's not actual any bad blood between these two, right? So Goku is trying to, attack Merus using Super Saiyan 3, but it's not having any impact, No matter how much power Goku uses, Merus is still easily able to dodge every attack. So then we see Goku go into Super Saiyan God. So now he's going into his God Ki forms, and that is all that the training room is able to handle, right? So Jaco gets mad at Goku. He's like, you need to stop now because, you're going to bring the roof down if you go any further. So Goku says, all right, we're done, right? So Merus asks, is Goku satisfied? And Goku said, I've seen enough, right? And Goku asks Merus to train him, right? Jaco is like, what did Goku just say? But Goku can tell that Merus knows a lot more than he does. So Goku just says, why don't you train me, right? So Goku states that there's one move that he's been trying to master, and it's all about the body moving on instinct. So it might work against Moro when he starts trying to absorb energy. So Goku feels like if he trains with Merus, he'll be able to get closer to achieving this this form and this technique, right? So it would help them in their battle against Moro. So Goku gets happy here, right? But Merus says that, to train Goku, it has to be somewhere outside of this room because it can't handle Goku's power. Goku agrees because he sees that he can't even go God form, So if he can't even go into his God forms, what is training going to do, really, right? So then we go to another planet, right? We transition to planet June. So we see the Many Archie gang, and right, like we said, they are, also scouting planets for more to potentially absorb. So basically, they rob a planet, but it doesn't have much. It wouldn't really be a good eat for Moro. He of course Moro would be able to consume the energy from the planet, but it wouldn't be much. Moro wants planets with remarkable life forms, right? Or life force, my bad. So then we see one of the members of the Many Archie gang. They call over to Sir Gambo, and they tell him that there's not much energy and they're off to search another planet. So he asks what planet should they pay a visit to next. So Penne, right, the female member of the gang, she says that she was remembering something that Merus and the rest of them were talking about when they showed up last time to bring them back to prison, and they're talking about Bruarium that they could find on this planet called Earth. So basically now the Many Archie gang, they're heading over to Earth because they're looking for resources there. And if the planet is big, right, of course, Moro will definitely be interesting in devouring it. So now you guys can see, right, where this is going. So now the Mediarchie gang heading to Earth, that's gonna most likely bring Moro's interest to Earth. So now that's gonna put the Earth in danger, because we know Moro's now gonna want to, consume the planet and potentially eat it, putting Goku and the rest of his friends and their families all at risk. This chapter is called Goku and Vegeta's Training. So the chapter starts off with Vegeta. He has finally arrived on planet Yardrad, which has taken, I believe, 2 or 3 days. So like I said, all these events are not taking place in just one day, right? They're taking place over a couple weeks, a couple months, to be honest, right? So we see the Yardradians, and Vegeta states that he knows that the Yardradians can come in different types, right? So we see these little fellas coming through, right? And one of them goes straight up to Iriko and shakes his hand, and basically says, "You must be Vegeta." So he mistakes Iriko for Vegeta. So Vegeta introduces himself, and he's walking with the Yardradians, right? And the thing about it is, they know about him because because the Ginyu Force was programmed to actually go out and conquer planet Yardrad for Frieza before heading off to planet Namek, right? So the Ginyu Force were on planet Yardrad before they went to planet Namek back in the Frieza saga. Remember when Goku programs his ship after the battle with Frieza? It sends him straight to planet Yardrad because it was already, pre-programmed to go there. Because the Ginyu Force was probably planning on finishing their business on planet Yardrad after dealing, with Vegeta and the others on Namek. So Vegeta does remember that the Ginyu Force did attack that place. So the Yardradians are, grateful to Goku and Vegeta for defeating them. So Vegeta says, "You're welcome for that." So Vegeta asks which one of them, was the one that taught Goku instant transmission, and he says, "You lot," right? Which one of you lot? Talking to all of them. But then it is revealed to us that there's only one Yardradian. So, and Vegeta's like, where did they all go? So the Yardradian reveals that sometimes, they use their techniques to make other people fear them so that they can keep the peace on their planet. So that's pretty cool. So they meet the Yardradian elder, and he's much bigger than any of the other Yardradian ones. And he reveals right away that he was the one that taught Goku instant transmission, and his name is Elder Pybra, right? So Elder Pybra mistakes Iriko for Vegeta, just like the other Yardradian did before. So Vegeta explains to Elder Pybra, what's going on with Moro, and why he wants to gain techniques to defeat him, right? So basically, Elder Pybra then reveals that there is no such thing as techniques that they use. These techniques are actually abilities that come from mastering one thing, and that is spirit control. Spirit control. So basically, Vegeta asks, "What is spirit control?" And the younger or the smaller Yardradian reveals that what we call spirit control is what Goku calls ki or chi, whatever you want to call it. So Vegeta then understands what that means. So by mastering spirit control, right, you can make copies of yourself. You can perform genification to make yourself bigger or smaller. So basically, Vegeta is very shocked to see all these techniques being used and what they mean. So Vegeta tells or asks the elder, right, teach me this so-called thing called spirit control. So then, a few days later, after Vegeta lands on planet Yardrad, we see Goku travel to another planet with Merus, right? So nothing really happened during this time, right? All we knew that was Moro was going to other planets, right? Trying to consume energy to get stronger and stronger and fulfill his consumption needs, right? So then the Galactic King asks Merus, basically we need new recruits. We need, more people in the Galactic Patrol because, our soldiers were defeated easily by the Galactic prisoners. So, basically, the Galactic King asks about Piccolo, right? Because he remembers Piccolo from being in the Universe 6, Universe 7 tournament. So, the Galactic King basically orders Jaco to head to Earth to recruit Piccolo into the Galactic Patrol, right? Almost the same thing with Gohan, because Jaco knows Gohan is Goku's son, and he's also very strong. So Piccolo is still attempting to try to reach someone on New Namek, right? But Piccolo believes at this point that all the Namekians that are capable of telepathically are most likely dead. So remember earlier in the arc, we did see Piccolo and Dende. They were a little concerned about what was happening on Namek, right? They did notice that Goku and Vegeta were not on the planet, but now that that more time has passed, they're really concerned because now they can't get in contact with anybody on planet Namek, and they believe that everybody is dead on. So something big is happening over in space. So then we see the Mariachi gang, right? They are arriving on Earth, and Dende sees them coming, of course, since he is the god of Earth, and Piccolo can sense their energy as well. He senses 3 individuals, and he head down to a desert area to where they're planning to land, just to figure out, what's going on, why they are on the planet. So the Pasta, he sees Piccolo and he wants to know what the hell this guy wants, right? Like, what does he want? So they fires these little rocket bullets, and of course they're not gonna have any impact on Piccolo. And they believe they were able to take him out, but we know the little bullets are not gonna do anything to Piccolo. So they're looking for the body, but they don't see anything. Sort of like, where did he go? Piccolo has appeared now on top of their ship, right? And he's like shooting without asking any questions, right? The rudest guest he's ever met. So I like how Piccolo is having a little bit of humor there. So Dende, notices that these guys aren't big threats. They're not strong at all. But he wants to know why they're on the planet. So we see Bulma and Hercule, right? They arrive on Dende's lookout, and they're looking for Piccolo as well. And the reason why Bulma is there, because he just received a call from Jaco saying that he was coming to Earth to recruit Piccolo into the Galactic Patrol, right? So then they ask is the Galactic Patrol battling someone strong at the moment, because Dende wants to know what's going on in space. So Bulma's like, I don't know, but we'll just have to ask Jaco directly when he gets on the planet. So we see the Maniarchi gang, right? They try attacking Piccolo, right? But of course, they're no use. Piccolo is too strong. We see Pasta. He tries to go gather a bunch of rocks together and try to have them drop on Piccolo. But these aren't any rocks. These are explosive rocks, right? Because we see the other members of the Pasta, or of the Maniarchi gang, they hide when they see Pasta drop these explosives. But of course, they have no impact on Piccolo, right? These are just mini explosions. So we see Penne. She extends her arms, and she believes she's able to grab a hold of Piccolo, but instead all she's able to do is grab a hold of Piccolo's cape, right? Out of nowhere, we see Piccolo. He grabs Penne and the other guy by the foot and the neck using his long stretchy arms, and is able to fling them around into a rock, right, where Pasta is, and he's able to tie them up pretty easily. So we see Bulma's on the phone with Jaco. Dende is able to hear about it, and Dende explains the whole situation to them, and they reveal that planet Namek is a dead planet right now, and all the Namekians are unfortunately dead at the moment, right? So basically he explains how Moro is looking for other planets to eat, and how even though Earth isn't a strong planet, right, because all of the people that live on the planet are pretty weak outside of the Z fighters, but because there are so many people that live on planet Earth, that could make planet Earth a target for Moro, just because devouring all those energies would be a really good meal for him. So while Jaco is explaining this, Piccolo tries to figure out who the Maniarchi gang are. but the many Archie gang, they just state that they're friendly aliens passing through the neighborhood. And basically the reason why Pasta and the gang are playing nice is they're trying to convince Piccolo that they're weak, and they're just aliens passing through, and he wants Piccolo to let them go so that he could inform Moro that this is a really strong planet, and he should put it on the list of planets to consume, right? So Piccolo eventually lets them go, and he tells them, to go on and never come back. So they leave, But right as they're leaving, then they Bulma and Hercule ride back to the battlefield, and then they tells Piccolo not to let them get away. And basically because they're allied with the gang that's causing trouble in outer space, right? So Piccolo goes over to stop them, right? He brings back down their ship with a key blast, and he says, they messed up trying to trick him, but it's already too late because the Many Archie gang has already, got in contact with Moro's main forces, and now that Moro is about to find out about Earth, Moro's gonna head to Earth eventually and take the planet down for himself. So we transition back over to Sir Gambo's ship, which is speeding into space, and Sir Gambo's, tells about the message he got from the Mediarchie gang, right? Moro says if they have been killed, that the planet they found must be host of strong beings indeed. So Moro wants to verify that Earth is a strong planet before he heads that way to devour it. So Moro tells Sir Gambo to send out a stronger scouting party because if planet Earth truly is a strong planet, it'll be put on the list for planets to now be devoured. So as the narrator tells us that the forces of darkness are starting to gain interest on the Earth. We see Goku is off training in Merus, and they're on this desert planet, and Merus has a long staff, and Goku's in his base form trying to attack him. Merus is making easy work out of Goku and just beating his ass with the staff as Goku is helpless. So Goku explains that, and we know that the move he's trying to master is Ultra Instinct, but Goku explains that when using this move, he has to empty his heart and his mind for the move to work. But when he's fighting, his emotions are all over the place, so that makes it difficult. So Merus is able to catch on pretty quickly, and as him and Goku continue to train, right, Merus explains that, all emotions can translate into very, tremendous power. So, for example, using Super Saiyan, right? Super Saiyan is triggered by, rage, right? Goku and Vegeta and, many others have mastered Super Saiyan to the point where they don't need rage to transform. But that's the emotion that usually triggers the transformation for the first time. And then the more you transform, the more accustomed you get to it. And then it just becomes natural for you to transform. So Goku or Merus explains that the technique you're after is the opposite of rage. So Goku is starting to catch on a little bit, and he continues dodging Merus' attack, right? And Merus explains that the technique Goku is after will come into play, and trigger itself when Goku faces a huge shock to his emotions, such as Ultra Instinct. And Goku finally smiles because now he knows that him and Merus are on the same page. So Goku asks that Merus knew about Ultra Instinct the entire time, right? So basically this confirms that Merus has Ultra Instinct, right? And that's the thing that makes him so strong. He uses Ultra Instinct to be able to, battle opponents. So Goku says, it's fine that Merus didn't, give on this information before, because he knows he's a good guy who wants to be moral just as bad as he does. So he thinks that's fine. So, no more feeling sad about himself not telling Goku about Ultra Instinct before. Let's just get back to trading so they can get back to defeating Moro. So basically Merus reveals that he has no doubts anymore, and then he takes Goku into this pyramid-like structure. So inside this pyramid-like structure we see a familiar environment. What we see is a hyperbolic time chamber, just like the one on Earth. So Goku says, I know about this place. I've trained in it many times. The only difference here is the time, the scale is off, right? So we know that one day in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth equals 1 year in the time chamber, right? So 1 day on Earth is 1 year in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. So here, but this one is different. In this chamber, right? 1 day in the normal world is 3 days in the hyperbolic time chamber. So it's much different than the one on Earth. The one on Earth is, it's just as important. And Mirror's reveals that, the thing about it here is, now that he's in the hyperbolic time chamber and that they're sealed off from the outside world, he can use his full power without anybody noticing. So then we see Mirrors gets into a stance very familiar to one we've seen out of Whis. And I want you guys to remember that as we continue to go forward here with the story. Mirrors gets into a stance very similar to one we've seen Whis do in the past when he was training Goku and Vegeta. So Goku gets in, his form as well, and, they continue their training. Into Manga Chapter 53, right, we see Krillin is now on Dende's lookout, right? We see the Many-Archer gang, they've been locked up. And Krillin is shocked to hear about everything that's going on, in space and what's happening with Moro, right? So Krillin's talking to Piccolo and asking if they should contact the others, like, with Tien, get Yamcha involved, because, those are the other strong warriors on the planet. Plus, remember, we got the androids. So Jaco arrives on planet Earth, and Eska's with him, and Dende is very happy to see his fellow Namekian brother Eska, right? And Bulma reveals to Jaco, because Jaco's like, you couldn't get any more strong warriors than this, and Jaco or Bulma reveals that, Krillin was the only person that she could get in contact with, because Tien doesn't have a cell phone and the other ones, are nowhere to be found at the moment, right? So we see Dende and Eska, they reunite with each other. And Jaco explains that Eska just tagged along with him as he was heading, for the Earth. So Eska reveals that he wants to do whatever he can to help the Z Fighters in this situation. So in Eska, you see a young Dende. That's really what you see. He reminds you a lot of a young Dende. So Pasa from the cage where he's locked up, he yells saying, you losers can never stand up to Moro. And then we see Jaco, he goes up to Pasa's cage and saying that, once this is all over, he's heading right back to the Galactic back to the Galactic Slammer. But Pasa reveals, no, we're not going anywhere, right? Because Moro is on his way here. And then once he does, Earth is doomed. So Jaco is now very concerned because he didn't know that, the Many-Archer game had already contacted Moro, right? So Jaco contacts the Galactic Patrol to figure out who is on their way to Earth, and it's revealed that there's 3 individuals, right? We have Shirakumo, we have Yumba, and we have 7-3. Or Shimo, oh, his name is Shimorika, not Shirakumo. Alright, Shimorika, my bad. But we see Yumba, he's the big man of the group. He just loves to eat, right? Classic Dragon Ball, having characters that are addicted to food, right? So Shimorika believes that Earth is just a boring rock and it's a waste of time. But Yumba complains that he's hungry, and he says that, they need to make a quick pit stop before heading to Earth. So then, Jaco reveals that 7-3, and like I said a couple chapters ago, 7-3 is a huge key to this arc. So basically Jaco reveals that this strong scouting party with 7-3, Shimorika, and Yumba, they caused a lot of trouble in the galaxy, and it was Merus that was able to bring them back in. So basically, they are very strong and they're gonna cause trouble. But Krillin is confident that nothing will go wrong because even though Goku and Vegeta aren't on the planet, they have Gohan and Piccolo, so everything should work out just fine. So Jaco isn't, he's confident that Gohan and Piccolo can get the job done. So he asks, or he tries to make his leave, and Bulma, is stopping him, from leaving the ship. So Krillin says, "Oh, if you're leaving, that means that they're too strong for you to beat." And Jack was like, "Yes, to be honest, that's why I want to get out of here." So Piccolo says, "At least tell us what to expect from them before you just leave." So basically, we get a little bit of info on 7-3. So basically, what we learn about 7-3 here is that he was created on on a planet filled with advanced science and technology. And the crazy thing about him here, and then as Jack was giving this explanation, we see Yumba and Shimorika. They're on this planet stealing, just enjoying all the food, as we see like these hedgehog figures, right? These hedgehog characters with very spiky, backs, which they try to fire spikes at 7-3. But what 7-3 does is he kills a member of their clan, and he uses the dead body as a shield, right? He uses the dead body as a shield to block all of the spikes. Then all of a sudden we see 7-3, he squeezes the neck of this dead individual, and all of a sudden, on his forehead we see a picture of the individual he just killed appeared, right? So then all of a sudden we see 7-3, he takes on a form very similar to the hedgehog people with the spikes in his back, and then he fires off the spikes and kills the rest of the hedgehog clan. So it's revealed to us that 7-3 has a copy ability. This copy ability allows 7-3 to steal other people's powers by grabbing their necks, and then the stolen powers last for about 30 minutes. So Piccolo reveals that or states that this isn't about hijacking bodies or brainwashing. This is the straight up copy abilities and making him his own, right? And the thing about it is, since 7-3 was created by scientists, right, he doesn't really have a personality. He's similar to Android 16 in a way, back from the Android saga. He doesn't have a personality. He's more of just a machine who obeys, right, the orders of his allies. So we see, as Shirakumo and Yuma are about to escape the planet, we see that there's still other members of the Hedgehog clan left. And it looks like they have created some kind of portal. They're hiding in a cave, and, they're creating a portal to try to escape, right? To try to escape to another planet where they'll be safe from, 7-3 and his gang. Thing is, 7-3 discovers them, and then, what he does, he figures out that these guys have abilities to, it's almost kind of similar to instant transportation, but they're able to make, portals, right? So what happens here is, as they're talking about 7-3, Jaco lets them know that they should have about, a good 10 days to get ready, for their arrival, because it's going to take a while for them to fly over there. But the thing about it is, as they're talking, a portal opens up, and we see 7-3, Yumbai, and Shimorika all gather on the planet right there, right then. So basically, because of that warp ability, they were able to transport themselves straight to Earth, wasting no time. So everybody's shocked to see them on the planet so soon, right? And Shimorika talks about, how they're lucky to find individuals with those abilities for 7-3 to copy. They also have a little bit of a sparring with Jaco, right? Because they know Jaco from the Galactic Patrol. And, they also talk about how, Jaco was supposedly the guy who was able to wrap up and be able to put the Menhiarchi gang in a cage. So Jaco was taking credit basically for the work that Piccolo did, the chapter before. So Shimorika, goes over the pasta, and it's revealed, that Pasta believes, or Pasta believes, Shimorika is there to save them, but instead, Shimorika is actually about to kill them. Shimarika's actually about to kill them because he have orders from Moro saying that traitors acting on their own are dispensable. So as Shimarika is about to kill them, Piccolo stops him in his tracks, right? He's like, what are you doing? You know, no killing allowed in the sanctuary. So basically, Piccolo says no killings allowed in the sanctuary and no evildoers are allowed on planet Earth, so they must leave now. So then we see Shimarika, he gives like some kind of, you know, some kind of sign to 7-3 to move. And remember, we just found out that 7-3, he basically always obeys the orders of his allies because he doesn't really have much of a personality. So all of a sudden we see 7-3, he appears behind Piccolo and he grabs Piccolo's neck, aka copying Piccolo's abilities. So Piccolo gets his abilities copied. Piccolo is able to get away from him, but all of a sudden he looks back and 7-3 is performing Piccolo's signature move, the Special Beam Cannon. And the Special Beam Cannon is so strong, right? Piccolo is barely able to dodge, but it creates a hole right through Dende's lookout. So basically Jaco screams at Piccolo for allowing himself to get his abilities copied, right? And we know that Jaco has good eyes. So then he sees, as Piccolo is, apologizing for letting that happen, we see that 7-3 does the expendable arms that Piccolo is also known for, and Jaco, knocks himself or sacrifices himself so that Piccolo doesn't get hit. So we see Jaco then falls off the lookout down to the planet. So basically, Piccolo heads after to try to save Jaco, right? Because he believes if Jaco falls to the ground, he'll die. But we see Shimarika and 7-3, they go after they head after Piccolo as well. So Krillin is about to follow them, but he gets grabbed by Yumba, and Yumba says, "No, you ain't going anywhere, Chief. You're gonna fight me." So as Jaco's falling, he uses the kind of the jets in his shoes, right, to save himself, right, from flying. And Jaco reveals that he can fly for short bursts. So then we see Piccolo and Jaco, they land back into the desert wasteland. And basically, Piccolo's like, alright, how should I go about fighting this guy? So Piccolo basically says, or Jaco tells Piccolo that, you're basically fighting a copy of yourself, right? So however you would go against that, that's how you should deal with 7-3. He has all your abilities, and he's just as strong as you are, basically, at your full power. So you're fighting almost an exact copy of yourself. So as 7-3 is coming down to the surface, he expands his arms very similar to Piccolo, and Piccolo does the same thing, because remember, these are Piccolo's abilities that are being used. So we see they grab hands and a test of strength, classic Dragon Ball, and Piccolo is shocked to see his abilities being used against him. So then they get into a tug of war. And what happens, and they eventually get together and headbutt each other. So 7-3 takes a little bit of damage, but Piccolo is taking damage as well. So we see they continue to go at it. Jaco's trying to get a shot in to try to help Piccolo out and take 7-3. But before he can get a shot in, we see Shimarika. He comes flying in out of nowhere and he steals Jaco's gun. So Jaco is now, fighting with Shimarika, trying to get his weapon back. So we see Piccolo is firing ki blasts, but everything he does, 7-3 is able to counter because these are Piccolo's moves, right? We also see 7-3, he does a mouth blast, very similar to one we've seen from Piccolo in the past. And we see, Piccolo guards against it. Basically, Jaco's reveals to Piccolo that you're not going to be able to wear him down because 7-3 has infinite stamina. And Piccolo's like, damn it all, you should have told me this sooner. So then we go back to Dende's lookout, and we see that Krillin is fighting with Yumba, And, you know, even though Yuma is a very big man, he's also pretty agile for his size. So he's bouncing around the lookout pretty easily, and we see that Krillin's having, you know, a lot of trouble with him. He bounces so hard that he actually tries to hit. He actually does. He hits Krillin, and he sent Krillin flying straight through the lookout. So basically, Boma, Dende, Hercule, and Eska, you know, get into the ship because they want to go flying after and see how they can help. So then we get back to the battlefield. We see Piccolo and 7-3, you know, they collide in a key struggle, right? Piccolo's attempting his special beam cannon. 7-3 is doing the same move as well. And Piccolo is actually struggling a lot here, right? But we see Piccolo's, he's actually doing a double special beam cannon, and nothing's working, you know. And Piccolo, you know, he feels sorry because he's getting beat by his own abilities. So Jaco states that, you know, the best thing for Piccolo to do here is just try to hold on and, you know, wait till 30 minutes have passed where the abilities that 7-3 is using will wear off. But right when it looks like Piccolo is about to be defeated, we see the beam gets diverted and Jaco is able to dodge it, basically. Barely, right? So then 7-3 is like, what the hell happened? And we see that Gohan has arrived to the battlefield. Gohan was finally able to get out of class, and he has arrived to help Piccolo save him right in time. Piccolo is grateful to Gohan for the save, and basically Piccolo tries to explain the situation to Piccolo tries to explain the situation to Gohan very quickly. Gohan quickly understands that, you know, his dad Goku and Vegeta are not on the planet, so right now he has to defend the Earth because he's right now basically the strongest fighter on the planet. So back in the hyperbolic time chamber where Goku and Merus are training, right? There, you know, we see Goku's pretty much getting his ass kicked. You know, his gi is heavily ripped off, and we know that Merus is very, very, very strong. So Merus reveals that the best way for Goku to get to, you know, attain Ultra Instinct once again is basically replicating the circumstances which allowed Goku to allow Ultra Instinct in the first place. And remember, back in the Tournament of Power, that was Goku, you know, basically almost being on the verge of death when he was going up against Jiren. So Merus explains that, you know, for Goku to gain access to Ultra Instinct again, Goku basically has to be prepared to die in this training battle. So Goku said, alright, but Merus, you better be ready to kill me. So then we go back to planet Yardrat, and Vegeta, he is now in Yardratian clothes, and he is on, you know, a mountain trying to, you know, master spirit control. And the key is, you know, basically stabilizing his spirit, basically with his body. And, you know, Elder Parva reveals that his spirit is even more off balance than Goku's was when he sat up there. And, you know, it's revealed that Goku was up there for 150 days. So he was up there basically for around 5 months. 5 months. So, you know, Elder Power reveals that, you know, since Vegeta's spirit is so off balance, it's going to take even longer for Vegeta to master spirit control. And then Vegeta, as the chapter ends, says that he is starting to regret coming to planet Yardrat. So then moving on into chapter 54, we have Gohan going up against 7-3. I know this is going to make a lot of Gohan fans happy. So we see Gohan, he fires off an attack to 7-3, right, and is able to send him flying to some rocks. But 7-3 is able to bounce off, and he starts firing Ki Blasts at Gohan, but Gohan is able to dodge them pretty easily, right? So we see basically 7-3 performs Piccolo's Hell Zone grenade, where he fires off, you know, thousands of Ki Blasts at once, but instead of just shooting them right at the opponent, he uses them to surround his opponent, right, so they have almost nowhere to run, and then he sends them all flying at his opponent at the same time. We see Piccolo do this against Android 17. So he does the move, but Gohan's able to dodge it pretty easily because he knows Piccolo better than anybody. So so uh so what happens? Basically, so then we see that Gohan has dodged it, and he has his finger behind 7-3, and basically does like a spirit gun and sends 7-3 flying into a mountain. So Gohan has pretty good control, right? And Piccolo, congratulates Gohan for the job well done. Now he just needs to finish up the job, right? And we see Piccolo. He actually changes Gohan outfit to a very similar outfit to his own. So we've seen Gohan in this outfit before, right? So Gohan's fighting in clothes identical to Piccolo. And even though Piccolo's happy that Gohan's doing well, Piccolo does say that he is a little bothered, right? He has mixed feelings about having Gohan beat a copy of him so easily. So then we see, right, 7-3 gets back up and he goes back into giant Namekian form, right? We've seen Piccolo do this back when he faced Goku in the martial arts tournament back at the end of Dragon Ball. So he tries to land some attacks, but Gohan is easily able to dodge them. Gohan is very confident here because, all these attacks he's seen before by going up against Piccolo and other villains in the past. So we see Gohan flies right up to, 7-3's chin, hits him with a huge kick that sends him flying, right? And we see that Krillin, he is still fighting Yumba, and he is, having a lot of trouble. And Krillin's, notices what's going on, and he's like, "What the hell? Why is 7-3 so giant?" So then, Gohan, he lands back down. He takes 2 ki blasts with both his hands, and he aims at 7-3's, legs. And one thing about it is, when you're bigger, right? The more larger your vital spots are gonna be. So unless you're like super duper fast when you're big, it's going to be easier for a smaller opponent to land attacks if he knows what he's doing. So he fires off the 2 ki blasts to get 7-3's legs to start, shaking, make him off balance. Then we see Gohan, he flies through under, 7-3's legs, and then he flies up, hitting 7-3 with a huge kick to the midsection. So for the most part, it looks like 7-3, he has been defeated by Gohan. So then Yumba, right, he leaves his battle with Krillin because now he's concerned about what the hell is going on. 7-3 gets back up, and Shimarika explains to 7-3 that now the goal is for 7-3 to get Gohan's abilities because Gohan's the stronger one. So 7-3 continues to attack Gohan, but we see Gohan continue to be able to dodge all of these attacks. So we see Gohan, right, he flies into more of the wasteland as we see 7-3 go after him. So Krillin arrives, and he's happy to see that Gohan has arrived to the battlefield. And Piccolo states that Gohan is still the same guy he's always been, somebody that they could count on. I'm gonna be honest, maybe, I don't know if that's, 100% accurate, Piccolo, and you guys know I love Piccolo, but I don't know if that's 100% accurate. We've seen Gohan fail multiple times. With the Cell Saga, he's the reason why Goku had to sacrifice himself. Also, back, when he gained his ultimate form, he could have easily taken out, Super Buu, but chose not to. He let the power get to his head, and then eventually got himself absorbed and had to rely on Goku and Vegeta making the save. So we see Gohan, as he's dodging, right, all these attacks, he's running up 7-3's arm, and he loads up a left-handed Kamehameha, right? Gohan's like one of the only ones, if not the only character that performs the Kamehameha wave with his left hand, left-handed, right? So he fires off, or he prepares to fire off the attack, but then right at that moment, we see that 7-3, 30 minutes have passed, and he loses control of Piccolo's powers. So he no longer has access to Piccolo's techniques, so he goes back to normal. So Jaco's like, alright, now the 7-3 is back to normal. This is your chance, Gohan. Fire off the attack anyway. So basically, Shimarika yells at 7-3, before you're defeated, use whatever powers you have left in stock. And it is revealed to us that 7-3 has Moro's powers copied into him. So, basically, at that moment, we see as the Kamehameha is about to take 7-3 out, right? We see that 7-3 eats the Ki Blast. He eats the Ki Blast, very similar to what we've seen Moro do multiple times throughout this arc. So basically, with Moro's abilities copied into him, 7-3 is able to absorb energy and devour energy the same way Moro does. So we see 7-3 powers up now that he does consume a full power Kamehameha from Gohan, and then we see 7-3, he puts his hands out as he prepares to absorb energy from the earth. So Piccolo, Gohan, Jaco, and Krillin all attack together because they know this is turned to a bad situation. So we see 7-3, he has like a magic barrier very similar to Moro, and you can see that all the Z fighters are starting to get burned from 7-3 using Moro's attacks. So we go back to Moro's ship, and Sargamo gets a call, basically finding out what's happening on planet Earth. And Moro is a little bit bothered that 7-3 had to use his copied abilities already, but he also knows this means that planet Earth is more valuable than they thought at first. So we go back to the Earth, and we see that Gohan, Piccolo, Jaco, and Krillin, they're having their energy drained, and it's revealed that 7-3 is only absorbing energy from those 4 individuals because he knows that Moro wants to drain the whole planet for himself. So inside Sargamo's ship, they have like a little war table where they're able to project what's going on the planet, and Moro learns about how 7-3 has a time limit of 30 minutes. And basically how Earth 10 million ago, when Moro was at his peak, going up against the Daikaio-Shen, Earth was just a planet of mere monkeys, and how it's evolved a lot since that day. So Shimarika now, he's confident, as now they are, the Z fighters are getting their ass kicked by Yumba and Shimarika because their energy is drained. And Shimarika is, says a very cocky statement. He says, "Not just because you're stronger doesn't mean you always get the win." So we see Yumba, he lands right on top of Gohan, and he's absolutely pounding away on him. Piccolo tries to help, but there's not much that he can do. So Piccolo reveals, right, that even if the Z fighters die today, right, Goku and Vegeta will be back to make sure him and their army is taken out. And Shimarika's like, wait, who are those people, right? And 7-3 remembers that those were the 2 Saiyans that were on planet Namek, right? The ones that were able to escape right before Namek, died. So Krillin reveals that Goku and Vegeta are training right now to defeat Moro. Moro thought, that Goku and Vegeta had just ran away, but he had no idea that they were training to get stronger. So, of course, Moro, who is watching the battle back from his ship, he hears about this, and basically Sargamo's about to pull everyone from this planet to head right on over to planet Earth. But Moro, he notices that they stated that Goku and Vegeta are training to defeat Moro and the rest of their goons. So Moro tells Sargamo to tell 7-3 and his gang to retreat to Earth for now, because once Goku and Vegeta return with more energy than ever, he'll consume them and their precious planet. So now they're setting the stages for the for the climactic battle on Earth, right? They're setting it up for Moro to eventually, invade planet Earth, to not only defeat Goku and Vegeta one more time to consume their energy, because he knows that consuming their energy will be an amazing meal for him. Because we saw earlier when he consumed their energy earlier in the arc, it brought a lot of his youth back to him. And the more energy Moro consumes, the longer he can live, right? So, Moro reveals that since the Galactic Patrol no longer poses a threat, right, there's no need for them to be hidden from them any longer. So the plan is for Moro to invade the Earth, right, wait for Goku and Vegeta to return from their training to defeat them, consume their energy, and also consume their planet. Kind of similar to what he did on Namek. So, they get the order from Sir Gambo, right, to retreat for now, and Shimariko reveals, telling Yuma and 7-3, just get rid of the energy for now, because they're going to do this job later once Goku and Vegeta show back from their training. So, Shimarika tells Krillin and the others, tell Goku and Vegeta to hurry up fast, because Moro is just waiting to consume them. So, Shimariko says, they'll be back in Cycle 7, so there's no point in them trying to run at all. So Krillin doesn't really understand what Cycle 7 means, and that means, basically they'll be back in about 20 days. But Jaco, he does a little bit of acting here, and he says they'll never be back in time for that, so at least give them until Cycle 8 to make their return. So Shimariko's like, okay, fine, we'll be back in Cycle 8 to, consume Earth and face off against Goku and Vegeta again. So we see 7-3. He does the he switches back from Moro's powers to the Hedgehog people, and he creates a portal, and they leave. Right, they take their leave. So Krillin and Gohan, they're all trying to recover, and, Gohan is very, very damaged because he just had that big panda dude, kicking his ass for a good amount of time. So, Piccolo asks Jaco how much time was he able to buy for the Earthlings, and Jaco reveals about 2 months. So Jaco was able to get, instead of 21 days for them to return to planet Earth, he's given them 2 months. So 2 months for Goku and Vegeta and the rest of the Earthlings to train for Moro's invasion. So this information gets over to Merus via his ship, right? And we go back into the hyperbolic time chamber, and Goku is of course trying to eat, since Goku has to eat to maintain his strength. So Goku's like, okay, fine, we have plenty of time in here. So basically, it's revealed that 2 months in the real world would give Goku and Merus 6 months in the hyperbolic time chamber to get their strength up. So we see Goku, right? He's getting dressed and ready to, get back to it. And then he asks Merus, I don't see you eat a lot. Like, what's the deal with that? Don't you ever get hungry? Merus reveals that, he can eat whenever he wants, but he doesn't have to eat at all. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really have any impact on him. So Goku notices that Whis said something similar. So like I said, I hope you guys are paying attention. We saw earlier that, Merus knew about Ultra Instinct, just like Whis knows about Ultra Instinct. Merus has an identical fighting stance to Whis, right? And now we have Merus saying that he can eat or not eat. It's his choice. And Goku saying that Whis said something very similar. So I hope you guys are paying attention to that, right? So Goku's like, okay, whatever. The food's here not that good anyway, So let's get back to it. So we see Goku and Merus continue their training. Speaking of Whis, right? We see Whis. He is at the Grand Priestess, he's at Zeno's palace, right? And he's looking into his spirit, and you can see that Merus and Goku are training. So he's been keeping tabs on Merus this entire time. So we see the Grand Priest arrive. We know the Grand Priest is, the father to all the angels. And Whis, asks Merus, or not, he doesn't ask Merus, he asks the Grand Priest if he's, familiar with what's going on in the world, right? And, Grand Prix says, I do know what's going on. And Whis says he's deeply ashamed that there's always conflict happening in Universe 7. So the Grand Prix says, I don't suppose you're asking, me to save your universe, right? And Whis says no, he would never do that because he respects the law of the angels. But the thing about it is, Whis, the question he wants to ask his father is, what's going on with the whole Merus matter. The next chapter, right, chapter 55, it is titled Merus' True Identity. And Merus, or not Merus, the Grand Priest reveals that he dispatched Merus, who is an angel in training, to Universe 7 so that he might learn about, the way things and broaden his perspective. Sounds kind of similar to Zamasu, right? But the script is flipped here, right? Zamasu turned out to be a bad guy, and Merus is 100% good. So the Grand Priest, and Whis, they both been noticing what Merus has been up to, and they see that if he's not, careful, the Grand Priest is going to get into a situation where he might be forced to take action to remove Merus from the Galactic Patrol and remove him from the mortal realm, because even though Merus is not a full angel, he's still an angel in training, right? And if he's not careful, he'll get himself erased for breaking the law of angels, because angels are supposed to remain neutral. And Whis says, he wants to take care of Merus for right now, since, Merus hasn't broken any laws of the angels yet, right? He's just training Goku at the moment. And Whis says that he's done the same thing as well. But the Grand Priest jokes that the main reason that you do that is because, Whis loves the food on Earth so much. So, Whis then becomes responsible for what happens to Merus, right? But remember, at the end of the day, Whis is just an angel. He can't, do much. He's just there really to overlook Merus and make sure he doesn't break the law of the angels. So the Grand Priest states that troublemaker or not, he doesn't wish to lose any angels. So he's hoping that Merus will remain in good standing and not let anything happen. So then we head on over to planet Yardrat, and Iriko, he's having a lot of trouble getting in contact with the Galactic Patrol, right? Because planet Yardrat is on the edge of the Galactic Patrol's jurisdiction. So it's on the other side, basically, of Universe 7. So it's very difficult for Iriko to get in contact with anybody from that planet, or from anybody outside the planet. So we see another scouting ship from Moro's army, and it lands right on planet Yardrat, and we see at this point, right, Vegeta's spirit energy is finally in control. He's finally mastered it. And Elder Pyra says that, that his spirit control is more polished than Goku's now, and you've also mastered it in less time. Vegeta says, of course, because he is a prodigy, and he says that him and Goku are not cut from the same cloth. So, Vegeta, of course, being a little bit prideful there. So as Elder Pyra is about to start teaching Vegeta these new techniques, right, he puts his hand out and he's able to heal Vegeta. Because remember, Vegeta spent a lot of time on that, trying to master his spirit energy. So Vegeta is brought back to full strength. Vegeta's like, wow, so is this something I could potentially, learn? And of course that would be big, right? Vegeta having the ability to potentially heal himself at any time. But Elder Piper says, this is just one of many. This is a high level ability, and right now we're not even at the low ability section yet, right? So Vegeta senses that, there's some evil spirits on the planet, as we see, the scouting ship that Moro sent over crash lands on the planet. And Iriko comes saying that, Moro's goons are, on the planet. So, of course, Vegeta has to deal with it. So Elder Piper's like, alright, you go do it, just be careful, don't cause any damage, to our planet, right? So we see, Moro's goons, and we see this long-haired individual, right? And the thing about it is, this long-haired individual, he's very similar, he reminds me a lot like, Zarbon back from the Namek saga, right? Remember Zarbon? He was one of Frieza's high-ranking soldiers. Vegeta defeated him pretty easily, but he did cause a little bit of trouble for Vegeta at the beginning. So we see Vegeta and Iruko, they go to confront him, and and Iruko states that this is Zuzan, right? He's one of Sir Gabo's minions, and he's pretty strong himself. So Zuzan does recognize Vegeta for being on New Namek when the Galactic Prisoners invaded Namek to help Moro out. So we see Vegeta's like, you're not gonna harm anybody on this planet, because Zuma threatens to let Moro know that Vegeta is on planet Yardrat, but Vegeta's like, not on my watch. I'm not letting anything happen to this world. So we see Vegeta, he sticks out his finger to prepare an energy attack, but instead he creates a giant ball of energy, and we see he accidentally fires off the energy, and it goes straight at Zuzan, and Zuzan is barely able to dodge it, barely able. And Vegeta's like, what the hell? And Elder Pybra, using instant transmission, appears behind Vegeta and says that you've already grown, so much stronger. So now that you've balanced your spirit energy, you've grown so much stronger now that you didn't even know how much you were capable of before. So some crazy stuff being revealed to us here. Then afterwards, right, we see the Moro soldiers, they go over to confront Zuzan, make sure he's alright, and he says, what are you fools staring at? You guys should be fighting. So we see these little goons, they fly after Vegeta, but Vegeta sends them flying with a nice little backhanded double punch, sends them into these buildings. But the thing is, Vegeta doesn't kill them. If you guys remember, if this was DBZ, Vegeta would have killed them with one shot. So then we see Zuzan, he transforms, and he transforms into this hideous dinosaur type state, and Vegeta recognizes this because he confirms that this guy has to be of the same race as Zarbon, right? Because Zarbon had a very similar transformation back when they were on Namek. So Zuzan gets all confident, like, I'll spare Lord Moro the trouble of killing you. I'll handle you right now. But Vegeta, and remember, Vegeta's doing all this in only his base form. Vegeta hits Zuzan with a huge backhanded fist, right? And Vegeta's in his confident mode, right? His cocky, confident mode, saying, try you. I believe I just did. Sorry, I didn't catch quite of that. Who exactly will you be killing? So we see Zuzan, he continues to try to, fire off attacks on Vegeta, but Vegeta is able to dodge most of them pretty easily. And when Vegeta has that cocky, confident smile on his face, there's no beating him. So we see that he kicks Zuzan so far that he actually lands on a huge building, right? That's being held up by a small house under it. So we see basically the building starts falling on Zuzan, but Zuzan picks up the building and he throws it at Vegeta. But Vegeta has no worries about it. He stops the building with one hand and flicks it away. Right, so Vegeta here, right, Vegeta says, you're no match for me, you should just stop it, right, this is a waste of time. So Vegeta's actually, offering a little bit of mercy here, right. Like I said, if this was Vegeta back in DBZ, Vegeta would have just killed, Zuzan right off the spot. But he's actually, offering a little bit of mercy. So we see now, Zuzan has a huge object in his hand, right? A much bigger object. And the thing about it is, what's different here, it's not your typical object. We see that Zuzan has pumped a bunch of energy into this thing to harden it, to make it much more difficult for Vegeta to just, fling. But we see he fires it off, and Vegeta with just his fist, or just a kick, he's able to kick it right back at Zuzan. Zuzan, using all his might, is able to fling the thing high in the air, and then Vegeta hits Zuzan with a huge kick to the stomach, basically to guarantee, his victory. Then he hits it with just one more backhanded roundhouse kick, and he gets sent flying all the way over to the place, to the other, almost like to the other side of the freaking planet. So Zuzan returns back to his normal state, knowing that he's defeated. Elder Piper's like, I told Vegeta not to wreck the place, but we know Vegeta, he doesn't have a, he's not that good at listening. So, Zuzan reveals to Vegeta that, Moro's next target is Earth, right? So he's not going to waste any more time here. And remember, Iriko was unable to get any contact with the Galactic Patrol. So now he's just finding out that, Moro has set his sights on planet Earth. So we see, right, Zuzan tries to escape with the other two Moro minions. But, as they're escaping, Vegeta is about to hit a ki blast, to stop their ship. But instead, the huge object that, Zuzan had fired at Vegeta earlier, right, comes flying back down from the sky. And we see it collides with Zuzan's ship, and the ship is absolutely destroyed, and a huge explosion takes place, basically telling you that Zuzan and the other two Moro goons on board, that they are dead and gone. So Vegeta's like, he basically killed himself. So basically Iriko states that is now concerned that maybe they need to hurry back to Earth if Moro is planning. But Vegeta, using his energy, is able to sense that Earth is untouched for now. And Vegeta doesn't want to leave Planet Yardrat until he has a technique mastered that will allow him to defeat Moro. So Vegeta states that he's short on time, so Hybra has to pick it up a notch, helping him with this technique that's gonna allow him to defeat Moro. So Piper's like, fine, even though the move that Piper has in mind, it's a more of a high-end technique, and Piper would want Vegeta to learn these other moves first, but he knows that they're short on time, and Vegeta's main goal is to defeat Moro. And Vegeta, there's always time later on for Vegeta to learn the other moves, right? So basically Moro, using his magic, is able to find that Vegeta is training on planet Yardrat, and Moro is just able to tell just by using his magic that Vegeta has become more powerful. Shargambo asks, you're able to find him using your magic, and Moro says yes, right? He says that the planet that Zuzan ventured on was planet Yardrat, but now he's dead. Shargambo's in shock, but Moro doesn't really care that Zuzan's dead. Those goons, they did their service, they did what they had to do, and now, what's done is done. So Moro can tell that Vegeta's growing a lot stronger, and he knows that Goku's going to be more powerful as well. So it's better that Moro agrees that it's better that he stocks up on power now, because he doesn't want any surprises to be waiting for him once he gets down to planet Earth. So Moro believes, he wants to get his power to the limit, but even he doesn't know if he has any limits at this point. So Moro continues devouring planets. Goku and Vegeta also continue training, and 2 months quickly pass. So Merus is looking at the clock inside the hyperbolic time chamber, and Merus tells Goku that time is nearly up, and Merus thinks the Finns up their training, they should spar one more time before taking off for Earth for the final battle with Moro. So Goku's like, alright, fine, let's do it. I'm just going to use everything that I've learned in here. And Merus states that he's not going to hold back either. So we see, Goku starts to power up, but we just don't see his face. We don't see what form he is in, right? We can't tell if it's Super Saiyan Blue or God or something else entirely. But we see Merus starts to power up, and what's interesting is you could see as Merus starts to power up, a halo, very similar to what Whis has, right? A halo starts appearing around him. So as he is powering up, right at that moment, Goku and Merus are both transported outside of the hyperbolic time chamber. And they're like, what's going on? And then what we see that Whis has arrived. Remember, Whis has been keeping his eye on Merus this entire time. And Goku is shocked to see Whis just like Merus is. And Merus reveals, like, brother. So now it becomes clear, right? It becomes clear that Merus is an angel in training. Goku doesn't know this. We know this because we read the beginning of the chapter and we saw what happened between, we saw the conversation between Whis and the Grand Priest. So, Whis was able to figure out that, Goku, or that Merus was about to make a major mistake, right, by showcasing his full power, because that is breaking the law of angels, because, training is training and battles is battles, and angels are not supposed to get involved in any battles, right? So then basically, Whis, he scolds, Merus for his actions, right? And Goku is shocked at finding out all this, all this information that Merus is indeed an angel. So Whis says what's even more egregious, that he was about to battle Goku inside the hyperbolic time chamber. He said, basically Merus' plan to travel to Earth and do battle against Moro. So, Merus is shocked that Whis was able to figure out his plan from the start. So, Goku asks Whis, what happens if angels do fight, right? And Whis reveals that angels who break the code of angels are eradicated, aka erased without any trace. And Goku is shocked. Goku's like, really, like that, like poof, and like, it's meant to be a funny scene because of Goku's reaction, but Whis is serious. This is the most serious we've ever seen, really, Whis in Dragon Ball Super, right? So Whis informs Merus that his time in the mortal realm is over, and he's taking him back to Beerus' planet. So Whis changes Merus' outfit, right? So we see Merus, he's no longer in his Galactic Patrol clothes. He's now wearing, angel clothes. And Goku, or Merus apologizes to Goku for, not being able to follow through with this final battle, right? Because remember, Merus was the one that trained Goku. And he's, a little sad that he's not going to be able to see Goku's training hopefully work out against Moro. But Goku still says thank you to, Merus for everything. And Merus says that he has faith in Goku that he will defeat Moro. So we see Whis and Merus, they depart the planet and they head back to, Beerus' planet. And Goku thinks that he has to get back to Earth, right? But the thing about it is, Goku is way too far from Earth to just, do instant transmission. So Goku has to take Merus' ship by himself. And Goku's shocked because, Goku's like, alright, I gotta, pilot the ship, back to Earth all by himself. And Goku then screams into, space asking for Whis to come back. Because, it would be easier if Whis could just take him to, Earth himself. But that's where we leave it. Goku now has to head back to planet Earth by himself, piloting a ship he doesn't even know how to fly to save, or to get ready, to go up against Moro. Alright, so moving into Dragon Ball Super Manga Chapter 56, we see the start of the climactic battle, come to the manga. So it's titled Warriors of Earth Assemble, and the chapter opens up with Jaco as he is flying to Earth, but he is not alone. He has tons of Galactic Patrol soldiers with him as they are all going to Earth to assist the Z Fighters in any way they can with the attack coming from Moro's soldiers. So we see Jaco, he gets pushed out to the front lines, and we get an awesome looking panel of all the Z Fighters that are assembled and now members of the Galactic Patrol. We see Yamcha, Chatsu, Tien, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Jaco. These are the Z Fighters that will be leading the charge for the Galactic Patrol in the battle against Moro and his army. So We haven't gotten to see Tien, Yamcha, and Chachu in battle in a long time. The only person we've actually seen fight in Dragon Ball Super is Tien, because Tien was on Universe 7's team in the Tournament of Power. So Yamcha comments that it's finally his chance to shine, and Chachu says that he hopes he can still fight because it's been such a long time since he was in battle. So Jaco tells all the Z fighters and, who are new recruits into the Galactic Patrol to stay sharp. And Yamcha's like, we're veterans of protecting the Earth. Why are we getting treated like rookies here? So, Krillin asks Jaco, why Goku and Vegeta are not there yet. Jaco says he hasn't been able to get in contact with Vegeta, but he did send a memo over to Goku, so hopefully they'll be here before all is too late. We see Majin Buu. He returns to Dende's lookout. This is the first time he's been back on Earth since he was taken at the beginning of the arc. Buu, of course, is still asleep. And, Hercule says that if the Galactic Patrol ever tries something like that again, they will have to deal with him. So, we see Dende, Asuka, and Mr. Popo looking in the sky, and they see Moro's ship as it begins to touch down into Earth's atmosphere. We also see Moro's ship, as big as it is. We see a bunch of other smaller looking ships depart from Moro's ship as well, as they fly over to different corners of the Earth. Their goal here, right, is to loot all the Earth of its treasures, because Earth does have a lot of natural resources. And once they get all the goods on there, Moro plans to wait for Goku and Vegeta to defeat them so he can consume them and the entire planet's energy. So Piccolo is trying to get a sense of what's going on, and he can sense that, these bad guys of Moro are flying all over the Earth. So basically, the Z Fighters come up with a plan to head off into different sections to deal with these members of Moro's gang. So Krillin goes off with Master Roshi, right? Master Roshi, after all this time, still is unable to fly, but this is a little funny moment there. We see Yamcha, he heads off with a bunch of Galactic Patrol soldiers behind him, and Tien and Chachu go in their own direction as well. Piccolo and Gohan and Jaco decide to remain at the battlefield because their plan is to deal with 7-3 and also try to stall Moro as long as they can until Goku and Vegeta are able to get there. So we see Yamba, he's already, beating the crap out of some poor soldiers, and we see Krillin attack Yamba from behind. Yamba's easily able to attack the attack. So Krillin and Yamba, we already seen them fight a little bit before, so Krillin's looking to get some payback because Yamba was able to, take care of Krillin pretty easily a couple chapters ago. We see Master Roshi, he notices the 3 female members of Moro's gang, and of course we know Master Roshi, he's known for having a lot of perverted thoughts. So Krillin asks Master Roshi to team up with him so they can take down Yumba together. But Master Roshi gives some explanation saying that, Krillin can't always be relying on him. But this is just an excuse for Master Roshi to go deal and have some fun with the 3 ladies. So we see Shimarika, he comes out to the battlefield to confront Gohan and Piccolo, right? And first off, Piccolo is, surprised to see Shimarika, I said his name wrong. He's surprised to see Shimarika on the battlefield alone. But Shimarika's like, yeah, right. And all of a sudden, we see 7-3. He appears behind Gohan and Piccolo and grabs both of their necks, copying both their abilities. So for Piccolo, this is the second time he's had his abilities copied, and for Gohan, this is the first. So Shimarika's like, any training that you guys did in the last 2 months to prepare for this battle is totally worthless now. So as 7-3 has just copied both Gohan and Piccolo, and the thing about it is, he copies a person as they are. So he's not copying the same Piccolo he faced 2 months ago. He's copying Piccolo that's trained for the last 2 months to prepare for this battle. So we see 7-3, he flies over to a mountain. He performs Piccolo's special beam cannon, but Gohan and Piccolo are prepared. So we see Gohan, he steps in front of Piccolo as Piccolo begins to charge up a special beam cannon of his own. So Gohan has an energy shield, and he's able to use the shield to keep 7-3's attack from hitting. And then at that moment, we see Piccolo. He fires a special beam cannon of his own, and he uses the shield to get the advantage on 7-3. We see that the damage of Piccolo's special beam cannon and the explosion that it creates is so large that, Tien, Chachu, Yamcha, Krillin, and Master Roshi are all able to see Piccolo's special beam cannon as it flies across the sky in the earth. So we see 7-3, his whole entire left side of his body is pretty much destroyed, but because he has Piccolo's abilities copied, he's able to regenerate. But Gohan and Piccolo are still pretty confident because they were prepared to get their abilities copied. That was the main point of their training, learning how to deal with 7-3, knowing that they were most likely going to get their abilities copied anyway. So we see 7-3, he switches over to using Gohan's power, and he uses a Ki Blast and fires it at Gohan and Piccolo. Then he starts throwing multiple Ki Blast barrages at the two warriors. So we see Gohan and Piccolo as, they're dodging the Ki Blast. What Piccolo does, he fires off mini Ki Blasts on his own, so Gohan can use them basically as a stepladder to make it easier to dodge. So Piccolo continues to fire off these little Ki Blasts, and Gohan is able to get closer and closer to 7-3. So once he gets close enough to 7-3, he hits 7-3 with a massive left hand that sends 7-3 into the water. So Jaco, gives Gohan and Piccolo adoration for their good combo moves, and we've always known that Gohan and Piccolo have been a very good duo. We've seen this in the Tournament of Power, we're seeing it now, and we've seen it also in the past throughout Dragon Ball. So we transition to a city where Yamcha is fighting, right? And Yamcha is, surprisingly, he's having his way with these Galactic Patrolmen, or not the Galactic Patrolmen, these Moro convicts, right? And basically, one of the convicts says, "Damn it all, you looked so weak." But the thing about it is, Yamcha says that he is one of the 3 strongest Earthlings around. The validity of that quote from Yamcha can be called into question, but at least here, Yamcha is doing a good job taking care of these galactic convicts. So basically, Yamcha senses more convicts in another area, and he tells the Galactic Patrol to round these people up so they can be brought back to prison. And Yamcha flies off to go fight more baddies. So we go back to the main battlefield, and we see Piccolo and Gohan. They are charging up a special beam cannon and Masenko combo move. So they fire it off at 7-3, and we see 7-3 is unable to dodge. He's unable to deal with the combo moves of Gohan and Piccolo, even though he has their abilities copied. So we see once again, we see a part of 7-3's body gets pretty heavily damaged, and he starts trying to regenerate himself. But Gohan and Piccolo know they have to take care of 7-3 before he can regenerate. That's the only way they can defeat him. So Shimarika sees how desperate the situation is, and he tells 7-3, "You might as well use Moro's power now, or they're gonna have no chance to survive this fight." So 7-3, he switches over to Moro's power. And as he, puts his hand out to try to start absorbing Gohan and Piccolo's energy like he did before, all of a sudden we see 2 new individuals arrive to the battlefield. And it's revealed to be Android 17 and Android 18, right? We just saw 17 and 18 in the Tournament of Power, and it's good to see them back in the fight here, the fight against Moro and his army. So, basically, 17 asks Piccolo, "Are you sure, you need us? These guys seem pretty weak." But Piccolo says, "Yeah, the reason why we need you here is because you guys don't have energy. So you're the only ones that can basically finish these people off, because since they don't have energy, 7-3 or Moro, they won't be able to absorb their energy for their own evil deeds." So 18 and 17, they have a nice little friendly banter, right? And 17 says he wants to make this quick because he's no fan of ganging up enemies, but he knows that these guys are gonna attempt to wreck the earth if they don't do anything. And then 18 says, yes, 18 reveals her motivation for fighting is that Capsule Corp, aka Bulma, 18 reveals that Bulma offered up a large amount of money if they decide to help out with the Battle of Moro. So, 18, she's a prize fighter. She's legit a prize fighter. She only fights for prizes, and 17 doesn't want bad guys wrecking up the Earth. And it is also revealed that Goten and Trunks, they are off watching 17's island in the meantime. So, unfortunately, we're not going to get to see Goten and Trunks fight in this arc. So we see Moro is watching from his ship, and basically he's shocked because he didn't expect that Earth would have this many fighters, and that his army would be so weak against them. But the thing about it is, even though Moro is a little bit unhappy, he's also gets excited because he knows that he can absorb the energy of all these people, which will make for an amazing meal for him. So we then transition to Vegeta at the end of the chapter. Vegeta is trying to finish off his training with Elder Pybra. Elder Pybra stops Vegeta to tell him that the Earth's battle has begun. But Vegeta, right, more character development for Vegeta. Vegeta states that he's not leaving until he masters the technique that he can use to defeat Moro. So he says there's still time, and let's get back to learning this technique. So Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z would have just rushed off to the battlefield. But here we see Vegeta having a lot of patience, willing to leave the Earth be until he's ready to master the technique. Plus, he could sense that Earth is not really in danger yet because Moro hasn't started fighting. And then the chapter ends with Goku. He's asking some aliens which direction the Earth is. In chapter 57, we start by getting a cool little visual of all the battles that are taking place across the Earth, right? As the chapter is called Battles Abound. We see 17, 18, Gohan, Piccolo, Jaco prepare to go up against Shibarika and 7-3. We see Krillin going up against Yumba, Master Roshi going up against the 3 females, Tien's going up against a very similar individual that looks like Vegeta. If you guys remember, Vegeta was like the Metal Man from Universe 6 in the Universe 6, Universe 7 tournament. And we see we see Yamcha. He's fighting off against another one of Moro's goons. So the chapter starts off with Bulma, right? All of the side characters are, have gathered on Dende's lookout. So we see from the Ox King to Chi-Chi, right? We see Asuka, Dende, all Oolong, Bulma, all of them are there, and the Bulma has set up monitors so that they can all watch the battles and be able to stay safe at the same time. So we see, Chi-Chi, she's looking for the monitor that's showing Gohan's battle, but, she gets a little disappointed when she sees the monitor she's looking at is showing Krillin. So we see Krillin, right, he's fighting Yumba, and he sends, a bunch of destructive discs, his signature move, flying at Yumba. But Yumba, being able to turn around like a tornado, right, is able to, kind of ricochet off all of the destructive discs. We see that Yumba starts taking control of the fight and starts knocking Krillin around all over the place. And as we see, after Krillin gets knocked down, Yumba is confident, but we see that Krillin lifts a hand up into the air, and he fires off a destructive disc at Yumba. So we see the destructive disc cuts off a part of Yumba's face, and Krillin gets off from the crater even though he's heavily damaged. So then we see Krillin has more destructive discs in hand, and they start flying at Yumba. Yumba once again flies into the sky hoping to dodge them. And we see here that the destructive discs come flying at Krillin. So Yumba's like pathetic, right? You're gonna get killed by your own move. But we see Krillin uses the after image technique and is able to fool Yumba. Krillin's able to get behind Yumba, and then he fires off a Kamehameha from behind. So Krillin actually getting a big dub here. I actually love this a lot, man, because I feel like Krillin gets done dirty too many times, but it's really good to see Krillin get a victory here. So as Krillin is celebrating his victory, he hears from behind the 3 girls that Master Roshi went off to fight. They're screaming because Master Roshi is of course acting perverted. So Krillin flies over to the battlefield, and Roshi says that he's found himself some tough opponents, and he says that that these opponents won't let him grope him, but he sees that he's letting his perverted side out, and he says instead his attacks aren't working. So the three girls come out of the bushes, and you can see they are very disgusted because Master Roshi was, of course, acting like a pervert, and Krillin figure out what's going on. Moving over to Tien, we see Tien. He is fighting the Metal Man, right? But his attacks aren't working because he's made of steel. So basically, Chachu remembers that to defeat this guy, right? Because he was there at the Universe 6, Universe 7 tournament when Vegeta faced him. To defeat this guy, you have to insult him. But the thing about it is, Bulma's watching from Dende's lookout, and she remembers how to defeat him as well. But she doesn't know if Tien's even capable of insulting a person, because Tien, that's not in his nature. He's not a guy that's going to insult somebody, especially in battle. So we see Tien, right? He takes some tries or attempts to insult him, but they have no effect because his insults aren't really insults at the end of the day. So they don't have no effect on the Metal Man. But we see Chachu, right? Chachu attempts to insult the guy here. And what Chachu says, you half-witted hunk of scrap metal. And we see, like with Magetta, the Metal Man's emotions fly all over the place, and he falls unconscious and defeated, right? So Chachu tells Tien that he's terrible at insults. So it's good to see Chachu get, a dub here. Even though he didn't have to physically attack the guy, he was able to use strategic mental techniques to defeat this Metal Man. So we go back to Master Roshi fighting the three girls, and it's revealed that now that Master Roshi is wearing a blindfold, and since he's wearing a blindfold, he's unable to see the three girls, so he can just focus on fighting, right? So Master Roshi states that even though he can't see the girls, still he's able to sense their movements, so he's still able to, kick ass here. And one of the girls states that, what's the deal with this old guy? I've never ran across someone who gets stronger by having their eyes covered. So Master Roshi, right, he tries to inspire the girls to go back to the prison, but the girls are like, no way, they're going back to the Slammers. So all of a sudden, we go back to Oolong, who's watching the fight, and he gets really concerned. He says, something's real bad is happening on the battlefield, and that those three, lady convicts have fused. So we look ahead and we see all three of the girls have fused into this massive figure, right? She's very ugly, of course, but they fuse, and of course that they've gotten a lot powerful. So Master Roshi's like, that's not cute at all, as he takes off his blindfold. So now he can fight without being blindfolded because this girl has turned herself into, just a fat bitch. That's a simple way to put it, right? So with one kick, Master Roshi gets sent flying by this female, and she gets sent through the woods. Krillin, who's already pretty weakened from his battle with Yumba, is now struggling against her as well. We also see the other Z fighters are starting to struggle. Yamcha is fighting another individual from Moro's convicts, and he's having trouble because this guy's much stronger than the normal convicts Yamcha had been fighting earlier. We also see that Moro and Sergambo, their ship starts lowering deeper into the battlefield, and we actually see Moro and Sergambo jump off the ship into the battle. As they are doing this, we see 17 and 18, they're fighting Shimo Rika and 7-3, and of course because 17 and 18 don't have ki, 7-3 is unable to absorb their energy. So we see 17 pulls off a cool move. He does a ki blast with his hands, but he uses the ki blast to gain momentum, and he hits 7-3 with a huge kick. So at this point, 7-3 is pretty much defeated. But as 7-3 is about to hit a rock, we see that Moro finally makes his appearance on the battlefield, and he has 7-3 by the head. So for many of the the Z fighters, other than Jaco, this is their first time actually getting to see Moro face to face, and right away they notice that Moro has terrifying energy within him. So Moro states, Moro gets a little disappointed in 73 that he once again had to go recklessly using his power, and Moro tells 73, "You can't go dying on me yet. I may require using your body again later on." So Moro tells Shimarika to take 73 back to the spaceship so that he can recover. So Shimarika flies away with 73. 17's like, are we sure we want to leave 73 alone and let him go and heal himself? But Piccolo and Gohan are more focused on Moro and his terrifying energy. So Moro comments about how, Goku and Vegeta are still not here. But Gohan steps up and says that his dad and Vegeta are still finishing off their training, and they will be back on Earth any second now to take him out. So Moro says okay, and usually a villain would be disappointed that the main, their opponent isn't, the strongest foe isn't there yet. But Moro is in high spirits because he believes he's had good fortune on coming to this planet and finding all this energy, and he's excited to consume all of the energy from the Z fighters and the rest of the planet so that he can have the best meal he's had in years. So it looks like Moro is preparing to head into battle, but we see Sangamo offers himself up. Sangamo wants to be the one to take out the Z fighters, and Moro's like, all right, fine. And what Moro does, Moro takes his finger and he gives a bunch of his energy to Sangamo, and we see Sangamo, he grows incredibly stronger, so strong that his muscles grow, and the Galactic Prison outfit he was wearing rips in half. So Gohan mentions that Sangamo just got a lot stronger thanks to Moro, and we see Sangamo, he flies at the Z fighters, right? 17 is able to block Sargamo's punch, but still Sangamo is very strong, so he's not able to get away from Sangamo that easily. Sangamo is basically like a steel rock. So 18 comes in to try to help her brother. We also see Piccolo, Gohan, and Jaco. They all fly in trying to pull Sangamo away from 17. But Sangamo is so strong thanks to Moro's energy that anything Gohan and Piccolo try doesn't work. And we see Sangamo lets out a shout, and he's able to basically blow a lot of the Z fighters away. He also grabs both Gohan and 17 by the head and slams both of them into the ground. And Piccolo mentions like this can't be, there's no way this can be happening because they still have more to contend with. Sangamo is this strong and he's causing them this much trouble. And the thing about it is, even if they're able to defeat Sangamo somehow, they still have to deal with Moro. We also go back to where Tien is. Tien arrives to where Yamcha had been fighting one of the galactic convicts, and he saves Yamcha, who's having a lot of trouble. We also go back to where Krillin and Master Roshi were fighting the big fused blonde, the big fused girl, and we see that Krillin and Master Roshi are actually in hiding because they know they don't have enough energy to defeat him, or to defeat her. But Krillin comes up with one last plan, and he believes if he could spike his energy all the way to full power, right, maybe it'll be enough for Goku to sense him and be able to enter transmission over to the battlefield. So right at that moment, we see Goku. He's still flying in space. He is flying to Earth, but he's not close enough where he's able to instant transmit. He is able to sense that the Z fighters are struggling because they are getting beat up by Moro and his henchmen. So Goku tries searching for energy, but he's not able to, right? Because their energy levels are falling by the second. But all of a sudden, Goku feels Krillin's energy spike to its peak, and all of a sudden, Goku instant transmissions over to Krillin, leaving the Merus' spaceship alone. So basically, Merus' spaceship is just left to fly in space all by itself. So we see as the big fuse girl is about to land on Krillin, all of a sudden we see a shockwave go through her body and she is easily defeated, right? She falls unconscious and she's been defeated. And it's revealed that Goku has finally arrived on the battlefield and he has saved Krillin just before he was about to get attacked. So Krillin gets excited seeing that his best friend is finally there, and Goku apologizes for Krillin once again for having the bad habit of always showing up late. Very, very, a familiar trend in Dragon Ball. So, we see that, the three females, they have been defused because Goku's attack was that ferocious, right? So Master Roshi gets up and he tells Goku, it took him long enough to finally arrive to the battlefield. So Krillin tells Goku that everyone's in action, and he's glad that he's here because he'll be able to, turn the tide for the Z Fighters. So as Goku is about to enter transmission, right, over to where Moro is, Krillin asks, did you think your training was enough to defeat Moro? And Goku's like, I hope so. But Goku says, I hope so. But Goku does believe his training was successful. That's what his training was all about. So, Krillin, remember, Krillin has not yet met Moro, right? He's just heard of the Moro guy. So, Krillin says, Krillin states that, this Moro guy must be really bad news. And Goku's like, yeah. And even though Goku's already faced Moro multiple times, he still doesn't know a lot about him. Because Goku believes Moro is still hiding a bunch of his power. But the thing about it is, Goku is still excited even though he knows how dangerous it is. And as Goku is transmissions away, Krillin's like, that's my buddy, Even in the worst situations, he still is excited about everything. So we see Goku, he is a transmission to where Yamcha and Tien have been fighting a galactic convict. Tien and Yamcha are shocked to see him. Chachu is very happy to see Goku there. And Goku easily, with one punch to the gut, is able to take out the galactic convict in his base form. So Yamcha and Tien are like, wow, we've been struggling with this guy this entire time and you beat him with one punch, right? Some things never change. So Goku asks Tien and Yamcha if they had defeated all the other galactic prisoners. So all that's really left is dealing with Moro and Sir Gambo. So Yamcha tells Goku that Go and the others need you right now, and Goku's like, right. So Yamcha wishes Goku luck, and Goku instant transmissions away. Back on the main battle, we see 17 and 18. They're heavily damaged, and we see Piccolo and Gohan working together to try to take Sir Gambo down. But Sir Gambo, with the energy of Moro, is just too much for them to handle. So we see Gohan and Piccolo, they get sent back, and together they come at Sir Gambo with a double ki blast, right? So they put their energy together to form a huge ki blast, but it has no effect on Sir Gambo because he's basically made of steel thanks to Moro's energy. He comes walking through the ki blast, and he hits Gohan and Piccolo with a massive two-hand punch to send them flying. So, excuse me. So it looks like the Z Fighters are, in a lot of trouble. There's nothing they can do to take care of this Sir Gambo guy. But as Sir Gambo is, walking over towards Jaco, right? Jaco's like, how can you work with someone like Moro and allow him to order you around, kind of like a dog, right? But Sir Gambo says him and the rest of the prisoners are grateful to Moro for freeing them from that prison. So because Moro did them that favor, right, they're going to align with Moro because they know how powerful he is. And it's better, they're free still. They're free to live out in the galaxy instead of, rotting in the galactic prison for the rest of their lives. So as we see Sir Gambo is about to attack Jaco, all of a sudden we see Sir Gambo, he gets sent flying around the battlefield. And Sir Gambo's asking, who's there, right? Who kicked him? And Piccolo and Gohan have no idea what's going on. So we continue to see Sir Gambo, he gets hits with attacks left and right. And it's like, so an invisible guy is attacking Sir Gambo. So now Moro is like, wait, what's going on? And Gohan is able to figure out that Goku has arrived to the battlefield. His father is back on Earth. So Jaco is surprised that Piccolo and Gohan can't see Goku attacking. Jaco reveals that Goku is fighting while zipping around at super duper hyper speed. So Jaco reveals that even though he's not strong like the other Z fighters, the best, the number one thing he has is his eyes and being able to use them. So Moro gets excited because one of the Z fighters, Moro gets excited because he knows that one of the two individuals have finally arrived here, and Goku tells Son Goku to come out and stop fighting in the shadows. So all of a sudden, Sir Gamble gets sent flying over to Moro, but Moro shoots an energy blast that sends Sir Gamble flying. So then all of a sudden, we see Sir Gamble go flying. But the thing about it is, Moro was not attacking Sir Gamble. He was actually giving him energy, which you guys will see here in just a moment. So Goku appears right behind Moro, and Goku states that he was hoping to beat Moro right away as well, but he can tell that it will not be that simple. Gohan and Piccolo get very excited to see that Goku has finally arrived to the battlefield, right? Classic Dragon Ball. Everyone gets excited when Goku arrives. This happens all the time. And Moro can tell right away that Goku is far stronger than where he was when they first met. So Moro is glad to hear that Goku is stronger, and he cannot wait for this battle. So we see Sir Gamble, right? He comes out of the ground basically after that, and Sir Gamble tells Moro that he can still fight for him, and that this battle, he's not done yet. So Moro asks Goku, would you rather fight him or would you rather fight me? Goku tells Sir Gamble that all of his buddies have been recaptured and they are all heading back to the Galactic prison. So there's really no point in him continuing fighting, and that he should surrender as well and make it easy on himself. But we see Sir Gamble, he powers up a lot, and Piccolo and Gohan notice that Sir Gamble has gotten a lot stronger from where he was a couple moments ago. So Goku states that, right after he takes care of Sir Gamble, he's coming for Moro next. So Goku instant transmission to where Gohan and Piccolo are, and Gohan is excited to see his father. So Goku apologizes to Gohan because Gohan had to start training again to protect the Earth. But Gohan apologizes that he was unable to protect the Earth, so it was like their training failed. And Piccolo says, yeah, there's really no point in training if we can't defend the Earth, right? And Piccolo wonders, when did Goku get so far ahead of him and everybody else? Because there was a time where Piccolo and Gohan were able to keep up with Goku and Vegeta. But, once Goku and Vegeta started gaining God power, right, they just got into a league all on their own, where Piccolo and Gohan may never be able to fully catch up. So we see Goku, right? He tells Piccolo and Gohan to fall back because he's going to handle Sir Gamble, and Goku powers up in the Super Saiyan Blue. Moro gets very surprised because, he knows that this was not the power Goku was using a second ago against Moro. But Goku believes he doesn't need to use any, stronger forms because he can just handle Sir Gamble using Super Saiyan Blue. So Sir Gamble attacks Goku over and over again, but Goku is able to dodge every single attack, just basically with one hand. He sends Sir Gamble flying with punches and kicks, right? And Sir Gamble continues to fly at Goku, but he's not able to land a single punch on, Earth's greatest fighter. We see Goku, he sends Sir Gamble flying in the air with a heavy kick and then hits him with a sledgehammer to send him flying back down to Earth. Goku comments that, even though Sir Gamble's pretty sturdy, being sturdy is not enough to beat him. So Piccolo comments that Goku is much more stronger than he was last time they saw him in blue form, which was against Jiren in the Tournament of Power, right? So Goku states to Moro it's time to end this, because he won't, he won't be able to get up again. But Moro's like, are you sure about that? And we see Sir Gamble gets up. But the thing is, Sir Gamble looks bigger. Sir Gamble, he has veins bulging out of his chest. His pupils are gone, and he's much stronger. So they're like, what's going on? And Jaco reveals that this whole time, Moro has been giving little portions of his energy over to Sir Gamble. So that just shows you how strong Moro is. So Sir Gamble asks, or Moro asks Sir Gamble if he still wants to fight, and Sir Gamble says yes. So we see Moro sends more energy over to Sir Gamble, and the thing about it is Sir Gamble's body is acting up and reacting like this because he can't handle the power of Moro. Right? This is energy that he didn't train for. This was power that's being gifted to him, and his body doesn't recognize this power because his body didn't train for this power. So his body is having a hard time holding the power of Moro. So we see Sir Gamble, he tries to attack Goku once again, but Goku is easily able to dodge these attacks, and he tells Sir Gamble and Moro, knock it off. Any more of this and your body will be destroyed, right? Moro states that Goku needs to show him that technique that he used before. And if he doesn't use that technique, right, he'll continue to give Sir Gamble energy. So we see Moro now, he takes 2 fingers and he sends even more energy over to Moro. To Sir Gamble. So Moro sends even more energy over to Sir Gamble, and we see his body is acting more and more reckless. Goku trying to stop Moro from destroying Sir Gamble. He tries to hit Moro with a backhand from behind, but Moro is able to dodge it easily. Sir Gamble says to Moro, get out of the way because Goku is his. But at that moment, we see Sir Gamble's body absolutely falls apart, and we see Sir Gamble dies right there because he was unable to handle the power of Moro. So Moro calls Sir Gamble pathetic because he couldn't handle a small amount of his energy. So that just shows you that Moro is very, very powerful. So Goku asks Moro, wasn't this guy your friend? Shouldn't he, what do you have a little more grief for since he just died in front of you? But Moro says he has no friends. These were all his soldiers, right? They may be gone, but Moro believes he can always get more soldiers to do his bidding. So Goku calls Moro a total scumbag, and he reveals that he is ready to show Moro the power he's gained to defeat him. So at that moment, we see Goku, he goes back into his base form, and then he powers up. Gohan, Piccolo, and Moro are all shocked. Moro states that this isn't any mortal ability, and we see Goku, he is standing there looking all badass, and it is revealed that Goku is in Ultra Instinct Omen. Ultra Instinct Omen Goku versus Moro is about to begin. So, as we begin chapter 59, we start back at Moro's ship, and Shimarika is looking, and he's seeing that a bunch of Galactic Patrol ships are leaving the planet, and he can tell that a lot of his friends are all being brought back to prison. So Shimarika, also is able to sense that Goku has arrived on the battlefield, but he cannot see the battlefield from the top of the ship. So we get a very cool chapter, cover page for the chapter with Goku standing there in Ultra Instinct Omen. So Piccolo and Gohan are shocked that Goku is now able to activate Ultra Instinct at will. And Moro is surprised that, a lowly life form like Goku, who's just a mortal, is able to use such a divine technique. So Goku gets into his stance and he's like, let's stop wasting time. Let's do this, Moro. So Piccolo states as Goku gets ready to attack Moro, Piccolo states that the fate of the Earth, he says that the fate of the universe is riding on this fight. So we see Goku, he fires off a shockwave attack that hits Moro in his shoulder blades, right? So then we see Goku with these beautiful shockwave attacks where he's not even, directly hitting Moro. He's just firing them from a distance. We see Moro gets a little pissed off and he puts his guard up. So Jaco reveals that Goku is attacking using air blast. He's whipping his fist really fast to fire air blast into the air. So Moro calls this a pesky attack, and we see Moro fire some ki blast at Goku, which Goku is able to dodge easily. We see Goku then he flies into the air, and he's easily able to dodge Moro's ki blast, and he comes flying directly at Moro. Then he comes out flying at Moro, hits him with a left hand, which Moro is able to guard easily. Goku then flips over behind Moro and, tries to hit Moro with a left leg. So Moro is struggling here because he is surprised at the nature of Goku's attacks. He's surprised that, Goku is this powerful, and he's having trouble, with the elusive movement of Ultra Instinct. So what Moro does, Moro uses some of his magic abilities, right, to hold Goku in place so Goku cannot move. So then he hits Goku with a kick that sends him down towards a rock, but at the last moment Goku is able to use enough power to get out of Moro's sealing technique and is easily able to get out of harm's way. So Goku appears behind Moro, and Goku asks Moro, was this, some of your magic? And Moro states that this was only a simple example out of, the numerous amount of magical techniques he has at his disposal. So we transition over to Planet Yardrat, and Vegeta can tell that Moro is finally starting the fight, and Vegeta is able to tell that Goku is fighting as well. It's not revealed to us if Vegeta is able to sense Goku's Ultra Instinct Ki, right? But Vegeta can tell that Moro is fighting and that he's most likely fighting Goku. So we see Moro, right? He's continuing to fire off attacks, but Goku, using Ultra Instinct Omen, is easily able to dodge most of them, right? Piccolo and Tien are watching, and Goku tells Piccolo and Gohan that they need to back up a little bit more because, the battle is becoming more intense and he doesn't want them in harm's way. So Gohan tells Gohan tells Goku that they had, in the last 2 months, they already had gathered up all the 7 Dragon Balls, so any damage that is done to the Earth can be fixed just by using the Dragon Balls. So Goku shouldn't have to worry about, holding back for the sake of the planet. So we see Goku, right, pretty similar to what he did against Kefla. He fires, he charges up a Kamehameha as he's dodging Moro's attacks. And as he gets close enough to Moro and he's about to fire the Kamehameha, he is able to tell that there's an illusion of Moro. So Moro uses his magic to make an illusion of himself, hoping that Goku would fire off the Kamehameha at his illusion. But Goku, with his smart instincts, is able to tell that this is a fake Moro, and he twirls around right in time to see the real Moro appearing behind him, and he fires off the Kamehameha. So Moro is, trying to block against it using his left hand, and Moro states that, he surprised Goku was able to see through that illusion, and Goku states that he's seen this attack before, so it wasn't really a surprise to him. So as Piccolo, Gohan, and Jaco back up to where 17 and 18 are watching the fight, 17 states that Goku must be on the battlefield, right? So 18 asks, is Goku stronger than ever? Did his training work? But Piccolo says he can't tell because they are unable to sense his energy. So as Goku and Moro are in a little bit of a beam struggle with Goku's Kamehameha, we see Goku, he decides to stop firing the Kamehameha. He doesn't want to waste any more energy, and he cancels out the attack. So we see him and Moro disappear, and Goku's firing off hard lefts and rights at Moro. He's able to hit Moro with a headbutt that sends him flying, and then hit him with another kick. So we see Moro, he fires off another magic attack to immortalize Goku once again, right? And Moro pulls Goku towards him, but as Goku's getting pulled towards Moro, he's able to use enough power where he's able to go back to using those air blasts he was using to start the battle. So he's still able to fire off attacks even though he's not directly hitting Moro with his own fist. So Goku continues to fire off air blast attacks as he gets closer and closer to Moro, and as he gets closer to Moro, Goku winds up his fist. Moro winds up a fist as well, and we see a nice little panel where Goku and Moro both directly hit each other in the stomach. So both take a little bit of damage from there, and they're pretty much at a standstill. So we see Goku and Moro, they continue to go at it. We see their battles causing a lot of fog, and it's making it a little more difficult for the others to be able to watch the fight, to watch the battle. Piccolo states that it looks like Piccolo Gohan state that it looks like Goku and Moro are on equal footing, but Piccolo says that Goku is faster. Even though they can't tell how much stronger Goku is, they can tell that Goku's faster and that he's using Ultra Instinct to dodge Moro's attacks. So 17 asks Piccolo, can Goku win like this? Piccolo's like he can't tell because Moro has not yet attempted to absorb Goku's energy. So right as Piccolo says that, we see Moro, he puts his hand out as it looks like he's getting ready to start absorbing Goku's energy. But Goku is able to tell what's about to happen, and he uses Ultra Instinct to dodge out of the way. So basically Goku's using the speed of Ultra Instinct to keep Moro from absorbing his energy. So we see Goku, he hits Moro with a left hand, or not, a right hand, but Moro at that point is able to grab Goku at the same time and sends him flying. And Moro attempts, to absorb Goku's energy once again, but of course Goku is too fast. Goku is too fast, and he's able to dodge Moro's energy absorption. So Piccolo is able to figure out that because he's moving at such top speeds, he's able to dodge the energy absorption. And Jaco states that he didn't know that this was possible. So basically, if Goku and Vegeta were faster on Planet Namek, they wouldn't have got their energy absorbed. So basically, Gohan gets excited that because Goku can't get his energy absorbed, as long as he's able to continue to attack Moro, he should be able to win this fight. So we go back. Goku is firing off a bunch of, many punches and kicks. And the things that great is here, we see Goku, he's very, very elusive here with his movements. That's what Ultra Instinct allows him to do. When you're using Ultra Instinct, it's like a whole different type of fighting. You don't fight in your normal ways. Just go back and watch Goku versus Jiren from the Tournament of Power. So we see Goku, he hits Moro with another huge kick, right? Moro gets set down. But we look at Goku, right? But it seems like Goku is rushing the fight a little bit. And we go back to Planet Beerus, right, and Beerus is fishing with the Oracle Fist as Whis and Merus are watching the battle through his scepter. So Whis congratulates Merus for training Goku to this extent, and Beerus asks Merus, Beerus asks Merus if he knows any tasty recipes, right? So Beerus, of course, is being lazy. Beerus isn't even paying attention to the battle taking place on Earth. So we go back and we continue to see Goku and Moro fighting. There's just tons of action in this chapter. We see as Goku rushes over to try to hit Moro with an attack, Moro decides to use the energy, shield, where he uses the energy of a planet to create a barrier to keep opponents from touching him. So Moro is able to figure out that Goku is rushing the fight, and he's trying to, get this battle done very quickly. Moro states that Goku believes that he's found a way around his energy absorption, but he's made a huge miscalculation in the process. Moro reveals that he only consumes energy to fill his stomach. Weakening his opponents and strengthening himself are only side effects, not the primary goal. So Moro only consumes planets and consumes energy because he's hungry, right? And it fills him up when he, consumes energy. Him getting stronger and his opponents getting weaker is just side effects, and it just helps him out in the long run. So Moro tells Goku that he will devour Goku's energy after he's been defeated. So Moro tells Goku he's not going to use any more energy absorption on Goku until he's defeated. But Goku's like, how are you going to defeat me? I'm too fast and too powerful for you. But All of a sudden, Piccolo is concerned because he has just figured out that Moro has not been fighting at full power throughout this fight. So we see Moro power up, and Goku is shocked to see how much stronger Moro has gotten. So it's presumed that Moro is now at full power. And Moro has gotten a lot stronger because he's consumed countless planets since their last encounter. And you guys gotta remember, a couple months has passed since Goku and Vegeta encountered Moro back on New Namek. So during that time, as Moro has been devouring, planets, he's gotten a whole lot stronger. So Gohan and Piccolo mentioned that this energy is very terrifying, and they are concerned for Goku. So Moro lets off a ki blast. Goku is able to dodge the attack easily, but all of a sudden Moro appears behind Goku, and he puts Goku in the rear naked choke, right, choking him out. So Moro has been able to figure out Goku's weakness using Ultra Instinct Omen. So basically Moro states that now he understands why Goku didn't use this form during the fight against Dragon Ball. The reason is because Goku can't maintain Ultra Instinct Omen for long, because the weakness of Ultra Instinct Omen is that it destabilizes your energy and your stamina gets consumed at a very fast rate. So as Moro explains this to Goku, right, Goku does go back into his base form because Moro squeezes him out of Ultra Instinct. Then he throws Goku into a rock. So Whis asks Merus if Goku was only able to, achieve Ultra Instinct Sign during their training, right? And Merus says yes, Goku was never able to activate Ultra Instinct Silver, Master Ultra Instinct during their training. So Whis says this is not good. Whis explains that Ultra Instinct Omen serves as a gateway to Master Ultra Instinct, but it isn't stable. Maintaining that instability consumes a bunch of stamina. So basically, Merus did know this when he was training with Goku, and Merus, came up with this plan that Goku needs to defeat Moro as quickly as possible, as long as he has the stamina to do it. Because if the fight gets dragged out, and since Goku can't go into Master Ultra Instinct, if Moro is able to catch on, eventually Moro will just wait till Goku's stamina is at a low point where he's no longer to be able to dodge, Moro's attacks at a very high rate. So Goku, he comes out of the rock. He's a little battle damaged, but he's still confident, right? Goku explains that he should have known that Moro had already figured out what his weakness is, but Goku tells Moro that if you're just stalling for time, that means you don't think you can beat me when I'm at full power. So Goku says Merus, using Ultra Instinct in a way where he can conserve stamina for as long as possible isn't the way that he wants to go about this battle. So we see Goku, he charges back into Ultra Instinct Omen, and we see that the battle between Ultra Instinct Omen Goku and Moro will continue into the next chapter. Merus can tell that Goku is now using full power. Goku wasn't using full power before, but he is now using full power as he prepares to continue the battle with Merus. Or not Merus, with Moro. So Whis is able to notice that Goku is changing his strategy and he's no longer conserving his energy. He's going full power to try to defeat Moro as soon as possible. So we get a beautiful, beautiful scene of Goku and Moro charging their energy up as they are both charging themselves up to full power. Just reminds me a lot of, Goku versus Cell from back in the Cell games. So we see Goku's and Moro's energy is so large, it's causing the entire Earth to shake, right? And Gohan, Gohan comments on how, their auras are so powerful, they're clashing up against one another. And we see Piccolo states that neither one is backing down. All of a sudden, we see Goku and Moro, they start walking towards each other. And because they're so strong, they're not able to just fly at each other, right? They have to legit walk towards each other slowly. So then we see Goku and Moro, right? They get up to each other and they decide to clash. So Goku, right? Goku at that moment, he screams and he lets off a bunch of energy that actually sends Moro back. So we see Moro, right? He charges up an energy ball. Goku comes flying at him and he kicks the energy ball away. Then Goku hits Moro with a forearm, sends him flying. Then Goku hits Moro with a huge kick to the stomach. So Goku's confident here that now that he's at full power, if he finishes this fight quickly, he can win. So Goku hits Moro with a huge kick to the stomach, like I said, and him and Moro start flying right down to Earth. But Goku is able to grab Goku's leg and he smacks him down right onto the surface. So we see Moro attempts to fling Goku once again, but then Goku is able to use the evasive movement of Ultra Instinct to dodge Moro's attacks. So we then see Goku fires off a bunch of ki blasts right at Moro, and then we see Moro is able to fly through the ki blasts right at Goku, and then we see Goku and Moro continue to clash in an epic battle. So then we see Goku and Moro, right, they do a test of strength, very classic Dragon Ball. Moro and Goku are both confident, and the thing about it is you can see the veins coming out of Goku, something we've never seen happen with him using Ultra Instinct. So Merus is watching the fight from Planet Beers with Whis, and Merus is yelling that Goku can't be doing that because he's wasting his stamina very quickly by fighting at full power. If Goku wants to win the fight, his best chance is going back to the strategy he was using before. But Goku continues to fight at full power, and Goku is able to get a lot of successful attacks on Moro. So it seems like Goku does have the advantage, but Moro is still not down for the count. So we see Moro, he gets up, and Moro says that he misjudged Goku's full power earlier. But Moro states confidently that if this is the true extent of Goku's power, then there's no way he will lose this fight, right? And Goku comments that, Moro's body is made of something he's never faced off against, because Moro is able to withstand these heavy attacks from, Goku and Ultra Instinct. So, Whis asks Merus, did Moro's strength exceed his expectations? Merus did not expect, right? Merus did not expect Merus did not expect Moro to get this strong. So, Merus, speculates that Goku was able to sense that Moro had a lot of power, hiding behind him. So he had to use this gamble of going full power now, because he believes this is the only true hope he has of defeating Moro. So, Whis states that Saiyans are known to exhibit untold power when their backs are against the wall, especially Goku and Vegeta. So Whis looks up in the sky and he's wondering where Vegeta is, right? Because Vegeta was not with Goku when Vegeta went to the hyperbolic time chamber to pick Merus up a couple chapters ago. So we see Vegeta, he has pretty much completed his training with Elder Pybra. We don't know what technique Vegeta has learned at this point, but it is revealed that Vegeta's training was successful. So Vegeta, now knowing that his training is complete, he looks back to see if Earth is still okay, and Vegeta can tell that the Earth is still in one piece, and it seems like he'll make it back in time to go up against Moro. But Vegeta asks Pybra to use instant transportation to bring him back down to Earth, but Elder Pybra says that he can't. Elder Pybra says we, your Dragons, are forbidden against using instant transportation. I'm messing up my words. Elder Pybra reveals to Vegeta that it is forbidden for your Dragons to use instant teleportation to travel off our own planet, right? So Vegeta is shocked at this news. Plus, Pybra reveals that, they can only teleport to the location of someone we've met before. So, like Goku, for instance. So Elder Piper reveals that he's unable to teleport Goku. I'm messing up my words. Forgive me, guys. Elder Piper reveals that he's unable to teleport Vegeta to Earth because he can only teleport somebody to a place where he's met someone before, right? And Vegeta's like, you've met Goku, right? Goku's been Alright, hold on. Let me take a breather, guys, because I am messing up my words here. So, Elder Pyro reveals that the Yardranians are forbidden from using instant teleportation to travel from a planet other than their own. So, Elder Pyro also reveals that they can only teleport to the location of someone they met before. But Vegeta exclaims that, Pyro's met, Goku before because he's been the planet Yardrat in the past. But the thing about it is, Elder Pyro reveals that he cannot detect Goku's energy signature. And Vegeta figures out that Goku is probably using Ultra Instinct. And that's why they can't sense that, because that can only be sensed by the gods. So Vegeta, reveals that the only way, way that he'll be able to get to Earth at this point is if he learns instant transmission for himself. So Elder Piper's like, you want to learn that technique right now? But Elder Piper's like, you want to master that technique right now? And Vegeta's like, yes, I'll master it faster than anybody has before me. So we see Goku right back to the battlefield. Goku is now unable to touch Moro because now, since Goku's been using his full power, his stamina is being drained much more quick. We see Moro, he's hitting Goku with huge kicks to the gut, and it seems like Goku is on the ropes. And we see Goku's being flung all over the battlefield. His gi is starting to get torn up, and he's no longer having success against Moro. So Moro is now confident that, Goku has reached his limits, and now this battle is about to reach its conclusion. But Goku gets frustrated and angry, and he yells at Moro, saying that he does not get to decide when this battle ends. So we see Goku, he powers up even more, and you can see that Goku gets buff. He gets more buff. His veins are absolutely, ripping out of his body. So Goku continues to fight Moro, and he is able to land some more attacks, but he is pushing his body past its limits. So then we see Moro, he fires off a mouth blast that Goku is unable to dodge because his stamina is draining. So because his stamina is draining, he's no longer able to use, the speed of Ultra Instinct like he was back when he was at 100%. So it looks like Goku is on the ropes, and Merus is disappointed because he believes, he wanted things to go differently. He was not hoping for this situation to end up like this, right? So, Beerus, exclaims to Whis that he is hungry and that he wants something tasty to eat. And because Whis is an angel and he must stay neutral, he has no choice but to stop watching the battle and go take care of Beerus's needs. So Whis is like, or Merus is like, at this rate, the Earth and so many other planets will be destroyed. But Whis has to explain to Merus once again that angels have to stay neutral. And even though he likes Goku, Vegeta, and all the others from Earth, if today is the day that Earth must fall tomorrow, then so be it. There's nothing that can be done unless Beerus chooses to get involved, but we know Beerus is too lazy to do anything. So back to the battlefield, we see Goku, he is back in his base form, and Moro is absolutely destroying him now, right? It is clear that Goku is not going to win this battle, and Goku has basically been defeated. So Moro, he puts his hand out as he has his foot on Goku's chest, and he is about to absorb Goku's energy like he stated from the beginning. But at that moment, 17 and 18 come flying in, because 17 and 18, their plan is to try to do whatever they can to take Moro down, because he knows Moro can't devour their energy. So we go back to planet Yardrat, and we see Vegeta. Vegeta is attempting to learn instant transmission as quickly as possible, and at first it appears that Vegeta has learned how to do the technique, but instead he he teleports himself into a dirty laundry bin. The small Yardradian reveals that what's causing Vegeta to mess up the technique is that he isn't locking on to the target spirit. So Vegeta exclaims that he only needs the technique to work this one time, and he doesn't care if he's never able to use instant transmission again. But at that moment, Vegeta and Elder Pybra are able to sense Goku's spirit, right? Because Goku is no longer using Ultra Instinct, and his power is fading fast. So Elder Pybra decides, since this is emerging, he'll break his own planet's rule and help Vegeta get to Earth. But Vegeta tells Pybra to stop in his tracks because he has a feeling he is able to do the move himself. So Vegeta thanks Pybra and everybody for their training, and they wish him good luck. At this moment, we see Pybra, he puts his hand out and he puts Vegeta back into his normal clothes with the Galactic Patrol logo on his armor, right? Even though I'm not gonna lie, it would have been kind of cool to see Vegeta fight in the Yardradian outfit. I have no problem with Vegeta fighting in his normal armor. So, as Vegeta is about to perform instant transmission, Elder Pybra tells Vegeta to fight with confidence, and he should be happy that he endured their brutal training. So Vegeta attempts to perform instant transmission again. Iriko asks why doesn't Vegeta just let Pybra do the honors, but right at that moment Vegeta is able to instant teleport himself to planet Earth, right? And Elder Pybra says that Vegeta's spirit is on Earth, so it was successful. So we go back to the battlefield and we see 17 and 18, right? They try to do some combo attacks on Moro, but they're having no impact. It's like Moro's body is made of some kind of hard steel. So it doesn't matter if they do ki blasts or strike attacks, none of them work on Moro. So at that moment, Piccolo and Gohan are about to enter the battle themselves to see if they can do anything to help Goku and the androids. And Goku is starting to have regrets. Goku thinks that things could have turned out better, and he wished things weren't going to end this way. But right at that moment, we see Vegeta using instant transmission teleport right in front of Goku, and Piccolo and Gohan are shocked and also happy to see Vegeta finally back on planet Earth. So Vegeta asks Goku why he looks pathetic, and Vegeta assumes it was because Ultra Instinct didn't work out. So Vegeta asks, or Goku asks Vegeta, mind you, did you just use instant transmission? And Vegeta says to Goku, I have no intention of, stealing your signature move. I likely wouldn't be able to pull it off again, and I won't be learning it after this, right? Vegeta reveals that he's learned a far superior technique on his own, and he believes this technique will be what, defeats Moro. So, Vegeta tells Android 17 and 18 to back off, and that Moro is his. So Moro, smiles and gives a smirk, similar to Vegeta here, right? And Moro is happy that Vegeta has finally arrived to the battlefield, right? And Vegeta confidently states, that Moro is having fun, playing on the weak. And Moro's like, the reason why he's on planet Earth, he's grown weary of planets that cannot provide fighters to match him. So at that moment, it seems like Goku is about to get up and try to, fight Moro again. But Vegeta's like, there's no cause for concern here. So Vegeta powers up in the Super Saiyan Blue evolution, and Vegeta states very, very confidently with his clasher finger point, he says, you want someone that's stronger than you, you're looking at him. And Piccolo and Gohan Piccolo or Gohan comment that that's the same Super Saiyan Blue form that Vegeta used to fight Jiren at the Tournament of Power. But the thing about it is Piccolo thinks that something is differently. And then we see Vegeta get in his stance, and the chapter ends with Vegeta flying at Moro as Vegeta versus Moro round 2 is about to begin. We head into chapter 61. This chapter is called Vegeta Reborn. And the first thing we see is Vegeta, it seems like he lands some kind of attack to Moro's Moro's torso, but he doesn't fully land the attack. But the thing about it is, it did do damage. So Moro's surprised, that he did take damage from that. And Gohan, says that, that attack had, barely any effect. So everyone's wondering, like, what's going on? Vegeta wasn't even able to touch Moro there, but it looks like Moro did take some kind of damage. So Moro does concede that Vegeta has gotten a lot more powerful, but that he's still unable to hold up against his power. But Vegeta doesn't say anything. Vegeta just keeps firing up attack after attack after attack. And Moro confidently believes that even though Vegeta has gotten more powerful, he's still the one in control of him, and he sends Vegeta flying into a rock. Alright, but Vegeta comes out of the rock and he's still confident. He's not saying anything. He's not even choosing to answer Moro, who is continuing to, fire off insults to him. If this was Vegeta from DBC, he would be insulting his opponent the entire time. But Vegeta is focused on the battle and not, falling into any of Moro's traps. So Gohan and Jaco are asking what's happened, what's got into Vegeta. Can he not accept that Moro is stronger than him? And they have no idea, what's going on. So Vegeta is able to dodge an attack from Moro, and Goku, seems very surprised, like he just figured out something. So we see Vegeta, he's able to hit Moro with a backhand fist, and Piccolo and Gohan are shocked. They're like, what the hell is happening here, right? He was not even able to land an attack on Moro a second ago. So we see Moro, he grabs Vegeta and he slams him into the dirt, right? But Vegeta is able to come out of the dirt pretty much unscathed. So Vegeta and Moro continue the fight. Vegeta hits Moro with a huge kick to the gut, and all of a sudden you can see that energy is starting to come out from Moro's body. So all of a sudden, Moro is struggling here. It seems like Moro is slowly getting a little bit weaker. And it seems like Goku has figured out what move Vegeta has learned with the Yardradians. So Goku asks Vegeta, the move that you learned from the Yardradians is, and we get the name Force Spirit Fission, or you could call it Force Spirit Separation. So as Vegeta just tells Goku what the name of the technique is, Vegeta goes off flying right back at Moro. Alright, so Gohan states that, more of Vegeta's attacks are landing. Is Vegeta somehow getting more and more stronger as the battle continues? But Piccolo reveals that's not the case. Vegeta isn't getting stronger, but Moro is getting weaker. And all of a sudden, as Vegeta continues to land more and more attacks on Moro, all of a sudden you see more energy coming out of Moro's body. And all of a sudden you start to see a massive energy ball form in the sky. Moro gets hit with a huge kick to the gut from Vegeta, and we see Moro is losing more and more energy by the second as Vegeta lands more attacks. All the way to the point where we see Moro start aging again. If you guys remember, at the beginning of the arc, Moro was an old man, and he got stronger and stronger as he continued to absorb more energy from Goku, Vegeta, New Namek, and etc. So now Moro is starting to figure out that he's getting weaker, and he's trying to figure out what's happening to him, right? And Jaco comments that Moro is slowly going back to his old self. He's getting weaker, and he's starting to, turn back into an old man. So Vegeta reveals that all that spirit energy that Moro stole, right, all he's done is legit liberated. He's freed it. So Vegeta puts his hand out, and we see that all the energy that Vegeta had, kicked out of Moro's body is being sent back over to other planets, right? Like New Namek, like Planet Zune, etc., etc. So the Ardradians who are keeping track with the battle, they could sense that the spirit energy that was stolen by Moro is being sent back to the planets where it came from. So we see Gohan and Piccolo, they check on Goku, and Piccolo asks Goku what's this new move of Vegeta's. So Goku explains that Force Spirit Fission tears apart things that were combined through fusion or absorption, right? And Goku knew of the technique, but he's never seen it in use before. So Vegeta continues to dominate Moro because Moro continues to get weaker as Vegeta continues to force the energy that Moro collected away. So Goku congratulates Vegeta for learning this technique, right? And Goku explains that this was not a move that he was able to learn with the Yardradians. So Vegeta confidently states that that even though they went under the same training while being on planet Yardrat at different times, Vegeta states that I'm more talented than you, I'm more of a prodigy, and that victory is his this time around. But I just gotta throw this comment in here, right? If Vegeta's so much of a prodigy, why hasn't he gained Ultra Instinct yet, right? I know Vegeta did say he wanted to go down his own path, but let's be honest, Vegeta, man. Why haven't you gained the power of Ultra Instinct yet, if you're so powerful? If you're so much of this prodigy, like you say. Anyway, whatever. We see Moro, he flies out of the dirt and he's very angry. He continues to fire off attacks at Vegeta, but Vegeta clearly has the advantage here as Moro gets weaker and weaker, and we see Moro lose more and more energy as Vegeta continues using Force Spirit Fission. So Vegeta, as the battle states, Vegeta states that all he cares about is a fair fight. He's not a big fan of absorption and fusion and all that other stuff because it doesn't reflect one's true power. Right? Vegeta's always been a guy that just wants to square up and fight. Goku is also the same way. That's one of the reasons why they don't really like using fusion. So Vegeta tells Moro, right, to stop stealing energy from other people and just fight with his own strength that he earned for himself. So we continue to see Moro get older and older. You guys can tell because wrinkles start showing up on his body, and his beard is growing a little bit. So we go back to planet Yardrat as we see more and more energy being sent across the universe because Vegeta is sending this energy back to where it came from. So Elder Pybra gets asked by the other Yardradian, when those planets get back their life, will the people that died from having their energy stolen, will they come back to life? But unfortunately, Pybra says that too much time has passed for those alien races to come back to life. But for tribes with potent life force, they should be able to come out. So you can, if you get your energy stolen, right? If Moro stole your energy and a short amount of time has passed since he's done that, and you get the energy brought back to you, you can be brought back to life. But most of the planets that Moro consumed, it's already been too long since those people died on the planet. So even though the energy is returning to their bodies, they will unfortunately not be able to come back to life. But we do see that as energy is being brought back to New Namek, we see a bunch of the Namekians come back to life, and Eska is able to sense that the Namekians are alive once again, thanks to Vegeta. So we go back to the battlefield and we see Vegeta continuing to fight Moro. He's hitting him with kicks and all these other stuff. And Vegeta states that Moro's going to return every single bit of energy you've stolen since your little prison break. So I'm not really a big fan of this, right? Piccolo asks Goku, did you ever think Vegeta could grow this much? And Goku at first thinks Vegeta's just talking about strength. Or Goku thinks Piccolo's just talking about strength. But Piccolo's talking about how Vegeta's grown now into a defender of Earth, one who's trying to protect the entire galaxy. Because Vegeta has changed a lot, since the first time he showed up to invade Earth at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, right? What a difference all these years have made. The first time we meet Vegeta, he's attacking the Earth, right, trying to invade it, and now all these years later, he's defending and trying to protect it. So, Piccolo states that he believes that Vegeta is trying to, wipe the slate clean here by protecting the universe from Moro. So Goku is surprised that, Vegeta actually thinks about all this stuff, and Piccolo states that the only reason why Vegeta was able to, turn into a good guy was mainly because of Goku and his pure-hearted nature. And Goku says that, he wasn't trying to turn anybody to the good side. He just wanted to fight the strongest guys in the universe. And Piccolo states that Goku hasn't changed since day one, and he doesn't need to change, right? So Goku's like, are you sure that's a good thing? And Piccolo's like, I wonder. So it revealed Goku's the same character he's been since day one. Always just wanted to improve himself and face up against the next challenge. And because of that and his pure-hearted nature, Goku has been able to convert many people to the good side. From Piccolo to Tien to Vegeta to Majin Buu, etc., etc., etc. So Goku does concede that Vegeta has surpassed him for this fight, but he will surpass him sooner rather than later. So as Moro is on the ropes now, Vegeta asks Jaco, if they want Moro captured alive and brought back to prison, but Jaco's like, no, just, beat him right then and there. The only reason why he's been alive all this time is because there hasn't been anybody strong enough in the Galactic Patrol to kill Moro. So Vegeta is like, understood. So Vegeta dishes out, his hand, very similar to what he was doing against Frieza in Resurrection F, and he's about to deal the finishing blow. Moro asks Vegeta, do you believe that you aren't going to hell? And then Vegeta gives a short little monologue that he's going to hell, right? Because no matter how much good he does at the end of the day, he is a villain. And Vegeta states that he's been prepared for the consequences of his action for a long time. So this is mainly just Vegeta still feeling guilty for all the evil he did in his past. Even though he's made a complete 360 with his life and now he fights on the side of good, he still feels remorse for the things he did in the past. And he feels like those will one day catch up to him and he'll eventually go to hell. And Moro, says that he sees, but Moro says that he has no intentions of going to hell. He believes that, he'll be too busy ruling over the galaxy for all eternity. And Moro reveals that even though Vegeta has used force spirit separation to force Moro to release all the energy he stole before. But Moro reveals that even though that happened, he still has his magic. And at that moment, we see Moro, he does the magic barrier once again and uses that as a way to escape. Jaco, using his eyes, is able to tell that Moro is flying up into the air, up to his ship, and Vegeta follows suit. So we head back up to Moro's ship, and we see 7-3, who has healed, significantly, and Shimarika. And Shimarika comments that Moro doesn't look so good. But without any comment, Moro kills Shimarika with just one blast. So 7-3 is shocked to see his friend now dead. And all of a sudden we see Moro uses his magic to immortalize 7-3. And, he goes over. And it's revealed to us that Moro did have a backup plan, just in case something did happen. So Moro reveals that he planned ahead and kept a backup inside of him just in case it got to this point. So as Vegeta finally, arrives to the ship, he is shocked to see that Moro is eating. He is eating 7-3 straight up. He's like, what the hell are you doing, you weirdo? Why are you eating this man? So Vegeta fires off a ki blast to stop Moro, but before he does, Moro has already fully consumed 7-3. And all of a sudden, Vegeta does destroy Moro's ship, right? And all of a sudden, everyone's wondering what the hell is happening, right? But out of the smoke, we see that Moro is still alive. He's standing there, and he has a new appearance. So all of a sudden, Goku is able to sense Moro's ki, and he senses that it's not only back to normal, but it's bigger than what it was before. So Piccolo is wondering where the hell is 7-3, because he knew 7-3 was on the ship. All of a sudden, we see Vegeta. Vegeta is being flung back down to Earth, and he crashes down, right back into his base form. So everyone's wondering what the hell happened. And it is revealed that Moro has fused himself with 7-3 by eating 7-3. So now we see Moro now in this new final form, and he looks like a complete badass. There's many similarities here to Cell, Frieza, Hit, right? So like this, this form, this new appearance for Moro has like a little combination of many Dragon Ball villains in the past, right? So Goku and the others are in shock at looking at Moro in his new form, and Piccolo, asks what did Moro do to 7-3. Moro reveals that he was able to complete a backup within him, right? And then he absorbed 7-3. So now, basically, that backup came into play, allowing Moro to regain his full energy plus the power of 7-3 on top of that. So this Moro not only Moro is now stronger than he was before. Moro is also able to still use his magic. He also has 7-3's copied ability, because you can see he has 2 gems on his hands, and he has 1 big gem on his forehead. So he's now able to copy up to 3 people at once. We head into chapter 62, and Moro reveals that 7-3's power has been added to his own personal strength. We see Vegeta. He jumps back up of the crater, and he gets right back into Super Saiyan Blue evolution, right? Vegeta is now very angry here, and he says he doesn't care that Moro has a new form. He'll just tear him apart again like he did before. Vegeta tries landing some attacks on Moro, but Moro is easily able to dodge everything that Vegeta fires at him. So, Moro comments that, his new technique, Spirit Fission, requires Vegeta to inflict damage first before coming into effect. So, Moro knows that as long as Vegeta can't touch him, he won't be able to use spores for Spirit Fission. But Piccolo comes up with the idea that, that since Moro probably absorbed 7-3's abilities, he'll only be able to hold on to them for 30 minutes, since Gohan and Piccolo have experience with 7-3. But the thing about it is, Moro reveals that since this was his power before, right, and since, the backup he created inside of 7-3 was his DNA the entire time, it's not like this power is stolen to him. He reveals that this power is just returning home, so there is no time limit anymore. So at that moment, we see Moro, he appears right behind Vegeta, and he copies Vegeta's abilities, right? Vegeta, and remember, Goku and Vegeta, they haven't faced off against 7-3. They didn't even know who 7-3 was before this battle. So Moro reveals that he now has Vegeta's abilities copied, right? So Goku and Vegeta are shocked to learn this new fact. So all of a sudden, Moro hits Vegeta with some more attacks, right? Hits him with some lefts, some headbutts, and a couple kicks. All of a sudden, as Vegeta is on the ground, heavily damaged, he looks up and he sees Moro in a very familiar position, right? Moro performs Vegeta's classic, the Big Bang attack, and all of a sudden Vegeta gets hit by his own move. He's unable to dodge it, and he's left unconscious on the battlefield back in his base form. His armor is destroyed, and it looks like Vegeta is down for the count. So at least for right now, it looks like Vegeta won't be getting his big moment. So Piccolo realizes that this is even worse, than they thought, because since Since Piccolo is able to figure out that since Moro now has Vegeta's abilities, right, that means he can most likely use Force Spirit Fission. So, since Force Spirit Fission is able to break apart, absorptions and fusions, right, the option of Goku and Vegeta fusing into, Gogeta or Vegeta is basically off the table. It's off the table because Moro could just use Force Spirit Fission to break the fusion apart. But the thing about it is here, the way I see it at least, I think that if Gogeta had appeared at this point, right, to go up against this newly formed Moro with 7-3 absorbed, I personally believe that Gogeta would probably still be a little bit stronger than Moro, because that Gogeta would also be able to use Force Spirit Fission, and he would be able to go not only Super Saiyan Blue, not only use Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken from Goku, not only use Super Saiyan Blue Evolution from Vegeta, but he would also be able to go Ultra Instinct Omen, because we know that Goku can go Ultra Instinct Omen at will, right? So I don't really know if I like that explanation, because I feel like Gogeta would still probably have the advantage. So then they senses everyone who's watching me in the monitors. They see that Vegeta has been defeated, and then they reveals that it's best that he goes over to the battlefield because he can heal. He could heal the Z Fighters. So then they flies over, and he says he has to do this because he is the god of Earth. He can't just stand by and do nothing. So we see Krillin, right? Krillin is slowly making his way to the battlefield. He's trying not to fly over there so Moro detects his energy. And we see Krillin has a bag of sensu beans with him. So we see Piccolo and Gohan. They power up to their full power, and then they attack Moro. But Moro is able to, dodge their attacks pretty easily. They're really no match for him, right? If Vegeta, who is way stronger than Piccolo and Gohan combined, was able to get defeated so easily, Gohan and Piccolo aren't going to be able to do anything as well. So we see Moro, he fires off a bunch of Ki Blasts to Gohan, and all of a sudden we see Piccolo, he tries to fire off, or no, he doesn't try to fire off. We see that as Gohan, is getting hit by Moro's Ki Blast, Piccolo uses his stretchy arms to try to grab a hold of Moro. Moro fires off a Ki Blast at Piccolo, trying to force Piccolo off him, but Piccolo reveals that, I'm not letting you go even if you kill me, right? And Moro states that, the reason why he's not killing any of the Z Fighters is, he plans to consume their energy as his meal. So it's going to be interesting. Will this be a mistake that Moro regrets later on? He could have killed the Z Fighters right here, right now, but he's keeping them alive because he plans to devour their energy. So at this point, we see Gohan, right? Gohan is still in the fight. He fires off a Galactic Donut to try to hold Moro in place. So you have Piccolo using the stretchy arms, to try to hold Moro's legs, and we have Gohan using a Galactic Donut. At that moment, Piccolo screams for Goku to fire off the attack now, and Goku, who's unable to go Ultra Instinct Omen, but he has enough energy in his reserves to go back into full power in Super Saiyan Blue, and he fires off a full power Super Saiyan Blue Kamehameha at point break range. So he's able to overwhelm Moro for the moment, and we see a huge explosion takes place. But the thing about it is, Moro is alive and well. He basically took no damage. He has no scratches on himself, but his left hand is destroyed, right? But the thing about it is, it doesn't bother Moro at all because he has Piccolo's abilities. So, and then in one of the most brutal panels in Dragon Ball Super history, we see Moro, he walks on over to Super Saiyan Blue Goku, who's pretty much helpless here, and Moro does regenerate his arm, but he regenerates Moro regenerates his arm while impaling Goku through the chest in an absolutely brutal panel. You see Goku goes right back into his base form and he screams in pain and agony. Jaco, Gohan, and Piccolo cannot believe in what they're seeing. So then Moro rips his hand out of Goku's chest and all that's left is a bloody, and I mean a bloody chest for Goku. Goku has blood spilling everywhere and he is losing consciousness fast. So Moro reveals that he forgot to mention that the abilities that 7-3 copied before are his now forever with no time limits. So Moro not only has the power of 7-3, he also has his magic and he has the powers of Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan to use whenever he wants for the rest of his life. So we see Goku, right? He falls unconscious quickly, and he falls, onto Moro's leg. But Moro tells Goku he can't go dying on him just yet because he still needs to absorb Goku's energy. So, Moro points out his fist as he is about to absorb Goku's energy, but Gohan steps up to try to, stand up for his father. Gohan gets very angry, something we rarely see in Dragon Ball anymore. Gohan attacks Moro from behind, tries to hit him with a punch and a kick to the head, but it has no effect. So basically with one punch, right, with one backhanded punch from Moro, Moro destroys all of Gohan's teeth and Gohan falls unconscious, right? So now Piccolo and Jaco are the only ones left on the battlefield. So basically Dende uses telepathically to get in contact with Piccolo and let him know that he's on his way to the battlefield to try to heal them. But Moro, since Moro has Piccolo's powers, he's able to tell that Dende is on his way to the battlefield, right? So Moro is very surprised to know about this, this ability of telepathically. And as he's talking to Piccolo, he's continuing to beat the crap out of Gohan. So basically, Moro has no plans on letting Dende restore the energy of the Z Fighters. So he creates a barrier that contains only him and the rest of the Z Fighters in it, so that nobody will be able to get inside. So as Dende arrives to the battlefield, Dende sees the barrier and he can tell that he is unable to get inside of it. So as we see Krillin is close to the battlefield as well, but he notices, that there's a barrier there as well. And then we see Moro, he sends Piccolo and Jaco flying. We see 17 and 18, they are still up and moving, but with just one double finger attack, Moro just destroys 17 and 18 and leaves them unconscious as well. So Piccolo apologizes to Jaco, right, for, not being able to help him and, for failing here. But Jaco's like, cut it off. I don't want to hear any, I don't want to have any mercy from you, because Moro broke out of the Galactic prison, and attacked Earth under his jurisdiction. If this planet is doomed to die, then it's my duty to go down with it, since this is part of the planets he's supposed to watch over and supervise. So all of a sudden he looks over at Piccolo. Piccolo is charging up a massive attack, right? A massive attack. And Piccolo says that, that barrier is a blessing in disguise, because it'll keep any destruction contained, so he doesn't have to worry about the Earth getting destroyed in the process. So as it looks like Piccolo is charging up the light grenade attack and he's about to fire it up at Moro, all of a sudden, Piccolo gets hit with his own move, the Special Beam Cannon, right? So Moro's not playing around. He's not playing any more games. He hits Piccolo with the Special Beam Cannon and Piccolo falls unconscious. And Jaco is the only Z fighter left. We get a brutal panel of Goku with a freaking hole in his chest, Gohan unconscious with no teeth, Piccolo is unconscious with a hole in his chest, Vegeta's unconscious, and so are 17 and 18. So there's basically no one left at this point. So Dende is outside the barrier and feels helpless, right? He feels helpless that as the god of Earth, he's unable to do anything to try to protect his planet. But all of a sudden, the barrier opens up and Dende falls into it. And he looks back and he sees, someone call out to him that it isn't over yet, God of Earth. And it's an angel, right? It's an angel. Is it Whis or is it Merus? So as Jaco is, the only one left alive, and he's firing off, pistol shots, with his stun gun, he's like, Jaco, even though Jaco knows he has no shot here against Moro, he's going to keep fighting anyway. But right as, he fires off his attack, we see another beam shot come in at the same time. And as we see, a huge explosion take place, and Jaco's like, did I do that? And then Moro is, he's unharmed, and he says, you put, that shot with your own energy. And it is revealed that Merus has returned to the battlefield, and he is in his Galactic Patrol clothes, not his angel clothes, right? So Jaco is shocked to see Merus, and Moro can tell as the chapter ends that, Merus isn't just part of the Galactic Patrol, but there's something else that is being hidden here under the surface. So heading into chapter 63, this is called Merus' Revolve, right? And remember, chapter 60 was titled Merus' Miscalculation. So this is Merus basically coming up with a solution to what happened with Goku and Moro earlier. So Jaco asks Merus, where the hell has he been? Merus states that he had to, deal with other matters. That was, Whis and Beers. So, basically, Merus states that he's only come back to finish up some training. And that training is Goku's training, right? So, all of a sudden, Jaco's like, where did everybody go, right? What happened? And Merus reveals to Moro that, all the Z fighters have been taken away from the battlefield. So, Moro doesn't believe that, so he takes down the barrier, and he can tell that, all the Z fighters are gone. There's nobody around. And at that moment, we see Merus, he comes flying at Moro, and he grabs his pole, the same pole he used to train with Goku, right? So Moro states that he senses no life energy in Merus, but he did earlier. So what's the deal with that whole situation? So then we see Merus, he continues to use the pole he had been using the entire time, and he's firing attacks at Moro one by one. So we get a really cool looking battle with Moro against Merus, right? You guys gotta remember, Merus is not using his angel powers here. He's just using his normal power, and the power that permits him, that he's permitted to use, that will not allow him to get destroyed and erased based off the angel law. Because right now Merus he's not fighting, he's actually training, because Merus did tell Jaco that he had returned the finish off Goku's training. So we see here Merus does a cool move where he de-extends his pole right as Moro comes flying, and then at the final moment he re-extends it, and it hits Moro clean in the chin. So Moro's like, I see, you're definitely not Galactic Patrol, you're something much, much stronger. So Jaco's like, was Merus always this strong? So he's shocked that, Merus is holding his own against Moro. Back up, far away from where the battlefield is, we see Whis and Beers. They have arrived to Earth, right? They had clearly come to Earth with Merus. And Dende is getting ready to heal all the Z fighters, as they're all in a circle, unconscious. So Beers says that he's getting tired of doing favors for these guys, right? And Whis says they are a handful indeed. But the only reason that he really did it is he was hoping to be rewarded with a meal from Bulma once the battle ends. Beerus then asks Whis, where is Merus? Because, Merus did come to the planet with them. Whis says there's no harm in leaving him behind, and Beerus says, alright, whatever, one less mouth to feed means more food for him. So we see Dende proceeds to, Dende proceeds to heal Goku first, right? And Gohan, who is still barely conscious, even though Gohan has no teeth, he asks Dende if Goku is going to live, if his dad is going to make it through this. And Dende reveals that Goku's wound is very deep, and since Goku's power is so, tremendous because he has power that transcends the gods, it could take a lot of time to heal him, right? So Gohan tells Dende to heal him last, focus on healing Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta first. So we see Goku does come back alive, and you can see that the huge wound where Moro had impaled him earlier is healed, right? Even though there is a big scar. But I'm not gonna lie, the scar looks really cool on Goku. So Goku asks Dende where Moro is, and Dende reveals that, he's fighting the angel, and Goku's talking about Merus, and Goku knows that, Merus is not supposed to be battling, and if the battle continues, it is likely that Merus is going to end up destroyed, because he'll get erased for, erased for breaking the angel law. So, Goku tells Dende to, heal the others. He's gonna go off and help Merus, and he thanks, Dende for all the help. And we actually get a pretty cool Easter egg here. Goku thanks Dende by calling him Kami-sama. So it's like Goku is finally recognizing Dende as the god of Earth. Even though Dende's been the god of Earth for a long time now, he never called him Kami-sama. So I really do like that line. So anyway, had to take a sip of water. Anyway, as we see Merus and Moro continuing their battle, Merus is still able to dodge most of Moro's attacks, but Moro is finally able to kick Merus' staff, up into the air, and he hits a huge headbutt on Merus that sends him flying. But he fires some ki blasts in Merus' direction, but Merus is able to dodge most of the ki blasts pretty easily. He extends to go get his pole, and he's able to get it barely in time. So Moro asks Merus if he was concealing his true strength the entire time, right? Because he wants to know why Merus, refuses to fight him with hand-to-hand combat. Why is he relying on the tool? At that moment, we see Goku arrive back to the battlefield, and he tells Merus to stop fighting because he knows if Merus continues to battle, he'll get erased. Merus looks at himself, and he sees that for now he's still intact, but right at that moment he tells Merus to back off, that he is, going to fight Moro now. So Goku powers up into Ultra Instinct Omen for a third time. I'm not gonna lie, the visual looks really cool with, Goku having the scar and the ripped up gi. So Moro is able to figure out that Goku and the others were saved by Dende's healing abilities. So Goku comes flying at Moro and tries to hit him with a kick from behind, but Moro is easily able to dodge, right? Remember, Moro was able to defeat Goku twice before even, absorbing 7-3. Now that he's absorbed 7-3 and he's so much more powerful, Ultra Instinct really doesn't have any impact on him. So Whis and Beerus, as they're flying through the air, they're able to tell that Goku is fighting Moro again with Ultra Instinct Sign. Beerus asks if Goku can win using Ultra Instinct Omen, but Whis very much doubts it. And as we stasis, we see Goku sent back into his base form, being defeated for a third time using Ultra Instinct Omen. Merus is able to use his power to keep Goku from flying into the rocks. So Goku gets frustrated because he believes all the time that he spent with Merus didn't work. But Merus says that the training did work. He just needs one last push to trigger it. Right at that moment, we see that a hand comes out of the sky, and this is, Moro using Piccolo's stretchy arms to the ground because he wants to, copy. Because Moro attempts to copy, Merus' abilities. But at that moment, Merus brings out his staff. He has his angel staff, and he uses it to rip Moro's hands apart to keep him from, succeeding. So Moro just regenerates his hand as he sees that he's unable to copy Merus' power, right? But then as Beerus and Whis continue to fly, they notice that Merus is starting to use his angel powers. And, Whis says that he can't do anything because he is under Beerus' authority, right? So, basically, the reason why Whis states this, he knows that if anything happens to his brother Merus, it's not going to be on him. It's going to be on Beerus, because at the end of the day, Whis only does what Beerus tells him to do. He's only, Beerus' attendant at the end of the day. So I love how, Whis was able to come up with that, smart but snarky remark. So, as we see Moro, he tries to attack Merus once again. Merus is able to dodge him pretty easily using his staff. And then Merus starts going on a monologue talking about how he was born an angel that's meant to maintain a neutral position outside of the bounds of good and evil, right? We see Merus, he's able to pin Moro down and able to destroy the crystal in his left hand. And as Merus is just slowly destroying the crystals in Moro's hand, he talks about how if the universe is destroyed, he's only supposed to stand back and watch, because he's an angel that's not supposed to get involved with the natural order of the universe. But because Merus spent so much time working with the Galactic Patrol, he developed a sense of justice and wanting to do the right thing. And angels aren't supposed to have that. They're supposed to stay neutral. But Merus has come to the conclusion that he doesn't care if he's an angel or not. He believes in what's good, and he wants to, do whatever he can to protect the peace in the universe. It's basically the opposite of Zamasu at the end of the day, right? So Merus continues talking, and he also talks about the Galactic Patrol and how the Galactic Patrol has a lot of patrolmen that want to protect the galaxy, but at the end of the day, they're helpless and they're not strong. But even though they're not strong, they still continue to do their best to protect the galaxy. So, as Merus is talking, we see the Galactic Patrol. They're leaving Earth to bring back all the rest of the galactic prisoners, right? So they say that the only one that is left on Earth is Moro, and once they lock these guys back up in prison, they'll be back to help with the Moro situation any way they can. So even though these patrolmen know they're not strong, they still do their best to try to protect the galaxy. So Merus reveals as he destroys another one of Moro's crystals, the piece of the galaxy is worth hanging on to, and that's why he's chosen to be on the side of good. Like I said, this is very similar to Zamasu. It's like Zamasu and Merus are basically two sides of one coin. Zamasu, he developed a bias towards evil, right? Believing that mortals need to be destroyed. Merus developed a bias towards good and wanted to protect mortals and protect the galaxy, right? And as we see Merus continue to use more of his angel powers, we see that he starts turning transparent. And this is, of course, Merus starting to slowly be erased because he is breaking the law of angels, right? And we see Merus states that since it looks like he is about to be erased, he has time for one more attack. We see Merus power up, and when he powers up, you can see the halo, right? The angel halo show up around him. Goku's yelling at Merus to stop doing this, and Beerus and Whis arrive at the battlefield, and they're already heavily concerned because they can see that his body's already turning see-through. So we see Merus, he flies up towards Moro, and as he's flying up, Basically, Merus is thinking back to a conversation he had with Goku while they're in the hyperbolic time chamber. He asked Goku about all the times he saved the Earth, right? And we know how many times Goku has saved the Earth and defeated evil beings. And Merus asks Goku, why don't you ever kill your opponents? Why do you always give them a chance to redeem themselves? And Goku states that the strongest guys in the universes are usually bad guys. There are some, some good guys that he's fought that have turned out to be friends, like Jiren, like Broly, like Hit, like Vegeta, right? But most of the guys he fights turn out to be bad guys, like Frieza, Cell, Demon King Piccolo, Kid Buu, Zamasu, and now Moro, and there's other examples. Goku states that, his goal, he wants to keep fighting and improving. We know this. This is the way Goku's been since day one. And Goku believes that, he'll fight opponents as much as he wants. He always offers mercy. He doesn't kill an opponent unless he absolutely has to, right? And Goku hopes that the more he fights them, the more they want to turn to the good side, even if they're a really bad guy at first. So Merus thinking about this, and he adores Goku, and he thinks Goku is a very fascinating individual. So as Merus is thinking about this conversation he had with Goku, Moro, charges up a magic attack, right, and fires it at Merus, but Merus flies right through it, right? It has no impact. So Moro goes to charge another attack, but before he can charge it up, Merus already appears right before Moro and hits him square in the head with a huge punch that not only damages Moro, but it destroys the third and final crystal that's in Moro's forehead. So we see Moro, he falls to the ground. And he starts disappearing, right? His body starts, ripping away like a cloud in the sky. And Jaco's like, what's happening? And then the look on Goku's face here, it gets me emotional, man. Because Goku, you could tell he's getting very emotional that Merus is about to disappear. But as Merus is disappearing, he tells Goku, if Goku should achieve Ultra Instinct at his current strength, it will be far more stable than it ever was before. So more stable than it was when Goku faced Jiren, or when he used Ultra Instinct Omen against Moro earlier in the arc. And Merus states that Goku will not fall to Moro, nor to anyone else for that matter, right? And Merus asks Goku to make him one more promise as he disappears. Merus tells Goku that he's come to love this galaxy, the universe that is full of excitement, and he asks Goku to protect it all for him. And just like that, Merus is gone. So Beerus and Whis are watching, right? Beerus is just like, wow. Beerus is like, he's just gone just like that, like poof, like a cloud. And Whis is like, yes, sadly. And Whis states that Beerus was an awkward little brother. And the chapter ends with Goku with his head down, and you can see steam coming out from him. So, this is one of my favorite chapters of the entire arc. So, chapter 64, Son Goku, the Galactic Patrol officer. So, we see it starts off with the Galactic Patrolmen as they're flying back to the Galactic headquarters, right, to put the prisoners back in prison. The Galactic soldiers, they feel like something bad just happened, like they just lost something important. They can't sense energy like Goku and the rest of them, but it's like they know that something's happening on Earth, and it's like they have the feeling that Merus is gone, even though they don't know what's going on. It's Merus is disappearing is having some kind of mental effect on them that they can't really explain. So back on the battlefield, we look, and we see Goku is very, very angry. You can see his body is shaking. There is steam coming out of him, right? You can see the veins popping out because he's angry that he allowed Merus to have to sacrifice himself. And Goku states that he just learned another important lesson from Merus, and that he's not fighting alone. And the thing about it is, Beerus and Whis are, they're standing there, and they're able to figure out that basically Merus' sacrifice was supposed to be the trigger to allow Goku to achieve Master Ultra Instinct, right? And Whis is just hoping that Goku can control his emotions enough to be able to allow his body to, enter a calm state so that he can wield the power of Ultra Instinct one more. And Goku talks about how in this battle he was saved by Vegeta, saved by Dende, and now he's been saved by Merus. And how Merus didn't do it for him, but Merus did it for the sake of the universe. So guys, you can see the steam coming out of Goku, right? He's able to calm down, and he enters back into a calm state. So Goku asks Jaco why he joined the Galactic Patrol, and Jaco reveals that he joined the Galactic Patrol because he wanted to help preserve peace in the galaxy. Plus, he loves the uniform. So, I love the comedic relief Jaco provides throughout this arc, man. I absolutely love it. And Goku agrees with what Jaco was saying because Goku spent time with Merus inside the hyperbolic time chamber, and he knows that Merus felt the same way. And Goku looks at his gi, and he looks at the Galactic Patrol logo on it, and he says right now, he's a Galactic Patrol agent just like him, and protecting the universe is his duty as well. And he can't let Moro have his way with his hope, right? At that moment, we see Moro. Moro didn't see Merus disappear because he was too busy recovering from the huge punch Merus landed on him before he disappeared. So Moro is looking around trying to figure out where did Merus run off to, right? Goku reveals that Merus doesn't exist anymore, right? And Goku says that since Merus isn't here anymore, beating him is his job. And Moro's like, enough of this crap. We've already seen this before, right? And Goku says that even though Merus may be gone, his will lives within him. And Goku closes his eyes and he begins to transform. I absolutely love the way this looks. Like, when this gets animated, oh my goodness, it's going to be a beautiful scene. But we see Goku, right? He begins to transform slowly. And you can see, as Goku is raising his power, you can see a huge aura erupts. And it's causing, the sea, and it's causing the land and the entire planet to shake. And Piccolo and Gohan are watching. They've been healed. You can also see Dende is healing Vegeta in the background. And Gohan sees, Gohan's excited because he sees that Goku is finally ready to finish Moro off. So Beerus and Whis are talking, and they can tell that it looks like everything's going well with this process. And Whis says it appears so. We're about this with this Ultra Instinct perfected. Whoa, gets me hyped just thinking about it, right? So we move on into the next panel, and we see that all of a sudden, right, Goku's aura basically disappears. Just disappears out of nowhere. The shaking and the rumbling that Goku's transformation was causing, it just stops. Everything just goes back to normal, right? And Piccolo can't feel a thing. Gohan can't feel a thing. They can't sense Goku's energy. And all of a sudden, you see Goku standing there. His head is tilted back, but you can see that his hair is now white, right? And Goku tilts his head forward, opens his eyes, and reveals that he is in Mastered Ultra Instinct. Moro and Jaco have never seen Mastered Ultra Instinct before. Jaco's just like, this is a new color in my book, right? Because Jaco has seen, all of Goku's transformations just in this arc alone. And Moro's like, what the hell is this? So Goku, right? Goku doesn't say anything, and he walks towards Moro in the most badass fashion, right? He just walking towards Moro, not saying anything. And the closer Goku gets to Moro, Moro gets fearful. You can see his teeth are chattering, and he's fearful to move. So Goku's just staring him down. And Moro tells Goku to stay back. But before Moro can fire off any attack, Goku uses the speed of Ultra Instinct to grab a hold of Moro, right? So Moro didn't even see Goku move. And Goku just says one word: you're not harming the earth anymore. You're not doing anything else. So we see, right, as Goku tells Moro that he will no longer harm the Earth, right? Moro tries to punch Goku, but Goku easily is able to dodge it, and without, with as easy as just he basically. It's hard to explain it, but Goku is able to slip by Moro and hits it with a huge backhand fist that sends him flying, right? So Moro's like, how the hell did you do that, right? Goku's not even looking at Moro. He's not even acknowledging him. So Moro comes flying at Goku, but Goku, without even looking at Moro, is dodging his attacks with one hand. Absolute alpha level shit. So Goku continues to dodge Moro's attacks without looking at him, right? He's just weaving. Moro cannot touch him. And as Goku continues to master Ultra Instinct more and more and get more accustomed to it, Beerus states that Goku is fine-tuning his moves. So we see Moro continues to try to attack Goku, right? Goku is easily able to hop away. Moro asks Goku how he is doing this, but Goku says that he's not thinking, right? His body is acting on its own and deciding how to dodge Moro's attacks. That's why his attacks can't touch him. So I just love Goku's just, just explaining to Moro, the power behind Ultra Instinct. And Moro's just like, stop sprouting nonsense, alright? There's no such thing as that. So Moro powers up even more. Goku doesn't seem bothered by it at all. So Goku powers up and he charges at Moro. But then Goku puts his hands out and he does the Godbind technique. This is the same technique Goku used when he was using Super Saiyan God against Broly in the Broly movie. We know that the technique stops an opponent in place and keeps them from moving anymore. So then Goku basically, he uses the Godbind technique to immobilize Moro's movements, and then he puts Moro in the air. Then with one hand, he keeps one hand on Moro to keep him from moving. Then Goku faces down as he prepares to jump. Goku jumps into the air with huge force and delivers a huge, and I mean a huge, gut punch to Moro's belly. Right? The punch has such an impact that it creates a shockwave that sends Jaco flying. Beerus and Whis have to guard against the attack, and even Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta, who are watching from miles away, right? They can feel the shockwave of Goku's attack, and the whole planet shakes, right? So basically, a mini earthquake takes place on the planet because of how hard Goku hit Moro here. You can see everyone on the lookout reacting to it. This is not your ordinary punch. This was a huge punch, and you see Moro takes a hell of a lot of damage from it as Goku sends Moro flying into the air. Beerus congratulates Goku for perfecting Ultra Instinct. Goku didn't even know that Beerus and Whis were on the planet. Beerus states that Goku's fighting style is godlike, right? And Goku sees Lord Beerus and Whis watching, and he says, Beerus, Whis, didn't know you guys were here. And Beerus is like, don't stop now, right? Keep going, keep taking care of Moro, right? Finish the job so we can eat. And Goku tells Moro that there's no chance in hell he has in beating him as he is right now. Goku asks Moro if he's starting to understand the pain and the suffering of everyone he killed, and if he understands how that feels now. And Moro's like, silence, right? How dare you lecture me? Do you think you're a god or something like that? And Goku doesn't answer. Moro says, I don't fear divine power because I am this galaxy's life form. So Moro continues to power up, and you can see a lot of energy from the earth is coming up. All this does is, bother Goku because Moro is, ripping up the planet because of his anger for not being able to defeat him, right? But Moro knows how much Goku cares about the planet. So Moro states, whether this planet lives or dies is up to me. Which would serve me better? And he tells Goku that he should think hard on that. So Moro tries to catch Goku from behind, but Goku, without looking, hits Moro in the face with a brutal kick. And Moro actually gets burnt by his own magic, right? So Moro is pretty much on the verge of death here, right? He's pretty much defeated. And Moro states, you care about the planet, this much, then my next act will be to consume it. So Moro isn't playing any more games, but Goku, Goku comes flying it with another huge kick to Moro that sends him flying all the way into a rock, and then there's a bigger rock on top of that falls on top of Moro, and Moro no longer has the strength to get up from under the rock. So he asks Goku actually to help him. So Moro's trying to play on Goku's mercy here, right? He begs Goku not to kill him. This bothers me because you have Moro, acting all badass, talking about how he's the supreme life form in the galaxy. But now, he has finally met his match in Goku, and now that he knows he's defeated, he's acting like a little pussy. That's the way I view it, at least, right? But of course, Goku stares down at Moro, and he asks Jaco, right? Moro was sentenced to death, and Jaco asks Goku, to finish the job right here, right now, right? We don't need to bring him back to prison, just kill him. So Goku, in that case, Goku says in that case, he rips off the gi he was wearing. He's completely shirtless now, and he tells Jaco, to let him fight him as an Earthling from here on out. Jaco asks, what the hell does that mean? And Beerus and Whis get concerned because they feel like they have a bad feeling that Goku's about to do something that's gonna mess up. Goku clearly has the battle won, but instead of finishing Moro off, he wants to fight him as an Earthling. So, what's ironic is Chapter 64 was titled Son Goku the Earthling. Chapter 65 is titled Chapter 64 was titled Son Goku the Galactic Patrolman. Chapter 65 is titled Son Goku the Earthling, right? So it's giving you like two sides of a different coin. What time is sunset? Excuse me. So, we see as the chapter opens up, Krillin is on the battlefield, right? He still has the sensu beans, but he believes, they won't need them because Goku's just mopping the floor with Moro. So we get back to it. Goku uses his energy to destroy the rock, right, that Moro was under, right? And you see Moro is able to get up from the sand. So Moro is looking for Goku because Goku has disappeared again, right? So Goku appears right next to Krillin, and he actually grabs the sensu beans from him. Goku's like, I'll take those sensu beans from now. And Krillin didn't even see Goku take the sensu beans because he was that quick. So Goku asks Moro, I'll spare you if you agree to go back to the Galactic Patrol, the Galactic Prison, and promise to never break out again. Moro says, yes, of course, I swear it. You'll have no more trouble from me. So Goku gives Moro a sensu bean, right? And a lot of people in the community, when they saw this, they flipped out. I flipped out. Because why would you have Goku give Moro a sensu bean? He did this in the Cell Saga, but the circumstances there were completely different to what we're seeing now. There was really no reason for Goku to give Moro a sensu bean. But the reason why Goku gives Moro a sensu bean is he's testing Moro's motives. If he heals Moro, will motive indeed, in fact, go back to the prison? So we see Moro, he eats the sensu bean, and he is quickly brought him back to full health, right? So now that he's back to full health, Goku states that Moro needs to go back to the prison just like he promised. And Moro says that he's grateful to Son Goku for the sensu bean, but he says that he's not going anywhere, at least not until Goku dies by his hand. So we see here that Moro fires off Moro attempts to kill Goku, right? He tries to hit Goku with a huge left hand, impaling him the same way he did earlier in the arc a couple chapters ago. But when he goes to hit Goku in the chest, Moro actually breaks his left hand because Goku's chest is built of like some kind of steel, right? Kind of similar to how Moro's chest was built of steel earlier. Goku is so strong in Master Ultra Instinct that his body is so hard that you can't attack it, right? So this just tells you that Goku is still on levels where Moro can't even touch him, but he's using Master Ultra Instinct. So Goku calls Moro a coward, right? So clearly Goku was just testing Moro to see if Moro would truly go back to the Galactic Prison. So Goku states that at your current strength, you could never even hope to beat B. So Goku goes back into his base form and he asks Moro if he's ever trained before. And Moro's like, obviously not. Goku tells Moro that he would have wound up even stronger if you had just trained instead of stealing planets and stealing energy from other people. Goku says that's a real shame that Moro is really a bad guy because he's never came across anybody as strong as him, right? So Goku basically saying that Moro was a tougher opponent for him than guys like Broly and Jiren and Head and Zamasu, guys that Goku has had ferocious battles with during Dragon Ball Super. So Jaco yells at Goku like, what are you doing, bro? He just went back on his word. Why are you wasting any more time here? You know what I mean? So we see that that Jaco tells Goku, you know, he's not going to change his evil ways, so Goku should just get the job done. Goku says he will, but he wants to talk to him for a little bit longer. So Moro gets very angry, right? So now Moro's finally starting to figure out how bad the situation is for him. Moro states that, you know, to think that he would be brought down by a tribe that had only emerged a couple of years ago. Because remember, when Moro was at his prime, way, 10 million years ago, Earth was nothing. There was just a bunch of monkeys on the planet. But now, this tribe has evolved, and now they have guys like, warriors like Goku and Vegeta, and they are the guys that are actually defeating him. Not even a god. Even though Goku has god power, at the end of the day, he's just a normal mortal. So, Goku tells Moro that he'll never enjoy freedom again, and he asks Moro one last time, are you going to come quietly and go back to the Galactic Prison, or am I going to have to kill you right here, right now? So, Goku asks which, I need an answer, which is it, right? But Moro tells Goku that he will not go back to the Galactic Prison, but in fact he will continue to consume planets as he sees fit. And Goku's like, alright, I have no other choice because he promised Mirrors that he would protect the galaxy. He transforms back into Master Ultra Instinct, so now Goku can go into Master Ultra Instinct whenever he pleases. So Moro asks, Moro remembers who Mirrors was, but he asks who really was that Galactic Patrol angel. And Goku says it was a teacher of mine who taught him how to use Ultra Instinct. So Moro is able to put two and two together, and he figures out that if, Mirrors was able to teach Goku how to perform Master Ultra Instinct, that he must be able to have the same ability as well. So Moro remembers back to when he copied Mirrors' abilities a couple chapters ago, and Moro looks and he sees that the hand that copied Mirrors' abilities is still on the battlefield. So he uses his magic and telekinesis to bring the hand back to him, and we see Moro destroys his injured left hand, and he replaces it with the hand that has Mirrors' abilities copied on him. So all of a sudden, as Moro gains access to Mirrors' abilities, Jaco, tells Goku, wasn't that the hand that Mirrors sliced off earlier? But Goku isn't concerned. He looks back at Moro, and Moro starts transforming. All of a sudden, the fur on Moro's back turns from black to white. His eyelids turn white as well, and we see he takes the crystal off his hand and places it on his forehead, and it is revealed that Moro has Mirrors' power. And basically, you guys can tell by Mirrors' not by Merus, by Moro's appearance, he has mastered Ultra Instinct. So Goku gives Moro a bad stare down, right? He just stares him down. He doesn't look too concerned. And remember, Beerus and Whis were not on the battlefield when Merus got his abilities copied by Moro, and he used the staff to cut the hand off. So they basically are able to put two and two together that Merus had gone and got his abilities copied, and now Moro are using them for himself. So we see, basically what happens is Moro uses his magic to grab the sensu beans that Goku had, and he destroys them. Right? He destroys them so that there'll be no more healing from the sensu beans. So Moro tells Goku to prepare himself, but the thing about it is that's so badass here is Goku's not concerned at all. He doesn't even react to Moro stealing Merus's power. Goku just closes his eyes, reopens them, gets back into his stance, and he flies at Moro. Moro is now confident that he can win this fight, but we see Goku flies at Moro and Moro flies at Goku. So we get a beautiful page here of Goku and Moro clashing fists, right? And what Whis does, Whis creates a barrier to protect Krillin and Jaco because he knows that if they stay on the battlefield, they are going to get hurt. Because you can see the shockwaves of the punches between Goku and Vegeta having an effect on the entire planet. So we see, right, Goku sees that because of their punches, it's causing damage to the planet. So Goku tells Moro, let's fight in the sky, because he doesn't want the planet to take any more damage. So we see, right, we get these beautiful panels of Goku and Moro fighting in the sky, flying around the planet, right, and they're going blow for blow, but Moro's still not able to land any punches on Goku. But Moro talks about how he loves how his body is moving, because his body is moving based off instinct, right? So we see they continue to fly around the planet. And Moro believes right now him and Goku are having like a contest of speed. But the thing about it is, Moro believes that it doesn't matter, because since he's using Merus's abilities, their abilities are on the same level. They're evenly matched. So we see as they're flying around the planet at super top speeds, we see what Moro does is Moro goes around the earth at a different direction to get a leg up on Goku, and he's able to actually kick Goku down back to the earth. Goku is able to to stop himself from crashing to the mountains, and it has no impact. Moro states that he still has his magic, so he believes that even though him and Goku are evenly matched in terms of abilities, his magic still gives him the advantage. But Goku, right, confidently dusts himself off, and he says, "Do you really believe that? Then try a little bit harder." And Moro gets frustrated of how Goku is still so calm, even in the face of this situation. So we see their battle continues, and they're throwing hands left and right. We see Moro, his right arm grows like 10 sizes, right, as he prepares to go up and charges up and attack. So Moro states that the reason why his arm is getting bigger is because his body becomes tougher to compensate all on its own, but that's not the case, as we'll find out in just a second. So as Moro goes to punch Goku, his arm gets even bigger. Goku hits him in the back, and then we see Moro's body. It's there's it's bubbling over, and he's slowly becoming bigger and bigger, right? And Moro believes this is because his body is responding to Merus's power, and it's growing so it can use the power to himself, but it's actually having a negative impact on his body. So Whis states that his body is swelling in an attempt to contain the angel power that is going in it, and it's not having a positive impact on him, it's having a negative impact. So Goku, right, now that he sees that Moro is much bigger, it makes it easier to attack him, and Moro continues to get bigger and bigger as the energy of Moro swells throughout his body. So Goku remembers what happened to Sir Gamble. If you guys remember, Moro gave a lot of energy to Sir Gamble when Goku was using Super Saiyan Blue to fight him way back earlier in this arc. And because Sagamo never trained for that power, his body couldn't handle Moro's power, right? And that's the same thing that's happening here with Moro and Merus' power. Moro never trained for Merus' power, so now it's having a negative impact on Moro's body. Moro believes that because he sees himself as the supreme god, that he can handle the power all by itself, but he can't, and it's actually being his downfall. So Goku has the advantage, but Whis tells Goku that, if you intend to defeat Moro, you need to kill him right this instant. Backing him into a corner is not wise. Even though Goku is far stronger, it's not a smart decision to let this battle keep going. So Goku understands, and he finally looks like he's about to kill Moro. But right at that moment, the earth starts shaking yet again, and all of a sudden, Moro's not there anymore. All we see is Moro. Moro comes out of the earth, and he fires off a mouth blast, and everybody's like, what the hell is going on? So it is revealed to us that Moro has fused himself with planet Earth, right? He has fused himself with planet Earth in an attempt to keep the power from that he stole from Merus from leaking. So he believes that by fusing with planet Earth, he'll be able to hold the power of Merus, and he'll be able to continue to fight Goku. So Moro believes he has no more limits because he's become one with the planet, right? And Goku is shocked, and Whis tells Goku that killing Moro now will mean destroying the Earth itself, since Moro has become one with the planet. But the thing about it is, Whis also states that they can't leave Moro like that, because eventually his body will continue to swell because it cannot handle the power of Merus, right? Moro fusing with planet Earth is still not enough for his body to hold the power of Merus. So eventually his body's just going to keep swelling, and his energy will deteriorate. And there's a chance that because there's so much power, that will explode, because angels are so strong that it's not only going to blow up the Earth, but it has the potential to blow up the entire universe. Moro doesn't understand that, but he laughs very confidently, that there's nothing Goku can do. So now Goku's standing there shocked, and now how will Goku fight Moro, knowing that if he's not careful, not only will Earth be destroyed, but the whole universe. So this leads us to the final full chapter of the Moro saga. So chapter 66, Moro, Consumer of Worlds. So we see all the Z fighters, they have been healed, right? 17, 18, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and Dende, they have all been healed. But even though they've been healed and they're back to full power, they feel their body being hardened all of a sudden. And Vegeta knows this is Moro absorbing energy. The reason why it's not having as much of an impact as Vegeta is far stronger than Piccolo, Gohan, and the others. So it's going to take a little more time for his body to start feeling the effects of Moro's energy absorption. So we see around the planet, right, the whole planet is being absorbed, because Moro, now that he's fused with planet Earth, he's absorbing all of the energy for himself. So Goku tells Moro to quit off, and all of a sudden we see Moro, he fires off a left hand at Goku. But just because Moro has fused with planet Earth doesn't mean he's stronger than Goku. Goku is still far stronger than Goku is still far stronger than Moro with the power of Master UI. So we see, right, Moro tries to hit Goku with multiple hands, but Goku is able to, fight them off pretty easily. So Moro uses his magic, and it's revealed us that Moro can, use his magic to create multiple hands to attack Goku with. So Goku gets into the sky because he tries to take a breather to get away from the multiple hands that Moro is using to attack him. And then we see Moro spams more and more hands around the battlefield, and Goku is, doing his best to dodge them all. So Whis states that this is bad. Even though Goku is dodging Moro's attacks and they're not having an impact on him, Moro's body is still swelling because the energy of Merus is expanding. So eventually, Moro's gonna blow up, right? And then everything's gonna be destroyed around it. So Beerus, right? Beerus finally decides not to be a lazy god of destruction, and he leaves the the protection shell that Whis had created, and it looks like he is actually gonna lend Goku a hand and help him, deal with Moro. It was never revealed to us if Beerus was gonna use Hakai or some other special technique, but at least it looked like Beerus was gonna get involved. And Beerus's pure motivation is, right, he doesn't want to lose the Earth, mainly because of the food that's on the planet. Plus, if the other gods of destruction knew about what happened to Earth in Universe 7, they would, Beerus would get a lot of criticism for it. But right as Beerus is about to get involved, Whis gets a message from the Grand Priest. And the Grand Priest has summoned Beerus to the Grand Priest's palace, or to Zeno's palace, and mainly because he wants an update on what's going on with Merus. So Grand Priest was probably able to figure out that Merus, got erased because he broke the law of angels. So Beerus has to answer to the Grand Priest, of course. So all of a sudden, Beerus has to, make a change of plans, and I love how Beerus gets all concerned here, because we all know Beerus is terrified of the Grand Priest and Zeno. So as Beerus prepares himself to have to leave the planet, right, Goku goes over to, or Whis goes over to Goku, and Whis tells Goku that the only way to defeat Moro is to shatter his forehead crystal. That will allow Moro to lose the power of Merus and save the planet. So Goku's like, okay, I don't know if I could do that, but he does remember Merus doing the same thing. But Goku, Goku doubts himself for a second. He's like, can I really do that? And Whis says, you already have the divine power, right? You already have Master Ultra Instinct, the technique of the gods. All you have to do is believe in yourself and have faith in your own strength. And Goku says, okay, if that's the only way, I'll do it. But Whis and Beerus, they make their leave to head back to the Heavenly Realm so they can speak with, the Grand Priest, right? And all of a sudden we get a huge visual of Goku, and we see Moro. Moro is expanding every second, and Moro looks pretty gross here, right? You can see that Moro is expanding and getting bigger by the second as the energy of Merus continues to swell inside of him. So Goku notices how Moro is getting bigger and bigger, and as he gets bigger and bigger, the crystal is starting to disappear. And Goku knows that if the crystal disappears, they'll have no hope of defeating Moro. So Goku's trying to figure out what to do, and all of a sudden Goku hears Vegeta's voice. Vegeta tells Kakarot to move aside, and Vegeta comes flying in back at full power using Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, and he uses Spirit Separation to try to separate energy from Moro's body. I love this scene here. It reminds me of Iron Man back in in the Avengers movies, right? So Vegeta's coming in to save the day. He's using Spirit Separation to try to separate energy, and to also try to limit the amount of energy that the Earth is losing, because remember, while all this is going on, Moro is still draining the planet very slowly. So we see as Moro is losing energy, the crystal is appearing more and more. So Goku thanks Vegeta for his help, but Vegeta tells Goku, stop yapping, you need to destroy that crystal, stop wasting time. So Goku gets his fist ready, and he says everything's riding on this fist of mine. I wish they had, took this opportunity to introduce the Dragon Fist and make it canon, right, in Dragon Ball Super, but they went a different direction. So Goku, starts flying up the mountain as Vegeta continues to use Spirit Separation. But remember, Vegeta can't use Spirit Separation for long because his energy is being drained as well. So Goku flies at Moro, right? He flies at Moro, and he's dodging Moro's attacks, right? And he's just punching through all of Moro's hands and everything. And as he gets closer to Moro's forehead, he's about to deliver the fist, but then he gets stopped. So basically, those hands that Moro had created, he hardens them up, and he's able to grab Goku and keep him in place. So Vegeta's like, come on, right? You were right there. Just do it already. Vegeta sees that he's at his limit, and because his energy is being drained. So, Goku or Vegeta's not going to be able to use spirit separation anymore. So, Goku says, Merus was able to do it, so why can't I? Do I not have enough God power still? So, Jaco hears this, and he suddenly leaves the battlefield because he gets an idea, right? So, Goku powers down back into his base form, and Vegeta's like, no, like, come on, like, Goku's our only hope here. So, Vegeta sees that Goku, is losing power, but because he can't move, his energy is being drained as well. So Piccolo and the other Z Fighters arrive to the battlefield, and they ask Vegeta to use Spirit Separation again, but use it this time to gather up energy instead of forcing energy away, right? So Spirit Separation works in two different ways. You can use it to break things apart, but you can also use it to gather things together. So the Z Fighters want to use the remaining amount of their energy to gather it together and have it be sent over to Goku so he can finish off the attack. So Vegeta agrees, and they start gathering energy. Piccolo uses telepathy to get in contact with the rest of the gang that are on the lookout, and also get in contact with Goten and Trunks, who are on the island. So Piccolo tells Goten and Trunks to send their energy over, and they do, but they get a little bit mad because they didn't get a chance to be in the battle, to fight in the final battle, right? So Vegeta gathers the energy all together, and Vegeta, this is huge character development for him. He adds his own energy, so Vegeta goes back into his base form, and they send all of the collective energy of the Z Fighters together to Goku. Goku gains the power, and he's able to transform, but he's only able to go into Super Saiyan Blue, right? Their power is not enough for him to go into Ultra Instinct. So once again, it was kind of a fail because now Goku gets his energy sucked, drained once again, and Goku goes right back into his base form. So Jaco arrives at Dende's lookout, and he asks for Majin Buu, right? He needs Majin Buu right away. So they believe it's over now because they have no energy left. They gave all their energy for Goku, and the planet is being drained, and as Moro continues to get bigger and bigger, as he drains the energy of the earth, and Merus' power continues to flow inside of him, Moro just loses his appearance. He looks like a total lunatic now, right? And Vegeta figures out that eventually Merus is going to explode, and when he does explode, or that Moro is going to explode, I don't know why I said Merus, but Vegeta is able to figure out that Moro is going to explode any second now, and when he does, they're all gonna die with him, and most likely the rest of the universe. But at that moment, right, we see a bunch of energy, God energy, appears in front of the Z Fighters, and they are shocked. Goku senses God power, right? This is not your normal, energy. This is actual God power. And Vegeta's like, where does this God power come from? So then we look into the distance, and we see in a little village that Dai Kaio-shen is there with Oob. Yes, that Oob. End of Z, Oob, right? So remember, this all takes place before the end of Z, before Goku fights Oob in the martial arts tournament. But Goku does know that Oob is alive because during the Tournament of Power, Dende actually took Goku to Oob's village, and we saw a younger Oob there. And Dende told Goku to train Oob when he gets older and how to use his power. And remember earlier, I told you guys this way earlier in the arc. I told you guys to pay attention to that panel where Merus explained that when Evil Buu split away from Majin Buu, right? Majin Buu got the Daikaoshen's appearance, and his memories, but the God power of the Daikaoshen got sent over to Evil Buu. And remember, Goku made the wish using the Dragon Balls for Oob to be reincarnated as somebody good. So that God power that was sent to Kid Buu, right? That god power that Kid Buu didn't know how to control when he died, and Goku made the wish for him to be reborn as somebody good. That became Oob. So Oob inherited the god power from evil Buu, and he's using that god power here to send over the Goku, even though he doesn't know. And we get that explanation here from Dende. So even though Oob has no idea what he's doing, the Daikaoshin knows that this is going to be a big help. So Vegeta here, right? Vegeta assumes the Spirit Bomb position once again. He takes the power of Oob, even though he doesn't know who he is, and he sends it over to Goku. And then Goku transforms into Master Ultra Instinct, so it's more than enough for Goku to regain his full power. And all of a sudden, Goku uses the genification technique, right? That was one of the techniques that we saw the Yardratians use earlier. It allows you to, grow sizes, make yourself big or small. So Goku's ki manifests himself, and he uses the genification technique to create a huge version of himself, right? And you guys can see here, we can see this big avatar of Master Ultra Instinct Goku, but you can also see the real Goku in there as well. All the Z Fighters are shocked and they cannot believe at what they're looking at. Goku pushes Moro down into the ground, right? Because Goku has more than enough energy to get the job done now. Then we look into the avatar and we see the real Goku there. He opens up his eyes, he exits his avatar, and he goes flying in at Moro, attempting to finally break the crystal. We get an amazing triple frame here of Goku delivering the punch to the crystal. All the Z Fighters are looking on, and we see Goku lands the attack, right? As Beerus and Whis, they are, making their way to the to Zeno's palace. Whis is able to sense that Goku got the job done, and he smiles. And at that moment, we see Goku is able to destroy the crystal as it cracks. And as that happens, we see Moro, he lets go, basically because now the crystal's been destroyed. Moro no longer has access to Merus' powers, and Moro blows up in a huge explosion. All the Z Fighters are sent down because of the attack, and then we see there's a huge amount of debris and rubble and steam coming from where Moro exploded. So Krillin gets up from the rumble and he asks what happened. Did Goku win? Did he get the job done? Piccolo is smiling, Vegeta is looking on, and all we see is Goku standing there back in his base form, and he gives the thumbs up that victory has been achieved. Yes, victory has been achieved for the Z Fighters. So basically, there you have it. That is the wrap up to the Moro Saga, the final battle. The last scene here in chapter 66, we see the Z Fighters, they celebrate with Goku, right? Vegeta asks Goku, where did that power come from? Like, where did all that God Ki? Goku doesn't really say much. Vegeta demands that Goku give him an answer, but Goku says that Vegeta will know in due time. Remember, even Goku hasn't, met Oob, he knows Oob is out there. And I feel like Goku was able to put two and two together and figure out that that energy came from Oob. We also get to see, the Z Fighters celebrate. Daikaoshin thanks Oob for his help, even though Oob has no idea what was going on, right? Oob's like, who are you? The Daikaoshin tells Oob that they are related, but Oob is like, what? How can we be related? We look nothing alike. And the Daikaoshin says, you'll know one day. And then the Daikaoshin, heads back to Dende's lookout. And Oob is like, is this a dream? I just saw a man fly, as the Daikaoshin flies away. We see the Daikaoshin, he heads back to Dende's lookout. He switches places with Majin Buu, right? And Hercule is happy to have Majin Buu back. But Majin Buu, it seems like Majin Buu has forgotten everything that's happened. He's forgotten about the Daikaoshin and Oob and Moro, and he's like, what's happening, right? So Hercule decides to have a huge feast to celebrate, the Z Fighters' victory. So we see Goku, Vegeta, and all the Z Fighters celebrating and having a good time. Then at the end, we see Goku. He uses instant transmission to send to bring Eska back home to Namek. they gather up the Namekian Dragon Balls and they're able to bring everything back to normal. So all the people that Moro killed, all the planets that suffered damage thanks to Moro's hand, they all go back to normal. So everything is back to where it was at the beginning of the arc. Moro has been defeated, the universe has been saved. The only thing that is different is Merus has been disappeared, right? Or so we thought. So it's revealed to us that Beerus, his punishment for not doing anything about the Merus situation, he has to play with Zeno, him and the Supreme Kai. And it's funny because we didn't see the Supreme Kai at all throughout this arc. But their punishment, I said, basically since Beerus and the Supreme Kai, you know, they're bonded together, right? If Beerus is to die, the Supreme Kai would as well, and vice versa. Beerus's punishment, which goes to the Supreme Kai as well, they have to play with Zeno. And we see Zeno, he's pulling back on Beerus's ears, you know, having a good time. So we're thinking that, you know, Beerus would be in serious trouble for what happened to Merus, but instead, you know, Beerus's punishment is kind of a gag. As we see, he has to be a dog for Zeno, you know, serve as his, you know, Zeno's play toy. So Beerus blames Goku for allowing all this to happen, and he asks where Goku is at the moment. And Whis looks into his staff, and Whis reveals that Merus is back at the Galactic Patrol with Goku, and they are celebrating. And Beerus is like, huh? What? Merus is alive? What the hell is going on? And that's how the saga ends, right? If I was to say anything else, I would be talking about the next arc in Dragon Ball Super, which is the Granola the Survivor arc. So, you know, I'm not gonna say anything else, but that is the end of the Moro saga. Man, oh man, what a saga, what an arc. So other than that, guys, that's about all I got for you guys today. Thank you guys for listening to this very, very long narration, but hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you guys listened from start to finish, thank you guys for enjoying the narration. Let me know, you know, what were your thoughts on the arc? What was your thoughts on the narration? Make sure, you know, be honest in the comment section. Leave a like on the video if you guys enjoyed. I know a lot of you guys are going to be looking at this at different times. But other than that, that's all I got for you guys today. Make sure to leave a like on the video if you guys did. You know, if you guys enjoyed this arc, I have tons of other Dragon Ball Super Manga videos, so go check those out as well. And as the next Dragon Ball Super arc begins, I will be covering that as well every single month with reviews, discussions, reactions, all that good stuff. So like I said, guys, thank you guys for everything. Make sure to leave a like on the video. Subscribe if you guys are new to this channel by hitting the bell next to my name, Fitz TV, so you guys are notified every time I post a new video. Follow me down on social media. Thank you guys for everything once again. I'll see you guys later. Peace.